Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Under Sushi's watchful gaze, the simulator's progress bar rose steadily until it finally reached the top. Every increment represented the extraordinary martial arts items he had used to recharge the simulation. This was truly a simulation fueled by premium resources. Martial arts side anchor point media loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one simulation attempt. Would you like to begin your next simulation and experience an exciting simulated life? Current simulation attempts. 1. The simulator's prompt appeared, its text densely packed across the panel. Sushi didn't hesitate. He decisively pressed the button to start the simulation. Having already absorbed the benefits from the second simulation, it was time to embark on the third. Simulation starting. World line being deduced. Transmigratable world locked. Analyzing the martial arts world. Generating entries. Entries generated. Please select 3 entries as your character talents for this simulation. Entry levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. The available entries appeared before him. Persistence: gold. Your efforts are always rewarded. The longer you persist, the greater the rewards. As strong as an ox, green. You possess immense physical strength, renowned as the strongest young man in the land. Martial arts, purple. Over time, your martial arts evolve beyond the ordinary, with a small chance of transforming into a higher form. Black and white. Xiaotongji, white. You dominate both black and white worlds, feared as a local gangster, but often provoke hostility from righteous knights. Stick proficiency, blue. You excel with stick weapons, capable of wielding them to block flying arrows with ease. Chi and blood soaring to the sky, purple. You have a robust body with vigorous energy and blood that repel ghosts and spirits. At night, you radiate like a furnace. Sushi reviewed the entries carefully. This lineup feels ordinary, he mused. But he quickly accepted the reality. Red entries were extremely rare, and gold and purple entries were already exceptional. It wasn't unheard of to end up with all white entries due to bad luck. With the persistence entry, there's at least a baseline guarantee, Sushi thought as he made his selections. He chose persistence, gold, martial arts, purple, and chi and blood soaring to the sky, purple. The combination of 1 gold and 2 purple entries seemed well balanced for his third simulation. Entry selection completed. Would you like to begin the simulation? Yes, Sushi confirmed. As the simulation began, a familiar feeling of detachment swept over him. This time, however, the sensation was less disorienting, perhaps a sign of his growing strength. He watched as he separated from his original body. Time stood still, and everything froze in absolute silence. Even Su Moli and Krisha, who seemed to sense something, moved in slow, muted motions. Eventually, Sushi's consciousness fully detached, hurtling into the endless lines representing countless timelines. Each line shimmered with infinite possibilities. Guided by the simulator, he plunged into one of the lines, his trajectory beyond his control. Simulation No. 03 officially begins. You open your eyes and find yourself sitting in the living room of a house. You don't see Su Moli or Krisha, but instead, you encounter another familiar figure in an aggressive stance. Reacting swiftly, you sprint to the second floor before a heavy truck crashes through the first floor wall. Safe from harm, you watch as the truck transforms. The front of the truck transforms into a head and chest, the body becomes a torso and legs, and it assumes the form of a towering robot. With a swift punch, it sends you flying. You have been struck down by a truck. As Sushi struggled to make sense of what had just happened, his thoughts drifted to Wang Dali, the extraordinary director of Yunshan City. The memory lingered as his consciousness faded. After waking up, you find yourself in a brand new world. The martial arts world feels ancient, Sushi noted as he regained his bearings. Dust and sand swirled in the air. Sushi pushed himself off the ground with some difficulty. Blue-scaled horses, with their hybrid lineage of blue-scaled fish and laboring beasts, trotted past. Their bodies, covered in blue-black scales, emitted steam as they moved along the gravel road. So these are blue-scaled horses, a staple of martial arts worlds. Cheap, easy to breed, and incredibly durable, Sushi observed. The landscape around him was entirely unfamiliar: new buildings, unrecognizable scenery, and people riding these peculiar horses. The air felt heavy with tension, and the road bore signs of frequent use. This is definitely a world focused on martial arts, Sushi thought. No immortal cultivators flying through the sky, no magicians casting spells, just pure chi and blood martial arts pushed to their limits. Here, fists could shake the heavens, and kicks could split the earth. It was a world where the power of the physical body reigned supreme. Sushi examined his new body, now that of a 16-year-old. Though slightly thinner than he was accustomed to, his energy and blood radiated strength and vitality. Practitioners in this system prioritize physical strength, often at the expense of intellect or civilization, Sushi recalled, drawing on knowledge he had obtained from the Extraordinary Control Bureau's materials. The path ahead seemed clear: survive, grow stronger, and adapt to this unique martial arts system. Hunger gnawed at him, a reminder of his first challenge. You are very hungry. Your first task in this new world is to find food. Su Shi set off down the gravel road, blending into the new world and preparing for the trials ahead. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. It was thick and acrid, and traces of dried blood were scattered everywhere. Fragments of shattered swords reflected bright white light in the sun. Many of these shards were deeply embedded in the trees lining the road, while others lay half buried in weeds, carried there by wind and sand. Su Shi walked along the gravel path, but the farther he went, the more desolate and bloodstained the road became. It was as if a fierce battle had taken place here. Frowning, he slowed his steps. What happened here? Recalling the hurried figures he had seen earlier, galloping on horseback, Su Shi guessed that some kind of conflict or war might be unfolding ahead. Is it between people, or something else? On your way to find the town, you discovered traces of a fierce battle. You became cautious and slowed your progress. At the same time, you picked up a usable knife from the roadside as a precaution. You walk slowly. You keep moving. Persistence is being activated. Qi and blood are rising to the sky, being activated. Your persistence has increased your endurance. Your abundant qi and blood protect you from hunger-induced weakness, and your speed improves slightly. After 45 minutes of cautious walking, Su Shi arrived at a small town. You inquired about the situation and learned that this is Qingyu Town, located on the outskirts of the Daqian region, bordering the demon-infested Shiwen Mountain. The traces of blood and destruction you noticed were the result of a battle between demons and warriors. This was a terrifying wave of demons that had destroyed much of Qingyu Town, killing many mortals in brutal ways. The rich smell of blood you sensed was the aftermath of this carnage. Tearing sounds rang out in the distance. The battle between warriors and demons was ongoing. A muscular man with a bare upper body leaped into the air, his sword slashing with a sharp roar. The arc of his blade gleamed in the sunlight as it severed the neck of a horned tiger, sending its bloodied head crashing to the ground. Good swordsmanship. As expected of Master Ji, that tiger-slaying technique is unmatched. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. The warriors nearby clapped and cheered, their admiration evident. Many cast envious glances toward the man. The warrior, clearly enjoying the praise, laughed loudly and charged toward another direction, his blade glinting. This was the world of qi and blood martial arts. Most practitioners had bold and unrestrained personalities, and battle stirred their blood, driving them to tear their enemies apart with sheer violence. Compared to immortal cultivators, who sought balance through spiritual practices, or magicians, who mastered the world through knowledge, these warriors seemed extreme. All their energy and skill were focused on strengthening their physical bodies. A body like iron and qi like a furnace. The concept is intriguing, Su Shi mused. Despite his growing hunger, he observed for a while before stepping into Qingyu Town. Before entering this simulation, Su Shi had prepared himself thoroughly with various training methods, including those from the martial arts system. He had memorized exercises for both cultivation and life-or-death combat. However, before he could begin practicing, he needed a safe place to stay and a deeper understanding of this world. You took an important first step. Qingyu Town, ravaged by demons, is in need of labor. Using your strong and healthy body, you secured your first earnings through hard work. You purchased food, ate heartily, and eliminated the hunger plaguing your body. Following your plan, you quietly accumulated money while learning about the Daqian Empire from locals. At the same time, you began to study Daqian's written language and read ancient texts on your own. Persistence activated. Your persistence paid off. After a month of diligent study, you gained a basic understanding of the mainstream and ancient characters of the Daqian Empire. Now, you have a foundational understanding of this world. This world was boundless and vast. Humanity had tempered its existence through generations of qi and blood martial arts, carving out a safe haven for their race. Daqian was born. The Daqian Empire was a powerful empire that ruled over humanity's territory, maintaining stability and order. Under its governance, the human race thrived, free from the darkness and hardship of ancient times. But outside Daqian's borders lay the perilous Shiwen Mountains, home to countless demons and ghosts. As for qi and blood martial arts, its essence lies in life-or-death battles, Su Shi thought. The mountains are towering, and the peaks are treacherous. Your qi and blood potential surged, breaking through the mortal body's first limit. Your muscles and bones roared, and you reached the first level of martial arts. You spent all your savings to purchase medicine to strengthen your qi and blood. With a two-pronged approach, you made steady progress. After a year and a half, Su Shi had saved a modest amount of wealth. He judged it was finally time to dedicate himself fully to the practice of qi and blood martial arts. Living here suits my needs for training, Su Shi thought. Although mortals in Qingyu Town feared the demons from the mountains, Su Shi was different. He ran the true martial arts techniques he had exchanged for in the real world. Energy surged under his skin, circulating through his body in powerful waves. Following specific techniques, you prepared a dose of qi and blood powder and a medicinal bath to enhance your body's energy and blood. Living near Shiwen Mountain, places like Qingyu Town face frequent demon invasions. I have persistence and martial arts. Together, they create a powerful synergy. If I use them wisely, the rewards from this simulation will be significant, Su Shi reflected. The Shiwen Mountains are an absolute forbidden zone. Even martial arts masters at the immortal realm dare not enter lightly, as the demons within are endless and indestructible. For now, Su Shi chose to remain in Qingyu Town. You worked daily, earning money through labor. Your persistence and dedication impressed the locals. Practicing fists and kicks consistently, you developed a deeper understanding of their techniques. Your body began to internalize the movements, forming muscle memory. Day after day, month after month. Living in a remote place like King Newtown was inherently dangerous. Old and young alike longed to escape to the safer regions deeper within Dakian. However, strict government regulations prohibited the people from moving freely. Your long-term labor improved your physical fitness, allowing you to delve further into the essence of Qi and blood martial arts. For Su Shi, this was just the beginning. The structure of Qi and blood martial arts divides realms clearly. The initial 5 stages of bodybuilding form the foundation and are collectively known as the acquired body training. These stages include opening the meridians, strengthening the tendons, strengthening the bones, strengthening the marrow, changing the blood. These stages temper the warrior's physical body, pushing it to surpass its natural limits. Through this process, the body generates vast reservoirs of Qi and blood, vital for future progress. Beyond these 5 stages lies the transition from acquired to innate. In the innate realms, a warrior's Qi and blood flow like a calm lake at rest and surge like a raging river in motion. Every punch and kick carries potent inner energy, and the most powerful practitioners can walk through the air and unleash devastating strikes from a distance. The 3 innate realms observing principles, containing the soul, and seeing the spirit are colloquially known as Grand Master, Great Grand Master, and Supreme Grand Master among common folk. I'm still too weak, Su Shi muttered to himself. The later realms are far beyond my reach for now. Even mastering the 5th stage of body forging will take me considerable time and effort. Immortal level strength is something to think about only in the distant future. Inside the modest wooden house, Su Shi finished his training and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The breath lingered in the air before dispersing. The Tongmei realm, or meridian opening, was the first and smallest step in the grand system of Qi and blood martial arts. Even so, stepping into this realm marked him as a warrior, no longer an ordinary mortal. From this point onward, Su Shi's life would no longer revolve around mundane physical labor. Thanks to your naturally strong Qi and blood, you successfully entered the first realm of martial arts. Your Qi and blood circulate endlessly within your body. You cannot use Taoism or magic now, but your body has been strengthened like never before. The surging Qi and blood exhilarate you. When you clench your fists, the raw power makes you feel capable of defeating a cultivator or magician of the same level with a single punch. But you don't let this newfound strength make you arrogant. The realms of Qi and blood martial arts span 8 levels from the 5 realms of body forging to the 3 realms of innateness. Only by mastering these can one reach the level of a martial arts immortal and witness a more extraordinary world. Currently at the Tongmei realm, you understand that there is no room for pride. Potential is just potential until it's realized. Packing his belongings, Su Shi left the crumbling wooden house and quit his laboring job. You began practicing martial arts diligently, taking a position as an assistant teacher at a martial arts school to sustain yourself. The steady income allowed you to live comfortably and purchase better Qi and blood medicines. By the 3rd year of the simulation, at 18 years old, you left your teaching position. Your persistence bore fruit. Your martial arts evolved beyond the ordinary. You skipped directly from the meridian opening realm to the tendon toughening stage, becoming a bone-forging warrior. Now, your punches carry incredible force. With the added bonus of your abundant Qi and blood, you can fight warriors at the blood exchange stage. You successfully crossed the class barrier and purchased your own home in King Newtown. You chose not to open a martial arts school or join a sect but maintained a stable income. Hearing of your rapid advancement, people visited you, offering gold and silver in exchange for guiding their children. By the 4th year of the simulation, at 19 years old, you reached the marrow refining stage. Persistence continued to reward Su Shi. His steady progress offset the disadvantages of starting martial arts training at an older age. However, the final 2 stages of body forging, marrow refining and blood exchange posed significant challenges. It's just a purple level talent, after all, Su Shi reflected. The Qi and blood bonus helped me break through boundaries, but its effects are slowing down. And persistence alone isn't enough to ensure rapid progress. In his new home, Su Shi practiced diligently. His movements were deliberate, his arms circling and stretching as he drew his muscles and bones taut. His control over his body reached the level where flesh seemed to fall away, revealing the structure beneath. Unlike the earlier realms, the final 2 stages of body forging delved deeper into the essence of Qi and blood martial arts, demanding significantly more effort. Marrow is the source of blood, and blood nourishes the body. Concentrating and renewing the marrow leads to a comprehensive transformation of the internal organs, pushing the body toward peak evolution. As he practiced, Su Shi contemplated the balance between the Shiwen Mountains and the Dakian Empire. The demons here rely heavily on physical strength, he noted. Even a demon on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains is this powerful. The demon's scarlet pupils gleamed with a feral light. They had no place in the Dakian Empire's registry and no familial ties, yet their strength was undeniable. Your boxing techniques, swordsmanship, and body movements were refined during battles with demons. You have become increasingly proficient. Your skills include Qi and blood long fist, 5 thunder swords, and blue arc technique. Su Shi raised his sword. With a swift slash, cold steel glinted, and a burst of Qi and blood followed, killing a deer-shaped demon. In the simulation world, even ferocious demons were not invincible. The deer-shaped demon collapsed, its savage light fading from its eyes as Sushi's blade severed its body. Sitting in contemplation, Sushi reflected on the nature of strength in this world. Strength dictated respect, a principle that held true even in the magical world. Dust swirled, and gravel crunched underfoot. The world of martial arts was primitive and unrefined. Many people lacked access to proper training methods, and even if they could purchase techniques, they were often incomplete or second-hand. Frustrated by the slow pace of progress, you decided to venture near the Shiwen Mountains, searching for weaker demons under the astonished gaze of others. For Sushi, this was the first step toward transcending the limits of the martial arts world. You persisted in your daily martial arts practice, steadily improving your skills. Unlike the magical world, where associations facilitated the sharing of knowledge and resources, the martial arts world lacked organized systems for mutual aid. Staring at the demon's lifeless body and the destruction left in its wake, Sushi frowned. Is it possible that some extraordinary being within the human race suppresses the demons enough to maintain balance? He wondered. In a remote valley near King Newtown, Sushi continued his search for demons. Your persistence paid off. You gained extensive experience in locating and defeating demons. The demons here were similar to those in the immortal cultivation world but far more ferocious. Their aggression tested Sushi's limits, yet every battle pushed him closer to mastery. Brother Su, you're back from hunting demons again. Yes, on you. How have you been lately? Same as always. I go wherever there's work. As Sushi returned to King Newtown, the long, mournful cry of a bird tore through the dim red sunset. The sunset was far from beautiful. The sky hung heavy with a gloomy pall, as if a ghostly domain were spreading its shadow over the earth. The sun's residual heat could not penetrate the layers of darkness, leaving only a faint red haze. On his way home, Sushi received warm greetings from the townsfolk. Some elderly women even used him as a topic of conversation. That Su boy is good at everything. He makes money and is skilled in martial arts, but he's too honest. He'll end up being taken advantage of. We should find him a diligent wife. Hey, I heard Butcher Wang's daughter in the next town might be a good match. Don't be ridiculous. The next town was destroyed last year. Oh, you're right. It was overrun by demons. How could I forget? The physical acuity of a warrior extended to all senses, including hearing. Even as Sushi walked away, he could clearly hear their conversation word for word. Difficult to hear? Not at all. Embarrassing? Not even a little. Instead, Sushi felt a deep sense of compassion. Pausing, he looked up at the sky. His eyes calmly traced the horizon as the last traces of red faded into darkness. The sky turned a deep, inky black, a suffocating canvas that painted life and death in oppressive strokes. Since your first year in King Newtown, reconstruction efforts have been ongoing. You realize the rebuilding never truly ends. Each spring and winter brings a large-scale demon tide. Powerful demons emerge from the 100,000 mountains, targeting human settlements like King Newtown. The sky dog devours the sun, the demon fox consumes essence, the corpse demon corrupts, and the evil tiger prowls. Against such fearsome creatures, even warriors with abundant chi and blood struggle to survive. Only innate warriors can truly contend with them. But small towns like King Newtown lack innate warriors and receive no military aid. Thus, each year you witness the cycle of destruction and reconstruction, the endless struggle for survival. Sushi's personal experiences challenged the historical accounts he had read. Those records were nothing more than lies and whitewashing. The establishment of the Dakian dynasty did not bring safety to all. People in King Newtown, and all towns bordering the Shiwen Mountains, live in constant fear. Such a grim reality, Sushi murmured to himself. It's clear this simulation isn't about nurturing peaceful lives anymore. The dangers of the martial arts world far exceed your expectations. You remain vigilant and focus on cultivating your body and chi. Though your progress has slowed, your persistence keeps you improving steadily. Day after day, you train diligently, pumping your fists and honing your stance through all seasons. Your sweat flows like a torrent, and your growing muscles reflect your unwavering will. Both your body and your realm steadily advance. By the 5th year of the simulation, at age 20, Sushi had survived yet another demon tide in King Newtown. In the 6th year, at 21, fewer familiar faces remained in town, yet Sushi was still alive. By the 7th year, at 22, Sushi had become a renowned warrior in the region. Even without seeking it, people brought him gifts of gold, silver, and medicinal supplies in exchange for his guidance. Despite your fame, you remain stuck in the marrow refining realm. After 3 years of effort, you feel the blood exchange realm is just within reach. Spring turned to autumn, flowers bloomed and withered, and the cycle of seasons passed. Over 6 years had elapsed since the simulation began, and Sushi now entered its 7th year. The lack of a lifespan limit in this simulation is an advantage. With chi and blood martial arts extending life, I have time. No need to rush, Sushi reassured himself. After returning from another battle, Sushi walked the streets of King Newtown, feeling the chi and blood coursing through his body as he contemplated his next steps. Warriors must be bold and diligent, he thought. Maybe I should fully embrace the reckless path this time, beating the heavens, the earth, and everything else into submission. As Sushi neared his home, he noticed something unusual. His residence, simple and functional, now bore signs of recent disturbance. A large hole gaped in the roof, its shattered tiles swaying in the wind. Broken beams scattered wood chips across the floor, leaving a clear view of the sky above. Did someone fall from the sky? She muttered, stepping inside. Inside his room lay a girl, unconscious and covered in blood. She bore serious injuries but still exuded a dignified presence. The girl wore a red and white tight-fitting robe, accented with sturdy light armor that hinted at wealth and nobility. Her attire and the finely crafted spear beside her suggested she came from one of the central counties of Dakian, far removed from King Newtown's peril. She's no ordinary person, she deduced. Perhaps she was ambushed by a demon, but why here? Though delicate in appearance, the girl was no frail figure. Her heroic aura was evident, even in her battered state. As he observed her, she realized, she's not a child. She's grown a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17. A brief flicker of doubt crossed his face before he silenced his thoughts and focused. She closed the door, exhaled deeply, and reopened the inner room to assess the situation. She's from a world far removed from this town. Things are finally getting interesting. Yet amidst the chaos of his discovery, Sushi's mind remained clear. He resolved to continue his training and reflect on what had been preventing his breakthrough to the blood exchange realm. This wasn't a simulation of nurturing a helpless little girl anymore. This was something much more intriguing. You return home and prepare to practice but discover an uninvited guest. It's a seriously injured girl of unknown identity. You provide basic treatment to stop her bleeding and place her weapon far away for safety. Your efforts are effective. After half an hour, the girl, clearly in the blood exchange realm, awakens from her coma. Her consciousness is clouded by panic, and her immediate reaction is to attack you despite her injuries. Her attack, weakened by her state, poses no threat. Shi, having already secured her weapon, easily deflects her desperate moves. Confusion, shock, and embarrassment flash across her face in quick succession before settling into an awkward grin. How about I say sorry, she muttered, attempting to mask her unease. Her appearance was stunning, every feature exuding an air of beauty. However, her demeanor was a mix of carelessness and guardedness. Despite her casual tone, Shi could see through her facade. Her wandering eyes betrayed her wariness, as she subtly searched for her weapon. No need to apologize, Shi replied, sipping his tea with a calm demeanor. His nonchalant attitude visibly startled the girl. Since you're awake, you can leave. His words shocked her into silence. She clearly hadn't expected such a dismissal. The room fell eerily quiet. Outside, the faint rustle of willow trees and the chirping of insects emphasized the stillness. The casualness faded from her face, replaced by a serious expression. Her gaze scrutinized Shi, trying to discern his intentions. Confusion and hesitation filled her eyes before she spoke decisively. I am Wu Yingxiu, the legitimate daughter of Emperor Ding Yuan of Dakian, she declared, her tone urgent. The Princess of Liangan, appointed by His Majesty. I was ambushed by traitors, injured, and fell here. Please, escort me back to the capital? My father will reward you with a high-ranking position. Gripping Sushi's arm tightly, her wide eyes pleaded with desperation. Shi raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Let go. You don't believe me. I believe you. Your attire and weapon are enough proof. Shi replied evenly. Then why won't you help me? Her voice carried confusion and indignation, as if the script of her life had suddenly gone off course. Wasn't Shi supposed to swear loyalty and offer his unwavering support? In this world, no one is obligated to help anyone, Shi said calmly, his words shattering her worldview. I saved you because I chose to. I won't help you because I don't want to. His tone was firm but free of malice. And another thing you should know. Before Shi could finish, a loud knock interrupted him. He gestured for the girl to stay put and went to answer the door. The visitor was a familiar face. Anyu, what brings you here? Shi asked, stepping across the threshold to meet the young man. Anyu, whose real name was Zhang Shenyu, was 20 years old, 2 years younger than Shi in the simulation. With his honest demeanor, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, he had a reputation as a simple and straightforward individual. Brother Su. Anyu greeted him with a grin, wiping sweat from his forehead. His clothes were soaked, and his breathing was heavy. I came to tell you something important. Important? Shi asked curiously. Yes? A group of officials arrived in town, saying they're searching for a fugitive, Anyu explained. Bang! A loud crash echoed from inside Sushi's house. Anyu glanced curiously toward the noise. Brother Su, what's going on in there? Sounds like something big. Just a rat, Shi said with a smile. A big one, then? You're amazing, Brother Su, dealing with even such troublesome rats. Anyu replied cheerfully. Despite Anyu's obliviousness, the commotion inside continued faint thuds and scraping sounds that Shi hoped wouldn't arouse further suspicion. The officials said the fugitive is a girl from the capital, Anyu continued. They warned she's a murderer, though she looks honest. A real devil in disguise. The sounds inside grew louder, but Anyu was too engrossed in his own musings to notice. My mother says city girls must have arms as thick as tree trunks and can crush people with a single slap, he joked, laughing heartily. Shi forced a smile and gently ushered Anyu away. Thanks for the warning, Anyu. Go home now. After closing the door, Shi returned to find Wu Yingxiu pacing angrily, her fists clenched and her teeth grinding audibly. The rat comment and Anyu's crude description had clearly struck a nerve. But her rational side soon took over as she focused on the more pressing matter. Fugitive, she muttered, her voice trembling. I'm a fugitive? This can't be true. Her shock was palpable, her fingers trembling as she struggled to process the situation. This is what I wanted to tell you earlier, Su Shi said, sitting down with a composed expression. If you hadn't lied, this wouldn't make sense. Given your status, an ambush is improbable unless your identity has changed. Wu Yingxu's eyes widened in realization, her world spinning as she confronted the possibility that everything she believed had crumbled. Su Shi's calm tone delivered a harsh reality, yet his words weighed heavily on the girl, recovering from her injuries on the bed. What is happening to me? Wu Yingxu's eyes were distant, clouded with disbelief. From a high-ranking princess to a fugitive, this jarring shift in her identity shattered her composure. She sat motionless, momentarily forgetting her injuries. This can't be right. I was the one ambushed, and now I'm the one being hunted. This doesn't make any sense. The faint scent of blood still lingered on her robe. She muttered to herself, pressing her right hand to her head, her brows tightly furrowed as if to block out the incomprehensible truth. A warrior's eyes should be bright and resolute, but Wu Yingxu's gaze was now filled with confusion and fear. The officials searching for you imply that someone from the Dakian court orchestrated the attack, Su Shi explained further, his voice steady. It might be directed at you personally, but it's more likely aimed at the person behind you. The person behind her father, King Dingyuan. Su Shi had heard of him. A man of immense power in the third realm of innate god-seeing, with bright, god-inhabited acupoints, King Dingyuan was only half a step away from the realm of immortality. If someone like him had been targeted, Wu Yingxu's ambush would make perfect sense. Her voice faltered, her dim eyes and trembling lips failing to form coherent words. She fell into silence. The thought of becoming a fugitive was too bizarre, too frightening. It opened the door to unsettling possibilities. The most alarming of these was that Emperor Dakian might no longer tolerate King Dingyuan's influence and had begun purging his allies. Just the hint of such a possibility overwhelmed her. She lowered her head, staring at her hands as if searching for answers in the lines of her palms. Lost. She's just a sapling that hasn't weathered the storm, Su Shi thought, sighing inwardly. Despite her air of independence and composure, Wu Yingxiu was still only 16. While her early maturity had given her an edge, it had also painted an illusion of invulnerability. Her limited life experiences had left her unprepared for a crisis of this magnitude. In her silence, she withdrew into herself, struggling to reconcile her present with the weight of her reality. Still, Su Shi didn't think her reaction made her weak. The circumstances were undeniably extraordinary, even leaving him unsettled. Though some local records are inaccurate, most can be trusted, Su Shi thought as he left the room to give Wu Yingxiu space. The royal bloodline of the Dakian court is known for its exclusive martial arts. After reaching the innate realm, they manifest the Qinglong Qi of the royal family. That dragon pattern confirms her status. He grabbed the spear leaning against the door and held it aloft, letting the sunlight catch its fine craftsmanship. A faint dragon pattern shimmered on the floor tiles, a hallmark of the royal family. This child really is from the royal bloodline, he concluded, shaking his head. The thought of what might have happened to King Dingyuan, or the events that led to Wu Yingxiu's ambush, was troubling. As he pondered, the creak of the wooden door behind him broke his thoughts. Wu Yingxiu stepped out, still wearing her blood-stained robe and armor. Her face bore signs of determination, a marked change from her earlier confusion. I'm going back to the capital, she said firmly. I need to uncover the truth myself. But before embarking on her journey, she made a request. Can I stay here for a while? She asked, her voice carrying strength. I need time to recover. Don't worry, I'll compensate you. Su Shi was about to refuse when she forced 2 bottles of elixirs into his hands, rare qi and blood elixirs reserved only for innate warriors. Simulation, Year 7, Age 22. After 7 years, your strength has grown significantly. In Qingnu Town, where skilled warriors are rare, you've earned a reputation as the young genius known as the Green Ox Swordsman. Businessmen seek your favor, and gangsters fear your presence. You are the town's protector, often leading the charge against demon tides that threaten its safety. The townspeople admire and respect you. In the same year, you encounter a girl claiming to be the legitimate daughter of King Dingyuan. At just 16, she has already reached the blood exchange realm, showcasing unparalleled talent. Though initially reluctant to get involved, her generosity changes your mind. You accept her elixirs and allow her to recover in your home. Most days, she remains in her room, lost in thought about her future. Occasionally, she steps out to watch you practice your unyielding routine, a sight that leaves her deeply impressed. One evening, as Su Shi practiced his punches, Wu Yingxiu walked into the courtyard. She frowned, visibly dissatisfied with his method. Su Shi, this kind of training is inefficient, she said. Let me teach you a family tradition. But her voice trailed off as her hand rested on a massive blue steel stone. The moment her palm touched the stone, it disintegrated into powder, carried away by the breeze. God rewards hard work, and your persistence and effort will bring you real progress. Through every punch you throw in the morning, you feel the warmth of the sun. Through every punch at dusk, you sense the interplay of the sun and the moon. The repetition of ordinary fist movements has led to their evolution, and your understanding of martial arts and boxing has deepened. 7 years of consistent practice without interruption have transformed the Qi Blood Qing Fist. Congratulations, you have mastered the Qi Blood Hegemony Fist. Your punches now radiate with the intensity of the sun. Your energy and vitality exude a dominating presence, like an oven. Having advanced to the blood exchange realm, your strength has increased tremendously. You are now unafraid of monsters below the innate level. The girl witnessed you shatter a blue steel stone with a single punch, her face frozen in disbelief. Despite your repeated explanations that it was merely an ordinary punch, she seemed convinced you were hiding your true abilities. Her attitude towards you shifted. She sincerely sought your guidance, asking how one could unleash such incredible power without advanced martial arts skills or supreme techniques. She no longer addressed you as Su-shi but respectfully called you Mr. Su. In martial arts, a master is also a teacher. Since you are older than the 16-year-old Wu Yingxiu and possess martial arts skills beyond her comprehension, she directly asked you for instruction. Feeling slightly embarrassed, you realized all your strength stemmed from your perseverance, and you were unsure how to teach that. Wu Yingxiu handed you a bottle of chi pills. These elixirs greatly enhance the success rate for blood exchange realm warriors attempting to overcome natural limits. Suddenly, you felt like an excellent teacher. You began sharing your experience with Wu Yingxiu not for any other reason, but simply because you could. The days of recuperation passed slowly. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons. To fully restore her strength, prepare for a perfect return to Beijing, and uncover the truth behind her attack, Wu Yingxiu stayed hidden at Sushi's home to recover. The mountains stood tall, one peak overlapping the other, their trees forming a thick canopy of shade. From Qingyu Town, located at the Dacian border, one could see the massive expanse of the 100,000 mountains. Their oppressive shadow stretched endlessly, making it hard to breathe. For Wu Yingxiu, who had grown up in the bustling imperial capital, the scenery was both fascinating and awe-inspiring. The 100,000 mountains were also called the 100,000 demon caves, known to harbor countless demons, real, terrifying creatures that could chew human bones and drink human blood. Wu Yingxiu had only read about such places in storybooks. Now, seeing the mountains with her own eyes, she realized they were far more fearsome than the tales described. Life on the Dacian border was far harsher than she had imagined. If not for being attacked and becoming wanted by the authorities, Wu Yingxiu would have returned to Beijing early, unwilling to endure such a difficult existence. Sir, are you really going to eat this again today? The warm sunshine bathed Qingyu Town in silence. Wu Yingxiu's words broke the tranquility like a stone rippling the surface of a lake, creating an awkward atmosphere. The uneven wooden dining table held 2 bowls of rice porridge and a bowl of enticing-looking meat. However, while the rice porridge seemed bearable, Wu Yingxiu looked at the meat with fear and disdain. If Su-shi were not sitting across from her, she might have flipped the table. How can you eat the flesh and blood of a demon? She exclaimed. Why not? Su-shi replied calmly. Wu Yingxiu found this hard to believe. She had tasted it before, and the experience had been indescribably unpleasant. Yet Su-shi chewed the meat with an expression so indifferent that it made her doubt herself. Was it truly delicious? Maybe last time had been a fluke? Hesitantly, her curiosity got the better of her. She picked up a piece of braised demon meat with her chopsticks, took a bite, and chewed. The result was disastrous. So sour, so tough. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Wu Yingxiu spat it out, her face scrunched in agony. She couldn't fathom how Su-shi could eat the demon meat so effortlessly. To her amazement, the other residents of Qingyu Town seemed thrilled whenever Su-shi shared the demon flesh. Sir, why do you and the people of this town eat this? It's necessary, Su-shi replied. For a town like Qingyu, bordering the 100,000 mountains, emigration is strictly forbidden. Wu Yingxiu was stunned. Her pupils shrank as a wave of realization washed over her. Doesn't that force the people here to? Su-shi interrupted her thoughts with words she had never considered. Dacian's rules on household registration are strict. Most demon meat is either poisonous or infused with demonic energy, but the few edible portions are what sustain towns like Qingyu on this harsh border. Wu Yingxiu fell silent, reluctant to voice her thoughts aloud. Holding on to a sliver of hope, she asked, does the court not intervene to help? The court collects annual tributes, Su-shi answered matter-of-factly. The demon tides that come each spring and winter destroy the crops and livestock, leaving only what you see now. But why don't the townsfolk move to safer places? Wu Yingxiu asked, her voice filled with confusion. It's forbidden. Violation is considered a severe crime, Su-shi said plainly. The reality clashed violently with Wu Yingxiu's understanding of the world. She had always believed that under Dacian's rule, the human race led stable and prosperous lives. The contrast left her shaken. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. There are 13 states in Dagon, each unique and prosperous. Some examples include Tianling Prefecture, where martial arts schools flourish, Nanyang Prefecture, known for its Taoist masters, and Jiangdao Prefecture, with waterways stretching in all directions. The taxes collected from these 13 states form a crucial pillar for maintaining the empire's operations. This dependency on taxes seems logical, as the survival of officials and the people is intertwined, much like boats and water. But was it truly necessary to levy taxes on Qingyu Town and similar villages on Dagon's border, which do not even belong to any state? Even a 6-year-old child could conclude that taxing such places was unnecessary. Yet Dagon does so anyway. The reason was clear: the emperor of Dagon, distant and removed, cares little for the life and death of these border towns. There wasn't even a stationed army to protect them. Ironically, the Dogon army, tasked with safeguarding humanity, was stationed at the heart of Dogon, blocking demons from crossing the border and also preventing civilians from fleeing this living hell. Wu Yingxiu's throat felt dry, as if coated with dust and sand. How could it be? She muttered, her voice trembling. Does this mean the people here can only rely on themselves to survive? The reality was so shocking that it shattered her worldview. The 16-year-old stood abruptly, leaning forward with her hands pressed against the rough wooden table, her wide, disbelieving eyes fixed on Su Shi. How can this be allowed? There are so many people here. Not only are they left unprotected, but they're also taxed. How is anyone supposed to survive like this? She exclaimed, her voice rising with each word. The sunlight streaming in highlighted her trembling arms, her pale fingers gripping the table so tightly that the force radiated through her entire body. Her red and white robe fluttered with each breath she took. Snap snap. The sound of the wooden table cracking under her grip echoed through the room, as did the breaking of her once simple worldview. In Dogon, warriors enjoy certain privileges, such as tax exemptions. Their strength also serves as their greatest defense against monsters. However, becoming a warrior was no easy task. While Qi and blood martial arts are relatively accessible compared to other systems, they still present significant barriers. Not everyone could excel, and most people were limited to practicing the basic Yingyuan art, a simple martial art issued by Dogon. This technique merely circulates Qi and blood, slightly improving daily strength. For the people of Qingyu Town, becoming a true warrior capable of resisting monsters and avoiding taxes was an almost insurmountable challenge. This world is full of illusions, but pain does not lie, Su Shi said, addressing the girl's disbelief. He didn't offer a direct answer, instead urging her to confront the truth herself. What you see and hear might be deceptive, but the pain embedded in people, objects, and solitude cannot be faked. Though Wu Yingxiu had stayed within Su Shi's house since arriving in Qingyu Town, she had observed the harsh realities of this border town. She had seen Anya's naive joy upon receiving demon flesh from Su Shi and a mother holding her baby, staring blankly into an uncertain future. For the first time, the young princess, raised in luxury, glimpsed the dark, grim reality of the world beyond her sheltered upbringing. She fell silent, the weight of this revelation sinking in. Thank you for enlightening me, Wu Yingxiu finally whispered. What I said before was truly ignorant. Resolving to face this reality, she picked up the piece of demon meat she had spat out earlier, chewed it silently, and swallowed. Alternating between rice porridge and demon meat, she continued eating until her bowl was empty. Ha, she exhaled, gripping her dragon-patterned spear tightly. Without another word, she walked to the courtyard, where she began practicing her spear techniques. The fiery energy of her movements stirred the wind, sending leaves swirling in a dance around her determined figure. She may be impulsive and naive, but her heart is pure, Su Shi mused silently as he took another bite of the braised demon meat. His evaluation of the girl rose. Mistakes were normal, especially when one's past experiences limit their understanding. Yet Wu Yingxiu not only acknowledged her error but also corrected it, spitting out the meat, then swallowing it again. This act proved she was not just a fragile flower raised in a greenhouse, nor a hypocrite who merely played along for appearances. But what should I tell her? That the world is as dark as crows. Su Shi thought, chewing the tough meat. He swallowed it down with difficulty, his expression unchanged. Demon meat was far from palatable, but Qingyu Town had no better alternatives. As he ate, his mind wandered to the relationship between Dogon and Shiwen Dashan. This sacrificial system reminds me of the Ellenson incident in the magical world. But no, it's worse, he reflected. In the magical world, gods create disasters occasionally to demonstrate their power and grant blessings. Such tragedies occur every few centuries, and most of the time, gods act as humanity's protectors. They maintain order and coexist with humans. But the martial world is different. Su Shi put down his bowl, frowning. To demons, humans are nothing but food, devoid of any status. Perhaps there's an agreement between Dogon and the demons, or maybe just an unspoken understanding. Either way, the people living on the border were abandoned long ago, left to serve as a food supply for the demons. That's the only explanation for Dogon's baffling policies, he concluded. After dinner, Su Shi stepped outside and saw Wu Yingxiu practicing fiercely, her spear techniques brimming with energy and anger. Behind her, the oppressive silhouette of the 100,000 mountains loomed, the black peaks stretching endlessly like a massive dragon encircling human territory. What a cursed world, he muttered under his breath. Your voice is gentle, but your words are sharp, cutting through the illusions of an inexperienced girl like a knife. The falsehoods that once comforted her are stripped away, revealing an ugly, bloody, and cruel reality she has never encountered. Man and demon. Person to person. Enemies, companions, trust, betrayal, all these concepts swirl in Wu Yingxiu's mind, creating a storm of chaos that leaves her overwhelmed. At only 16, Wu Yingxiu struggles to bear the collapse of her worldview, yet her strength allows her to press forward with her spear. She now deeply regrets her earlier act of spitting out the meat. In Qingyu Town, as in countless other border towns, there are many ordinary people who worry daily about finding even a single bite of food. Although these people are strangers, and she has never met them, Wu Yingxiu feels ashamed of her wastefulness. She forces herself to swallow the spit-out meat once more as a form of self-discipline. Your opinion of the girl has improved. The relationship between the Dakian court and the 100,000 mountains fills you with unease. You speculate about whether deeper connections exist between the two and wonder what other secrets might be hidden in this world. You think. You search. You arrive at a chilling conclusion: the Dakian court may not be as powerful as it seems. In fact, it is far weaker than the 100,000 demons that reside in the mountains. This weakness explains why Dagon, with its mighty army, silently tolerates the demon massacres and even seems to assist them. This strange reality gives you a sense of urgency. You increase the intensity of your training, punching daily and honing your chi blood fist until it becomes more refined. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch creates a burst of wind, making the sea of trees roar. Sushi's blood surges through his body, washing his limbs and bones, leaving his skin faintly red. As he moves, his blood flows like tidal waves, repeatedly cleansing his organs. This constant cycle brings his body into a state of rebirth, reaching a mysterious realm. This was the blood exchange realm, the final step in the transition from acquired to innate. Martial arts, as Sushi understands, wasn't just about physical strength. It involved transforming the muscles, bones, skin, and even deeper aspects of the body. It was a holistic and profound process. The flesh evolves, the body aligns with the Dao, and the self transforms into a microcosm of heaven and earth. Powerful, fierce, dominating. Bang! Another seemingly ordinary punch from Sushi released an explosive force, creating a reverberation that echoed like a bowstring snapping. Wu Yingxiu, watching from the side, was completely stunned. Your strength improves slowly but steadily, defying common martial arts logic. Most warriors achieve progress sporadically, relying on fleeting bursts of inspiration. But you are different. Wu Yingxiu sees you as a prodigy, born with boundless vitality and a martial arts progression rate that defies understanding. Though your growth is gradual, it is unwavering. As days pass, Wu Yingxiu, once severely injured and miserable, finally recovers. Before leaving, she chooses to stay a while longer, hoping to learn the essence of martial arts from you. Despite your repeated explanations that your progress comes solely from persistence and not from advanced techniques, she insists. Wu Yingxiu gives you 2 bottles of chi pills. In response, your teaching becomes more detailed. Sushi's martial arts level is currently at the 5th stage of body training. Wu Yingxiu, being at the same level, doesn't need guidance on the basics. However, Sushi focuses on teaching her boxing and movement techniques, as these are areas where he can provide meaningful instruction. A few days earlier, Sushi had given her basic lessons, but her injuries had limited her ability to learn. Now, with her recovery complete, he delves deeper. Relax your mind and rid yourself of distractions. When you punch, don't focus on your fist's movements. Instead, feel the flow of blood and the resonance of your muscles and bones. Your forehand lacks power. Your backhand is too weak. Your steps are unstable. The rigorous training demanded an immense consumption of energy and blood. Initially, Wu Yingxiu found it unbearable, not just because of the physical difficulty but also because it felt monotonous. She didn't fully understand Sushi's methods, but she noticed her strength improving. From mastering basic movements to controlling her chi and blood, she grew stronger in every way. Onlookers shook their heads at the sight but dared not underestimate her. Unknowingly, Wu Yingxiu reached the point where she could train continuously for an entire day, just like Sushi. If you continue like this, who do you think you'll be able to defeat with your punches? Sushi asked, increasing the intensity of her training. I'll work harder, she replied, determined. Time passed silently, bringing genuine growth. Eventually, Wu Yingxiu decided it was time to leave Qingyu Town and uncover the truth behind her status as a wanted fugitive. In the courtyard, Wu Yingxiu trained relentlessly, guided by Sushi's stern instructions. Dressed in her martial arts uniform, she gritted her teeth, sweat dripping as she repeated each move. She wasn't just running through basic exercises but pushing her body to the limit, resonating her chi and blood with every strike. Her punches engaged every part of her body: organs, muscles, bones, membranes, and flesh, refining her strength. Time flowed steadily. When Wu Yingxiu collapsed from exhaustion, Sushi helped her up, letting her rest until her energy and blood recovered before resuming training. After focusing on boxing techniques, Yu began special training for her movement skills. As Sushi observed Wu Yingxiu, he recalled teaching similar lessons in the past. His strict attitude remained unchanged. Returning to Beijing to uncover the truth would be dangerous, so Wu Yingxiu sought to increase her strength as much as possible to ensure success. This determination fueled her relentless efforts. Despite witnessing Sushi's overwhelming strength more than once, she couldn't shake her doubts. Could pure speed and raw power truly be enough? Your speed is so fast that it defies comprehension, leaving even trained eyes unable to follow. On her first day of training, Wu Yingxiu collapsed, her body covered in dust. Still, she pressed on, determined to improve. Her transformation from a simple, unremarkable girl to a determined warrior had begun. The final day arrived. In the afternoon, the quiet atmosphere in the room seemed to be ignited by the sun. The hazy light filled the space, making it noisy and alive, rising and falling within the overlapping shadows. Wu Yingxiu was leaving. After recovering from her injuries, she was ready to uncover the truth. She was packing her belongings. But to say packing was an overstatement. There wasn't much to bring along. Her possessions were minimal, as her stay at the Su family's house was purely accidental. That's all. After bustling around for a while, the girl camouflaged her spear, concealing its imposing presence. She stood in the empty room, her gaze lingering as a wave of dazed sadness washed over her. The cicadas' cries were fading away, signaling the end of summer. The scorching sunlight sliced through the shadows, filling the room with an oppressive brilliance. The 16-year-old girl stood there, gazing at the space she had called home for nearly 2 months. For a moment, she felt as if she were in an entirely different world. Her 16 years of life had been filled with experiences most people would envy. Her luxurious upbringing was a dream for others. Yet, after spending 2 months in Kingnewtown, those days felt like a distant memory to Wu Yingxiu. It seemed as though it wasn't 2 months but a year or even longer. I'm reluctant to leave, for some reason, she murmured to herself before closing the door and windows. When she reopened them, her attire had changed. Her original red and white robe was far too conspicuous. Returning in it would guarantee that her whereabouts were swiftly discovered by the authorities. So she had asked Su Shi for some plain clothing to help her blend in. The only thing left to do is wait. Wu Yingxiu, now dressed inconspicuously, glanced at the scorching sun through the window. She planned to leave at night. The dark, quiet environment would make it easier to move unnoticed and reduce the likelihood of drawing attention to herself or her connection to the Su Shi. But the sun had not yet set, and night had not yet fully descended. There was still time to kill. What could she do to pass the hours? The girl had no idea. With her spear strapped to her back and her small baggage in hand, she opened the creaky wooden door for the last time. She crossed the old, scratched threshold, stepping forward lightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside, the courtyard's open practice area gleamed under the sunlight. Su Shi was training there as usual, undeterred by the oppressive heat. Ignoring the weather, he practiced his boxing daily with relentless focus. Sweat dripped from his body as he punched fiercely. Each strike sent waves of energy and vitality rippling through the air, causing it to blur and twist, like the rhythmic pounding of a mighty heart. His boxing skills have grown even more profound. Wu Yingxiu sighed inwardly, a trace of confusion flickering across her face. She had been learning from Su Shi, but strangely, the gap between their abilities only seemed to widen. It was as though Su Shi's progress defied both logic and martial discipline, like he was the protagonist of some fantastical novel. How could that be? Wu Yingxiu chuckled at her own absurd thoughts. She set her spear and baggage down, taking a seat on the threshold of her room. The blazing sunshine was blocked by the eaves, creating a cool, shaded spot where she could rest. A young princess unsure of how to spend her time had once again chosen to watch Su Shi practice. The courtyard's green bricks, red tiles, and dark green plants climbing the walls formed a serene backdrop for the intersection of summer and autumn. The 16-year-old sat quietly, observing Su Shi's training while her gaze occasionally wandered to the distant, dark mountains. It was a strangely comforting scene. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, the sunlight began to fade, and the sky dimmed. The girl finally broke her silence, voicing the question that had been lingering in her heart. If she didn't ask now, she might never have the chance again after leaving Kingnewtown. Sir, do you ever feel tired practicing like this every day? I've never seen you take a single break. Su Shi paused mid-punch, glanced at the setting sun, and slowly retracted his fists. His reply was simple, of course, I get tired. Huh. The directness of his answer caught Wu Yingxiu off guard. She had expected something along the lines of, hard work is worth it, or persistence is everything. But Su Shi's candidness shattered her assumptions. As he adjusted his surging qi and blood, allowing it to circulate steadily, he continued, if you don't eat, you'll feel hungry. If you don't drink water, you'll feel thirsty. If you don't wear clothes, you'll feel cold. And if you practice boxing every day, you'll feel tired, exhausted, and even tortured. No one is perfect without flaws, mistakes, or weariness. People like that don't exist. At least, I'm not one of them. After finishing his practice, Su Shi exhaled deeply and turned to look at Wu Yingxiu, who was still seated on the threshold. He never claimed to be a saint, nor did he feel the need to pretend otherwise. To Su Shi, he was just an ordinary person who happened to have been blessed with good fortune thanks to his sister, his disciples, and his master. But Su Shi's words left Wu Yingxiu in thoughtful silence. The last rays of sunlight faded, and the moonlight bathed the earth. Wu Yingxiu stood up, shouldering her spear and baggage once more. If it hadn't been for this attack, and if it hadn't been for your teachings, I might never have discovered the truth in my entire life. Thank you. Growth sometimes happens in the blink of an eye. The once childish temperament of the girl seemed to have diminished, leaving behind a subtle but undeniable heaviness. She no longer carried the same innocence. Instead, loneliness clung to her like a shadow. She was leaving. Carrying only her spear and baggage, Wu Yingxiu set off alone, heading back home. The moonlight was especially bright tonight. Stars twinkled in the clear sky, forming a magnificent pattern with the moon a breathtaking spectacle that seemed to mirror the girl's transformation. Wu Yingxiu looked up at the night sky, her eyes sparkling as she asked Su Shi one last question. Sir, how many stars are there in the Milky Way? Probably tens of thousands, maybe even more, he replied calmly. So many. The girl was clearly astonished by the sheer number. If I ever get the time, I'd like to count them one by one, she said, her tone slightly whimsical. She smacked her lips thoughtfully, adjusted her grip on the spear and baggage, and tightened them to ensure nothing would fall. With a graceful leap, her figure soared onto the roof of the house. The tiles clanged softly under her cloth shoes as she landed. Under Su Shi's watchful gaze, the girl suddenly turned around. She flashed him a bright smile, a radiant, breathtaking expression that seemed to dispel all the heaviness lingering in the air. Her eyes were as clear as crescent moons, and her voice flowed like pure running water as she stood on tiptoes, hands clasped behind her back. Mr. Su, please live well in this world, where there's no clear distinction between good and bad. Her farewell was peculiar, delivered with a tone both lively and strange. Before Su Shi could respond, she used blue arc technique to vanish swiftly into the dark night. Her departure carried a brightness Su Shi hadn't expected. It felt as though, in that moment, the 16-year-old girl had shed all her pretenses, revealing her true self. When someone leaves, life always returns to its original script, a relentless struggle against the world, Su Shi murmured to himself, gazing at the night sky. After standing in silence for a while, he chuckled softly and returned indoors. Wu Yingxiu's visit had been an accident, and Su Shi believed it would be unlikely for their paths to cross again. His plan was to return to his old routine, delving deeper into the dangerous terrain of Shiwanda Mountain, engaging in life and death battles to sharpen his martial arts skills. Time passed, and after recovering from her injuries, Wu Yingxiu, who had been staying at your house, temporarily left. The young princess, burdened with an unjust crime, was determined to uncover the truth. You watched her disappear into the night, offering her a silent blessing. Life returned to its quiet rhythm, much like before she arrived, practicing martial arts, honing combat skills, and repeating the cycle. Though the process was arduous and exhausting, your persistence yielded results. Each day, your strength grew, boosting your confidence and forming a positive cycle. Charge, advance, punch, and kill. Near the outskirts of Shiwanda Mountain, Su Shi moved with blinding speed. His feet slammed into the ground as he dashed toward a tiger demon. With one powerful motion, he spread his fingers wide and slammed his palm down. Bang! The tiger demon's head was forced into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust and sand flew in all directions, and the leaves of nearby trees fluttered to the ground. Roar! The wounded tiger demon let out an enraged roar, struggling to rise, but Su Shi's energy and blood surged even stronger. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the blade humming with thunderous energy, and severed the tiger demon's head. The battle ended swiftly. Su Shi emerged victorious. Standing amidst the chaos, he closed his eyes briefly to reflect on the fight. Both my boxing techniques and swordsmanship have undergone transformations, he mused. Through persistence and the performance of martial arts, they've evolved beyond their original forms. Qi Blood Qing Fist has become Qi Blood Fist. The 5 Thunder Swords have become the 9 Thunder Swords. But, Su Shi shook his head. The foundation of these skills is still too basic. The real world lacks powerful martial arts masters, and advanced techniques are even rarer. Even with martial arts performance aiding their evolution, the cost-effectiveness of these skills remains low. He warned himself to remain cautious. A great storm was likely brewing on the horizon. As Su Shi ventured deeper into Shiwanda Mountain, he aimed to refine his skills further. Each battle provided not only martial improvement but also a supply of demon flesh and blood. After slaying the tiger demon, he handed its body to Anyu for processing. Su Shi wiped the blood from his hands, stepping back thoughtfully. This kid is so kind, he muttered, referring to Anyu. Why don't you go help Brother Su? The situation in Qingyu Town had worsened over the years. The demon waves in spring and winter grew more severe each time, creating unimaginable challenges. Even as Su Shi distributed some of the demon meat to the townspeople, he couldn't help but note the strange evolution of the demons. They seemed larger and more powerful, some as big as houses. Where can I find advanced martial arts skills? He wondered aloud. Perhaps one day, as my realm improves, I'll create my own techniques. Most demon flesh was inedible, but this tiger demon happened to be an exception. If I can find higher level skills and combine them with the evolutionary effects of martial arts, I might truly become invincible, he thought. Dragging the heavy tiger demon corpse back to Qingyu Town, Su Shi left a long, dark trail behind him. As autumn transitioned into winter, the days grew colder, and food supplies became scarce. With one hand gripping the thick tail of the colorful tiger demon, Su Shi reflected. Martial arts are merely external techniques. Blood and body, they are the true core of the Dao. This understanding was a key part of Dakian's strategy to prevent the leakage of advanced techniques. He glanced toward the ominous 100,000 mountains. Even in the bleakness of autumn and winter, their deep black expanse remained oppressive, a constant reminder of the challenges ahead. The martial arts world was Su Shi's third simulation. Among the 3 simulated worlds, this one was by far the most wretched. The people here, the mortals here, they were the most miserable of all. In the world of immortal cultivation, mortals and immortals were separate. Mortals live under the governance of ordinary empires, and only occasionally do immortals descend to select children with spiritual roots. At times, kind-hearted cultivators even save lives and protect the innocent. In the magical world, steam and magic intertwine within the fabric of civilization. Wizards and mortals coexist, functioning like 2 well-oiled gears propelling society forward. But the martial arts world was entirely different, horrifyingly so. Here, ordinary people didn't even have the right to decide their own life or death. Su Shi had once inquired about life in Qingyu Town and ventured to other towns to learn about the people's pasts. What he discovered was shocking. Most of these people had once lived in the 13 states of Dakian. However, due to their humble origins or offenses against high-ranking officials, they were exiled to the dangerous borders of the 10,000 mountains. Young men like Zhang Shenyu were born into the borderlands and had no knowledge of life inside Dakian. The 10,000 mountains were perilous, teeming with bloodthirsty and brutal demons. These relentless creatures destroy everyone at the border until no one was left, and then a new batch of criminals was sent in to repeat the cycle. And so, an endless nightmare begins. Brother Su, what do people in the cities eat? Do they eat demon meat too? Anyu, why are you suddenly asking about this? Hehe, my mom said city folk eat a lot of delicious food. She said white rice is much tastier than what we eat. Compared to what we eat, it is indeed much better. The rice is also of finer quality. Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to eat sweet white rice someday. The sky was gloomy, and the cold wind bit sharply. Trees swayed under the gusts, and the ground was frozen solid. Even a strong man would shiver in such conditions. Anyu, the simple-minded and honest man, wrapped his tattered robe tightly around himself as he spoke, his tone full of longing. Hearing Sushi's description of white rice, he couldn't help swallowing hard. Though he had never tasted it, his imagination conjured the most wonderful flavor, making his mouth water. Brother Su, he asked again, are the gentlemen in the city really like Wenkyuxing and Ryukyuxing descended from heaven? My mom said they were born to enjoy life. They eat 10 pancakes at each meal and change robes 5 times a day. They're not like us peasants. Anyu rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of hot breath. His hands were slightly purple, an unsightly but harmless side effect of consuming demon meat over time. Warriors could resolve it with their chi and blood, but for ordinary people, the discoloration was permanent. No, Anyu, they are not, Sushi replied after a brief pause. He reached out his hand to pat the honest man's shoulder and brushed snowflakes off his robe. There's no real difference between the people in the 13 states of Dakian, those in the imperial capital, and those of King Newtown, he explained. We all feel hunger and thirst. We all bleed. We all die. They are no better than you, and you are no worse than them. Anyu seemed to understand, but confusion still clouded his expression. He processed Sushi's words in his own way. Then, does that mean I can eat white rice one day? A foolish grin spread across his face as he held on to the hope. After a long moment, he woke from his reverie and handed Sushi a basket. Brother Su, these are vegetable dumplings my mom made for you. They're still hot. The basket, woven from sturdy bamboo, was covered with a cloth to shield the dark green dumplings inside from the falling snow. Sushi accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Anyu. Please thank Aunt Zhang for me as well. Okay. Anyu scratched his head and turned away, walking off with inexplicable excitement. Sushi stood there, watching Anyu's figure disappear into the distance amidst the falling snow. Reaching into the basket, he grabbed a dumpling and took a bite. The taste was bitter and astringent. It wasn't crispy or flavorful in any way. Sushi, who had lived in King Newtown for 7 years, understood why. The dumplings were made from fengshuoko, a rough and sour-tasting plant. It was unpleasant, almost nauseating, yet it was the best food most people in King Newtown could afford. This was how they expressed their gratitude to Sushi for the demon meat he provided, which helped them survive. What a cursed world. Sushi raised his head, staring at the cold, gray sky, and slowly closed his eyes. The weather chilled his body, but his chest burned with emotion, a mixture of anger and sympathy. Time passed, as it always does. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yingxiu had been gone for a long time, and winter once again descended upon King Newtown. As expected, the demon tide came more violent and terrifying than in previous years. Demons capable of marrow exchange and blood exchange appeared frequently, causing heavy casualties. King Newtown endured. Yet in the relentless tide, familiar faces disappeared forever. The old man who joked about finding you a wife, and the young child who once eagerly learned martial arts from you. Killing demons spares no one man, woman, young, or old. Death is inevitable. Despite the casualties, you resisted the first wave of the winter tide. The surviving townspeople expressed their gratitude to you, though their voices were faint and sparse. Half the town was deeply grateful. In his early days in King Newtown, Sushi had dreamt of entering the 13 states of Dakian to explore a world as vivid and grand as those depicted in fantasy novels. But he gave up on that dream. For one, a large army guarded the pass to Dakian's interior, making it impossible for someone like Sushi to pass. More importantly, he discovered that the life and death battles in Shiwanda Mountain improved his chi and blood martial arts just as much as the resources within Dakian could. And so, he stayed in King Newtown, sharpening himself through combat. Only, Sushi never truly knew his purpose. In his first simulation, he spent his life desperately seeking ways to save his sister. In the second simulation, he used mortal wisdom to unravel the mysteries of magic, leading the witch to appreciate the beauty of the world. But in this life, should he train tirelessly to become the sword god? Or should he follow the path of a hot-blooded protagonist, carving an eternal legend of battle and triumph? Snow fell heavily, blanketing King Newtown in silence and death. As Sushi looked at the poor townspeople thanking him, he remembered the large army he once glimpsed years ago. They had guarded the pass with cold determination, intent only on maintaining control. At that moment, Sushi finally understood his purpose in this simulation. He wanted to kill demons, kill monsters, and kill people. The size of human hands was limited, and there were countless things they couldn't grasp or control. Sushi had never believed he could change the world, nor did he expect everything to align perfectly with his desires. After all, he was just a human being, not an omnipotent god. But people should always strive to act. When confronted with injustice or unpleasant situations, one should try to change them. Ignoring such issues only allows the gloom in one's heart to accumulate. At least this time, Su Shi was determined to address it directly with a reckless approach, doing everything within his power. Punch, draw the sword, and eliminate all evil spirits. The fire in your heart burns through your body. The biting winter wind pierces your soul like needles, yet all you feel is the heat. Invisible flames consume your calmness, igniting your murderous intent. You think perhaps you've practiced martial arts for too long. Your behavior and thought patterns have gradually shifted toward the straightforward style of martial combat. You don't dislike this change. Some things can only be achieved when the mind is fueled by anger, providing the motivation to move forward. The second wave of winter demons is fast approaching. King Newtown has entered a defensive state. The old, weak, women, and children hide indoors, while the young and strong prepare their bows. The warriors, led by you, charge out of the town to confront the invading demons head-on. Longbows, sledgehammers, and swords are wielded with ferocity. The warriors unleash their chi and blood, performing martial arts that light up the sky, struggling to fend off the relentless monsters. Among them, your performance stands out the most. Your 9 thunder blade becomes a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Infused with chi and blood, it slices through the air, unleashing dazzling arcs of sword light. 6 demons fall with a single blow. Your strength leaves the other warriors in awe and even surprises you momentarily. You realize that your power has grown. Having just broken through the blood exchange realm this year, you notice signs of transitioning from the acquired state to the innate state. Though deeply astonished, the fierce battlefield leaves no room for distraction, and you continue fighting the monsters. Kill. Kill again. The killing never ends. Your sword dances in circles, fists shaking the sky. Together, the interplay of sword and fist creates a forbidden zone that obliterates all demons. Su Shi darted swiftly through the icy battlefield. Wielding the 9 thunder sword, he gathered his chi and blood into a blood-red blade of energy, cutting down a green-winged eagle that had been harassing him from above. He immediately turned, lunged forward, and struck. Bang! Su Shi leaped from the ground, sending shards of snow flying. His fist met the colossal hand of a demon ape in a violent collision. What happened next was shocking. The demon ape's fist, several times larger and stronger than Su Shi's, exploded into a mist of blood. The impact sent wind and debris scattering in all directions, a testament to Su Shi's vastly superior strength. So it wasn't an illusion. As the battle progresses, the bottleneck preventing me from returning to the innate state is breaking down. What is happening? Su Shi's eyes flickered as he realized his punch had shown the first signs of an innate martial artist's internal energy. It was this newfound power that allowed him to crush his enemies. Keep going. Seizing the moment, Su Shi targeted the remaining monsters. His boiling blood fueled his strikes, and his blade unleashed brilliant arcs of energy, creating a dazzling silver sea. The more he killed, the stronger he felt. The more he killed, the more his blood surged. The high-intensity combat and relentless willpower accelerated the circulation of his chi and blood, sending waves surging through his body and refining his internal organs. Finally, at the end of the battle, the circulation of chi and blood within Su Shi reached completion. Without delay, he found a quiet room, sat cross-legged, and began practicing, guiding his energy to complete the Great Zhou Tian cycle. The 5th realm of body training focuses on tempering the physical body of a warrior, he muttered. The body forms the foundation of chi and blood. Only a robust body can sustain the rapid flow of energy. But, Su Shi paused, deep in thought. Returning to the innate state requires more than just chi, blood, and a strong body. It also depends on the warrior's mind and will. When did I? He recalled the rage-fueled moments of slaughter on the battlefield. So that's it. The elixir from Wu Yingxiu helped me replenish my chi and blood, bypassing the usual accumulation stage. The demon tide in King Newtown forced me to confront my true nature, allowing me to kill without hesitation. And the most crucial factor. Su Shi glanced at the simulation panel visible only to him, speaking softly, I've never stopped practicing martial arts. The persistence paid off, filling in the last missing piece. With all doubts resolved, Su Shi felt his excitement swell. He resumed his exercises, channeling his chi and blood until they condensed into a dense, flowing essence. Zi. A peculiar sound resonated from within him. It was as if his blood boiled, his bones vibrated, his skin throbbed, and his internal organs pulsed. His entire body, soul, and will underwent a profound transformation. Impurities were purged, and he returned to a state of purity, reversing the corrupted acquired state into the flawless innate state. An innate warrior. Breakthrough achieved? Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. His heartbeat pounded rhythmically, like a powerful drum, causing dust to shake loose from the walls before being blown away by the vibrations of his chi. Su Shi's body entered a new realm. Energy and vitality radiated continuously, and the world before him seemed to shift. Observe the principles of heaven and earth. This is the first of the 3 innate realms. Once the physical body is cultivated to perfection, a warrior gains extraordinary power. This is the first step toward competing with other extraordinary systems. By observing the principles of heaven, one can discover their true nature. By observing the principles of earth, one can understand their original mind. To observe heaven and earth is to reflect upon oneself. To emulate heaven and earth is to become heaven and earth. Inside the room, Su Shi ceased his exercises and rose. His once violent heartbeat slowed, and the extraordinary power he had unleashed returned quietly to his body. Lifting his hand, He gently stirred the air, causing gusts of wind to rise. Over time, he practiced dispersing and gathering his energy until he could barely control the movement of gang qi. Compared to cultivating immortals or mastering magic, martial arts are indeed unique. My body becomes the heavens and earth, and my mind transforms into heaven itself. No wonder martial artists are so formidable in the later stages. A punch or kick carries the force of an entire world. How could such power not be overwhelming? 3 innate realms, observing principles, accumulating soul, and seeing gods. Observe the principles of heaven and earth, embody the spirit of martial arts, and discover the true self. The essence of these realms lies in progression, observing the world, imitating the world, and eventually becoming the world. Now that I've taken the first step and become an innate warrior, this is only the beginning. Crunch. After breaking through, Su Shi pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the snowy world outside. It was freezing, and people were busy. Despite the end of the demon tide, Qingyu Town was far from quiet. The dead needed burial, the wounded needed treatment, the flesh and blood of demons had to be processed, and collapsed houses had to be rebuilt. People had too much to do. Grief had no place. Numbed by emotions, they could only focus on clearing the ruins as quickly as possible in preparation for the next wave of demons. The demon tide would continue for a long time, stretching from winter into spring, an endless punishment that tortured and oppressed everyone. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Su Shi muttered to himself, his heart brimming with clarity. It felt as though his chest had become an oven, with qi and blood burning intensely, providing him with unyielding strength. Cultivating the realm of observation. The aura of an innate warrior. After breaking through, Su Shi was far stronger than his former self in the blood exchange realm. But it wasn't enough. The cultivation of observation alone wasn't enough. Though I don't fully understand Dakian's strength, it's clear there are martial arts immortals within. Their power must far surpass that of innate warriors. Human immortals are no match for the 100,000 mountains, let alone an innate warrior. Snow piled on the eaves. The wind howled against the windows. In the icy storm, Su Shi recalled the terrifying sights he had witnessed over the years. He had seen a rock soaring through the sky, its wings blotting out the sun. He had seen a serpent as massive as a mountain, devouring stars with its gaping maw. Such power felt like myth brought to life, far beyond the reach of any ordinary warrior. Whoosh! The wind and snow roared louder. Facing the flurry of snowflakes, Su Shi slowly raised his right hand. With his fingers straightened like a blade, he slashed through the snowy sky before him. Hiss! A faint, deflating sound echoed. But then the soft hiss turned into a powerful roar. Snowflakes, like wild butterflies, scattered chaotically in all directions, shattered into fragments by the invisible gang qi. For a brief moment, the world became clear. The blizzard and drifting snow halted, severed by Su Shi's blade. Though the storm resumed a few breaths later, it was enough to demonstrate the innate warrior's superiority over the forging warrior. Yet, even this strength, so terrifying in the eyes of mortals, was insignificant before stronger demons and humans. The road ahead is long. In the 7th year of your simulation, after breakthrough into the blood exchange realm, you advanced to the innate warrior realm at an astonishing speed. This was a breakthrough you hadn't anticipated. By your calculations, considering the time you spent stuck in the Yisui realm, it should have taken at least 5 years to reach the innate realm. Yet 5 years passed in vain, and you directly achieved the breakthrough. You are impressed by the uniqueness of qi and blood martial arts. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivators practice quietly, avoiding the creation of cause and effect. In the magic world, magicians meditate to free their minds and connect with the elements. In both systems, emotional fluctuations can disrupt progress. Yet your battle with the demons today propelled you rapidly through the martial arts realm. You realize that persistence and effort are valuable, but in martial arts, embracing your beliefs is equally critical. Your strength has greatly increased. Your qi and blood are astonishing. As the 3rd wave of winter demons approaches, you choose to fight alone. You walk through the air, teaching yourself the basics of qi through sheer persistence. Transforming qi into a sword, you slay every invading demon. You successfully protect Qingyu Town. The townspeople marvel at your strength and cheer for you, but you do not feel joy. Instead, your expression grows solemn. Over recent years, the demon tides have intensified. Blood exchange demons are becoming more common, signaling grave danger. You fear that if a demon on par with an innate warrior appears, Qingyu Town will face catastrophic losses. With this in mind, you intensify your martial arts training. You are lucky. Everyone in Qingyu Town is lucky. Spring arrives, bringing an end to the final wave of demons. No demon comparable to an innate warrior appeared, and with your protection, Qingyu Town survived the harsh winter. In spring, life awakens from the frozen earth, and greenery flourishes. Only the black bloodstains on the roads remain as reminders of winter's carnage. Simulation Year 8. You are 23 years old. You have stabilized your innate realm. Your qi is condensed, and your qi and blood radiate like a rainbow. As always, you remain diligent and persistent in martial arts. But you also set aside time to plan your future actions. You understand that with the next winter will come even stronger demons. As an innate warrior, you are powerful but cannot protect everyone. You receive vegetable dumplings from Anyu's family. You receive bland soup from Granny Lu. You receive candy from the neighborhood children, grass spikes that taste sweet when chewed, a favorite among the border kids. You begin searching for a new way, one that can protect more people and prevent needless deaths. Why? You ask yourself. As you eat the vegetable dumplings, sip the soup, and chew the candy, you suddenly laugh softly. You realize no reason is needed. Or perhaps, reasons exist all around you. You develop a difficult plan. You decide to teach martial arts to everyone, enabling the townspeople to protect themselves. But a critical issue arises: most people lack the talent for martial arts. They struggle with comprehension and cannot grasp the principles of the exercises. Their bodies are weak, their chi and blood frail from birth. Is there a method that doesn't require comprehension or aptitude and allows ordinary mortals to become warriors? The answer is no, but you refuse to give up. With the martial arts simulator, countless possibilities lie before you. You quietly begin practicing primordial energy technique, hoping to adapt this widely known technique into one that can strengthen even ordinary people. You continue refining primordial energy technique. You persist in cultivating your innate energy. Creating his own martial arts technique was incredibly difficult. Trying to design a technique that disregards qualifications and basic skills was even harder. Su Shi had no other martial arts to draw inspiration from and no knowledgeable mentors to guide him. His only resources were himself and a few martial arts books from the real world. Practice. Perform martial arts. Practice again, and perform again. Su Shi's life was monotonous. In the solitude of his courtyard, he practiced silently, fists striking the air as he stood alone. Only the scorching sunlight, the white floor tiles, and the trees surrounding the courtyard bore witness to his relentless efforts and countless drops of sweat. Time is running out. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, after countless punches, he stopped, letting out a long sigh. From last winter to this summer, primordial energy technique had undergone several iterations, but none satisfied Su Shi. A technique that ignored qualifications and basic skills. Could such a thing even be created? Su Shi knew the challenge of developing such a technique was monumental, but he refused to give up. He couldn't stand idly by while fresh and familiar faces faded away. Your heart warns you. Intuition honed through martial arts signals an impending disaster. The next winter demon tide will expand further, with demons at your level or even stronger emerging. These demons will be beyond the ability of King Newtown's people to resist. You reduce your boxing practice time and dedicate more energy to refining the technique. To your surprise, reducing martial arts training does not slow your strength's growth. In fact, the flow of your chi and blood feels slightly faster. This is because your heart and mind are fully devoted to forging your own path. When you perform primordial energy technique, your belief in martial arts grows stronger than ever. You smile, take another bite of the bitter vegetable dumplings, and immerse yourself in reading the increasingly worn pages of primordial energy technique, searching for ways to improve it. Your daily routine is dominated by martial arts training and performance, but occasionally, you go out. Sometimes, you venture into the Shiwanda mountain to kill demons, sharpening yourself and distributing the surplus flesh and blood to the townspeople. Other times, you stand atop a high place, overlooking King Newtown, which has grown quieter, and recall those who are no longer there. Visitors come again. Like the year before, they arrive hurriedly, searching for a fugitive. This time, the officials are more meticulous, entering every household instead of relying solely on verbal inquiries. Of course, they find nothing. Disregarding King Newtown's dilapidated state and its diminished population, the officials leave quickly, wary of lingering too long and risking demon attacks. They ride away on green-scaled horses, and as an innate warrior, you silently follow them. You watch them inspect more villages and towns. After searching in vain, they curse and return to the pass. You faintly hear words like disgusting and pig. You gaze at the dark army stationed at the pass. You look at the tall city walls built to guard against both demons and humans. The fire in your heart burns hotter, and your chi and blood flow with increasing intensity. When Su Shi returned to King Newtown, it was dark. Rain drizzled down. The raindrops mixed with old bloodstains, both human and demon, that had seeped into the walls over time. These marks had become impossible to clean, and no one bothered trying, as there was little hope for tomorrow. The rain grew heavier. Su Shi walked through the downpour, his chi forming an invisible shield that kept him dry. He made his way back home. Maybe the idea I had last time can be improved, he thought. Primordial energy technique's quality isn't high, but that's precisely why it's suitable for modification. Its low threshold makes it accessible to everyone. Determined, he resolved to complete the improvements before winter, no matter how challenging the task. Crunch. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Su Shi stepped inside. He paused slightly. In the empty courtyard, the rain had washed away layers of mud and blood, leaving only clean tiles. Amidst the rain, he spotted a familiar figure lying motionless. Sorry, sir. The battered girl forced a bitter smile, coughing up blood as she spoke. I may not be able to repay you this time. It's fine. I'm a kind person, Su Shi replied calmly, stepping forward to help Wu Yingxiu, who could barely move. You can repay me in installments later. The girl froze, as if wanting to respond, but her severe injuries sent her into unconsciousness. She must have fought with an innate warrior to sustain such injuries, Su Shi muttered. He stopped the bleeding with chi and carried her inside. Treating her wounds, he ventilated her chi, stopped her blood loss, and bandaged her injuries. Once everything was done, Su Shi waited for Wu Yingxiu to regain consciousness. In recent days, there's been no sign of this child near the border. She must have truly returned to the 13th prefecture of Dakian, he thought. Is there a special access route not guarded by the garrison at the pass? I'll have to ask her later. If the town can't survive this winter, I could use such a route to evacuate everyone, saving them from dying here. Su Shi lowered his gaze, picking up Wu Yingxiu's dragon-patterned spear. Examining the worn tip and the many nicks along the shaft, he grew curious about her experiences outside the border. What had happened to her that warranted such a serious search by officials? The border's complexity saved her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it back. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain continued to fall heavily. The rhythmic sound created a compact melody, drumming against every surface. As he waited for her to wake, Su Shi performed primordial energy technique, his thoughts still focused on refining the technique. The rain eventually stopped, and the moon rose, dimly illuminating the room. By evening, the severely injured 17-year-old girl finally opened her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Su," she whispered, staring blankly at the ceiling. Gone was her usual liveliness, replaced by silence and despair. Su Shi recognized the look. It wasn't unfamiliar to him. "Can you tell me what happened?" he asked. "You picked up the injured princess again." This time, her injuries were more severe, her appearance more pitiful, and even her dragon-patterned spear bore significant damage. "You suspect she faced an enemy stronger than an innate warrior." When you asked the truth, the girl remained silent for a long time. Tears flowed quietly down her cheeks as she hoarsely revealed that her parents were dead. Rebel. Conspiracy. Join the rebels and attack Dakian. The room was eerily quiet. Wu Yingxiu's eyes were hollow, her voice hoarse, as she uttered words that left a heavy weight in the air. She told Su Shi about her journey after their separation. Alone, she had navigated the treacherous borderlands, hidden in the shadows, bypassed the guarded passes through secret paths, and successfully entered Dakian's interior. Unexpectedly, news about the palace had been easy to uncover. The information was so shocking that it had spread across the 13 states of Dakian like wildfire. King Dingyuan, a third realm innate warrior sent by Dakian to suppress a rebellion, had, after a brief confrontation, switched sides, joining the rebels and fighting against the empire. How is this possible? Wu Yingxiu's voice trembled with helplessness. My father despised evil. How could he side with the rebels? To her, the rebels represented chaos and destruction. Rebels waged war. Rebels caused misery. Rebels ruined lives. These conclusions were deeply ingrained in her mind. She knew Dakian was not righteous, but she couldn't sympathize with the rebels either. Su Shi, however, offered her a different perspective. Yingxiu, have you ever considered this? He asked. Hating evil and joining the rebels, these two things aren't necessarily contradictory. The night outside was dark, with the bright moon concealed by heavy clouds. In the candlelit room, Su Shi held the primordial energy technique in his hand, his eyes steady as he spoke to the bewildered girl. Yingxiu, do you really know who the rebels are? The question hung in the air. Rebels. Wu Yingxiu shook her head absent-mindedly. Were they high-ranking officials? That didn't seem likely. Prominent martial artists or members of elite Taoist families typically held important positions within Dakian. Why would they rebel? Doing so would be akin to destroying their own foundation. The truth was becoming clear. The so-called rebels are actually ordinary people, Su Shi said calmly, peeling away the layers of falsehoods Dakian had constructed. They're just people who can't survive. The taxes imposed by the Dakian court were crushing. Many of the residents in Qingyu Town had become criminals simply because they couldn't pay these exorbitant taxes and were exiled to the borders near the 10,000 mountains. So what happened to those who refused to pay and didn't want to face exile? They rebel, Su Shi said softly. The government calls it treason, but it's born out of desperation. He addressed the girl's turmoil, answering her unspoken questions. Su Shi had never met King Dingyuan, but he knew that someone in such a high position couldn't have been ignorant of Dakian's corruption. Even if King Dingyuan was the upright, justice-driven warrior Wu Yingxiu believed him to be, it was unlikely he would impulsively defect to the rebels. The situation must have been far worse than we imagine, Su Shi concluded. So dire that even King Dingyuan could no longer bear it. Whoosh! The cold night wind blew through the open windows, making the candlelight flicker and sending a chill through the room. Wu Yingxiu's pale face grew even more ashen. Father. Tears spilled from her eyes before her voice broke. Crystal-clear droplets streamed down her cheeks as she began to sob quietly. The world felt sick to her. Her father had clearly acted out of righteousness, yet he was branded a traitor by the Dakian court. Ordinary people simply wanted to survive, yet they were slaughtered by the Empire's army. It was as if every corner of the world was riddled with contradictions and cruelty. Wu Yingxiu continued her story, recounting her later experiences. Desperate to prove her father's innocence, she had rushed to the imperial capital, only to find the palace in ruins. Fleeing servants, scattered belongings, there wasn't even an effort to confiscate the family's property. The once bustling Dingyuan palace was now silent, its doors stained with blood. Her father, King Dingyuan, had been killed by a Dakian immortal, and her mother had been thrown into prison, where she took her own life with a peaceful smile. At that moment, the young princess became utterly alone, losing both her parents and the family she cherished most. In a daze, Wu Yingxiu had fled Dakian, but her journey was fraught with danger. Discovered along the way, she had endured countless life-threatening situations, exhausting all the elixirs she carried. Gravely injured, she had finally made her way back to Qingyu Town. This was how she had ended up in her current state. The full story of the girl's severe injuries was now clear. Rest well, Su Shi said, helping the girl sit upright. Once again, he infused her with internal energy to restore the flow of qi and blood in her body. Afterward, he stood and left the room, closing the door behind him. Unlike Su Moli or Krisha, Wu Yingxu's fate wasn't tied to the Su family. She had her own principles, her own thoughts. Su Shi understood that what she needed now wasn't comfort but solitude, a space to grieve and process. That was all he could give her. Splash. As Su Shi walked away, his steps splashed through puddles left by the rain. The sound mingled with the faint cries coming from the room behind him until both became indistinguishable. The heavy emotions she had suppressed during her escape finally erupted, breaking through her once strong exterior. In the quiet night, her uncontrollable sobs echoed throughout the courtyard, lingering for a long time. You learned about the secret passage from Wu Yingxu. You now know the full details of Wu Yingxu's experiences. You are shocked by King Dingyuan's actions and have gained a deeper understanding of Daqian's internal instability. Out of compassion, you leave the girl alone to grieve. The girl cries until her voice turns hoarse. She remains silent and refuses to leave her room for days. Wu Yingxu stays locked away, her fiery temper gone. Her eyes are hollow, her face lifeless, as though she's become a walking corpse. What gives life meaning? This question has different answers for everyone: family, friends, ideals, or beliefs. These precious things together create life's purpose. Having lost her parents, Wu Yingxu lost her will to live. Though she knew she shouldn't succumb to despair, her sadness numbed her completely. The Su family didn't interfere. Su Shi continued practicing martial arts and refining the primordial energy technique as usual. Day by day, Wu Yingxu remained lost, her spirit dimmed, and her energy gone. Until one day, she noticed Su Shi repeatedly practicing the simplest forms of the primordial energy technique. "Sir, what are you doing?" she asked, her voice weak and her lips pale. Without hesitation, Su Shi replied, "I'm trying to refine this technique into something suitable for everyone, something that doesn't rely on talent or physique so that ordinary people can practice it." The girl stared at him, stunned. "Are you planning to rebel?" Wu Yingxu sat quietly, her sadness palpable, her expression numb. It wasn't that she was unintelligent, her mind simply struggled to process the weight of her grief. Yet, Su Shi's words struck her like a bolt of lightning. She instantly realized the profound impact such a technique could have. If it were created, it wouldn't just affect the borderlands. No, it would shake the entirety of Daqian to its core. The girl's confusion only deepened. Could such a technique truly be devised? And why would Su Shi pursue something so thankless? Su Shi, with his immense talent, had no need for this kind of technique. Was he really planning to rebel? "No, I have no interest in rebellion," Su Shi replied calmly, shaking his head and dismissing the idea. Days passed. The rain and dark clouds lifted, replaced by the blazing heat of the sun. The sky stretched wide and blue, dotted with white clouds. Birds occasionally flew in flocks over Qingyu Town, their wings gleaming in the sunlight. Beneath this bright sky, Wu Yingxu's confusion grew more evident. "Then why are you doing this? It obviously doesn't bring you any benefit," she asked, her voice tinged with frustration. Creating a technique that everyone could practice would allow ordinary people to become warriors. But for Su Shi, who had already reached the innate realm, such a technique held no value. Su Shi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood in the sunlit courtyard, his palm shaped like a blade, slicing the air in inconspicuous arcs. Tisk. A sound like tearing cloth echoed as a sharp blade of qi burst from his hand, striking down a demonic bird in the distance. Blood and feathers rained down, and the townspeople erupted in cheers. "Brother Su is amazing. We've got meat. On you, hurry up and cut the best part for Brother Shi. On it." The bustling voices filled the air, carrying joy and gratitude. The demon bird's body was tough, its flesh difficult to carve, at least for mortals. Soon, the entire town became lively. The old, young, women, and children gathered around, watching as the men struggled to carve pieces of meat from the creature's corpse. Despite the difficulty, they smiled and cheered, their gratitude toward Su Shi unwavering. Even from indoors, Wu Yingxiu could hear their voices. The raw sincerity in their thanks was almost tangible, layered with exhaustion and desperation. "Yingxiu, do you hear that?" Su Shi withdrew his hand and turned toward her. "This is why," he said softly. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion, yet beneath the tranquility burned a suppressed fire, fierce and resolute. "I have no interest in rebellion, no desire to become emperor, and no intention of becoming some martial arts master who reforms the world. All I know is that in this land ruled by Daqian, in this land infested with demons, some people can't survive. Life was slipping away. There were countless reasons for death. Being devoured by demons, crushed under exorbitant taxes, beaten to death by those in power. These deaths were abnormal, rooted in cruelty and injustice. When people are hungry, they should eat not demon flesh. When people are cold, they should have clothes not ragged straw mats. When people are afraid, they should run not stand frozen, awaiting death. People should live as humans, with dignity. If they lack power, then I'll give it to them." As an innate warrior in the realm of observing principles, Su Shi possessed a unique ability to perceive the subtle movements of heaven and earth. With his heightened senses, he could see far beyond what ordinary eyes could. And so, he saw it. Beyond the walls of the town, where the demonic bird had fallen, people stared hungrily at its corpse. Their stomachs growled audibly, but despite their desperation, they instructed anew to carve the tenderest parts for Su Shi first. They were starving. so hungry that their legs trembled, their bodies frail from the brutal winter. With no monster waves to provide food, King Newtown had lost its main source of sustenance. The people were gaunt, their cheeks sunken, their skin tinged purple from long-term consumption of demon flesh. Yet they clung to life, eating whatever they could find: demon meat, weeds, bark, anything. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. They were already at the brink, with no way to continue living. Watching this, Wu Yingxiu felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, something she hadn't felt since her grief had consumed her. Su Shi's words echoed in her mind. Live. These three simple words resonated deeply within her. Memories of her childhood surfaced, back when she was a noble princess immersed in novels and storytellers' tales of heroes saving the world and slaying demons. Live, she murmured, the word a faint echo of hope. What's wrong, Yingxiu? Su Shi asked, noticing her dazed expression. Wu Yingxiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, her mind raced through fragmented memories and thoughts, piecing together the remnants of her ideals. To her, Su Shi seemed like the savior in those stories, a hero who would bring change to a broken world. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft yet determined. Sir, can I work with you to develop this technique, a method anyone can practice? Her words surprised Su Shi. He hesitated for a moment before smiling. Of course. But I can't promise it'll succeed. It's far more likely to fail entirely. That's okay, Wu Yingxiu replied, her eyes brightening for the first time in days. I want to try. I want to help. With her newfound determination, Wu Yingxiu's spirit rekindled. She no longer looked like the despondent girl of before. Instead, she stood tall, her eyes filled with purpose. Together with Su Shi, she would work to refine the vital energy cultivation technique into something that could uplift ordinary people, giving them the strength to survive. King Dingyuan's defiance, her mother's tragic death, the suffering of countless innocents, all of these fueled her resolve. At 17, Wu Yingxiu realized that the meaning of life wasn't in grand titles or noble blood, it was in helping others survive. She smiled brightly at Su Shi, her voice steady and strong. At least for now, sir, I want to walk this path with you. The sun shone through the clouds, its light illuminating her renewed resolve. At this moment, she found a new purpose. Sir, there's something I don't understand. Say it. Why did Dakian end up like this? You mean to ask? Su Shi replied. Why, even though Dakian enjoys good weather, prosperous prefectures, and abundant resources, so many people still cannot survive. His eyes, deep and solemn, seemed to hold the weight of the world. A faint spark glimmered within them, fragile yet undeniable. The answer is simple, he said. Some people stand too high, and from that height, they can no longer see the suffering below. Over time, they stop seeing others as people. Some suggest managing livestock better so they don't die from exhaustion. Some suggest watering the fields more so new grass grows next year. But no one ever suggests treating people as human beings. Wu Yingxiu stood there, stunned, unable to respond for a long time. The harsh reality Su Shi spoke of was as cruel as it was undeniable. The girl's father was executed by a Dakian's emperor. Her mother was poisoned by the emperor and took her own life. The girl lost everything: her family, her purpose, and couldn't see a way forward. But now, you see a familiar light flickering in her eyes, faint but growing stronger. Wu Yingxiu has decided to follow your path and join you in studying the exercises. You readily agree. From that day, the girl who had lost everything became a part of your household once again. Wu Yingxiu provides you with incomplete royal martial arts techniques. She shares the martial theories she learned as a child and the principles of qi and blood taught to her by King Dingyuan. Though she lacks a profound understanding of martial arts, her natural talent and unconventional ideas bring unexpected insights. As she studies the primordial energy technique with you, your progress accelerates. Through relentless effort, your persistence bears fruit. Practicing martial arts day and night, regardless of rain or shine, strengthens you further and condenses your energy. Your attempts to refine the primordial energy technique have led to 2 significant transformations. But the technique is still far from your ultimate goal. The girl falls silent, disheartened. You, however, continue as always, undeterred by setbacks. You comfort her, telling her not to lose hope. Failure is the mother of success. The girl, heartened by your words, repeats them with a spark of determination. Failure is the mother of success. Her misquoted repetition leaves you wondering if your teaching methods are at fault. The grief of the past has faded, and the confusion has lifted. The girl has returned to her former self. In addition to studying the primordial energy technique, Wu Yingxiu takes on other tasks in your household. She experiments in the kitchen, attempting to improve the coarse taste of demon meat. Clang, clatter. The sounds of spatulas and sizzling flesh filled the air. When the cooking was done, both Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu stared in silence at the charred remains in front of them. Yingxiu, Su Shi said after a long pause, I think it's best if you avoid the kitchen in the future. You're absolutely right, sir, she replied with surprising humility. Her pride usually didn't allow such easy concessions, but even she had to admit defeat in the face of her disastrous cooking. Though her attempts didn't end in explosions like the witch's meal, Su Shi remembered, the charcoal-like demon meat was no less inedible. In a town as resource-starved as Qingnu, there simply wasn't enough food to spare for culinary experiments. Besides practicing martial arts, the girl regularly sparred with you. You suppressed your innate qi, matching your strength to her level in the blood realm to help her consolidate her martial cultivation. The sparring also allowed you to identify and address gaps in your own techniques. Ha! A fierce wind swept through the courtyard as Wu Yingxiu wielded her spear with fiery intensity. Her movements were aggressive and precise, the tip of her weapon gleaming as it struck forward. Clang! Su Shi deflected her attack effortlessly with his fine iron sword. Yingxiu, come again. Your speed isn't fast enough yet. Focus on the smooth flow of your qi and blood. Following his guidance, she adjusted her form and attacked again. The young princess had been living in your home for 3 months, training in the primordial energy technique and sparring with you daily. Her competitive spirit was unmatched, driving her to seek your evaluation after every session. Sea level. Passable, but far from perfect. Summer passed quietly, giving way to autumn. Breathing heavily, Wu Yingxiu murmured to herself, sea level. I still have a long way to go. Determined, she resumed her practice with renewed vigor. The spear in her hands moved with ferocity, carving white marks into the courtyard's stone tiles. She was desperate to grow stronger not just to avenge her parents but to ensure others could live. Tax collectors from Dakian arrived in Qingyu Town. Their presence reminded Su Shi of the looming hardships of winter, deepening his sense of powerlessness. In the past 3 months, you had made 27 attempts to refine the technique. Of those, 25 were entirely unworkable, and the remaining 2 had fatal flaws. As the screams of swords and spears echoed in the distance, Su Shi's mind raced with possibilities. The principles of the primordial energy technique, the incomplete royal martial arts from Wu Yingxiu, your own experiences, and the struggles of Qingyu Town's people. Is it truly impossible to create such a technique? The answer still eluded him. Yet, as autumn's chill began to settle over the town, both Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu pressed on. With every step, they worked toward a single goal: to create a way for people to survive. What was the name of the current Dakian emperor? What did the emperor look like? Who were the civil and military officials? For the people of Qingyu Town, these were questions with no answers. Most of them didn't know, nor did they care to know. Though they lived in Dakian, though they were human beings, their existence was confined to the borderlands, far removed from the empire's heart. For them, the most powerful people they encountered were tax collectors and officials who came to arrest criminals. Life in Qingyu Town was bleak, shrouded in grey, with no glimmers of clarity or hope. Many residents didn't even understand why they were sent to the border. Labeled as criminals, they had been torn from their homes in the prosperous prefectures of Dakian, exiled to this harsh land at the edge of the empire. Yet even here, they had to pay taxes. To them, this was normal. Generation after generation, they lived on Dakian's land, believing that paying taxes was their duty, their contribution to the empire's greatness. They took pride in it, thinking their sacrifices sustained Dakian's prosperity. But that pride had worn thin. The relentless waves of monsters, the ever-increasing taxes, it was too much. The burden broke their backs and crushed their spirits. At the entrance to Qingyu Town, a small group of townspeople gathered, desperation etched into their faces. Sir, please, we truly have nothing left. Their voices trembled as they pleaded with the tax collector. Their frail hands, rough and trembling, clasped together as though in prayer. The tax collector sat atop his green-scaled horse, his figure tall and imposing in the sunlight. He snorted disdainfully and cracked his riding crop against the ground. Crack! The sharp sound echoed, scattering gravel and striking fear into the hearts of the people. You lowly peasants? The court has already granted you mercy by letting you live. And now you dare beg for leniency. He sneered, his words filled with contempt. Pigs? Parasites? Worthless thieves of the empire's resources? You'll pay your taxes, even if it means starving to death. The townspeople flinched at his harsh words, but none dared to refute him. They lowered their heads, begging for mercy in trembling voices. But we really have no food. Please, we'll make up for it next year. Hunger gnawed at their insides. In Qingyu Town, anything remotely edible, grain, livestock, weeds had long been consumed. How could they conjure food out of thin air to pay their taxes? The crowd of people, dressed in ragged clothing, huddled together like shadows, their thin faces filled with desperation. An elderly woman stepped forward, her frail body trembling as she prepared to kneel and plead. But before her knees could touch the ground, a pair of strong hands caught her. Grandma, get up. Su Shi's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, comforting to the ears. But beneath that gentleness burned a flame of fire that could no longer be suppressed. No, child, let me kneel, the old woman pleaded, shaking her head. She believed that kneeling and begging was the only way to save Qingyu Town. It was all she knew. But when she turned her gaze back to the tax collector, her eyes widened in shock. The once imposing tax collector, seated high on his horse, was now sprawled on the ground, rolling several times after being struck by Su Shi's casual punch. The tax collector cursed and roared, but the scene fell eerily silent. Brother Su, what have you done? The old woman whispered, clutching Su Shi's hand. She looked at the fallen tax collector, suddenly realizing he wasn't so intimidating after all. Without his horse and his arrogance, he seemed no taller than the townsfolk, shorter, even, because of his portly figure. For the first time, the people saw him for what he was. They began to question. Could the tax collector be wrong? Could Dakian itself be wrong? The thought was terrifying, and they quickly dismissed it. But as the tax collector's insults grew louder, doubt crept back into their minds. You lawless peasants? Untouchables? I'll have you all punished. Su Shi's voice cut through the tension, calm yet resolute. Anyo, he said, addressing a young man in the crowd. He's not nobler than you. If he's making you starve, you have every right to fight back. But I can't, Anu stammered, his fists clenching and unclenching. The tax collector sneered. Attack me, you untouchable fool? Striking an official is a crime punishable by death? You'd never dare. Anu hesitated, his body trembling with a mix of fear and anger. Su Shi stepped forward, placing a steady hand on Anu's wrist. Are you hungry, Anu? Su Shi asked quietly. I am, Anu admitted, his voice shaking. Then what's stopping you? Su Shi pressed, his voice unwavering. The tax collector's laughter was sharp and mocking. Look at you, coward. You wouldn't dare lift a finger. Something inside Anu snapped. I'm hungry, he shouted, his voice raw with emotion. He stepped forward, his fists clenched, and swung. The tax collector's arrogant laughter was cut short. For the first time, the people of King Newtown saw the possibility of resistance. They weren't just untouchables. They were people, human beings who deserved to live. As Anu's blow landed, a murmur spread through the crowd. Slowly, timidly, others began to step forward, their anger simmering beneath years of oppression. Su Shi stood silently, his presence a pillar of strength for the townspeople. At this moment, he had given them something they hadn't felt in years: hope. The arrival of the tax collector will surprise you. You never imagined that in a border region plagued by increasingly rampant demons and amidst the turbulent state of Dagon, a tax collector would still arrive to demand taxes from people who already have nothing. You stopped practicing martial arts. You stopped training. As winter approaches, the biting wind cuts through the branches. Yet, as it brushes against you, it is dispersed by an invisible force. The young girl is furious, far more impulsive than you. She declares her intent to pierce the tax collector with 100 holes using her spear. You tell her to stay behind for now and rush to the town gate alone. There, you see the tax collector riding a green-scaled horse, flaunting his authority and berating the terrified people of King Newtown. The familiar faces before you tremble in fear. You knock the tax collector off his horse, but you know that this act alone is insufficient. To the impoverished people of King Newtown, the tax collector remains a looming figure of oppression, weighing heavily on their hearts. Simple folk cannot grasp the bigger picture. They do not understand the concept of power and hierarchy. You do not attempt to discuss lofty ideals. Instead, you calmly explain the brutal reality. You tell them that the tax collectors are here to take their last scraps of food, leaving everyone to starve. It was natural for people to feel afraid. Fear makes them cower, tremble, and withdraw. When faced with a force greater than themselves, people instinctively shrink back. But hunger changes everything. When their emaciated bodies convulse and ache with each passing moment. When death approaches, fear dissipates. Death was the erasure of all things. For those on the brink of death, there was nothing else to fear. The primal instinct to survive takes over. These people want only to live. But now, the tax collector seeks to take away their final reserves of food, their last rations, carefully saved for their children and loved ones. Food so precious that, though their throats burned with hunger, they never dared touch it. This was their last shred of dignity, their final act of defiance. And yet, the tax collector wants to strip even that away. Anyu, an honest and simple man, felt his throat tighten with a burning heat. An invisible fire ignited within him, making his hands tremble. His usually kind and gentle face now revealed a grief and fury that Su Shi has never seen before. Others begin to step forward, their emotions boiling over. I won't allow it. That food is for my mother, it's not for you to take. You destroyed my sister's life. You're the one who stole our food. The ones who rise are farmers hardened by the soil, blacksmiths who toil endlessly at the forge, and even merchants once well off but now exiled and stripped of everything for offending the county magistrate. At this moment, they share one identity: they are starving people, teetering on the brink of death. The tax collector stammers, his voice trembling. What are you doing? He scrambles to his feet, only to stumble and fall again, his movements clumsy and desperate. He looks ridiculous, a man of power now reduced to pathetic irony. Though he was a martial artist, merely at the second stage body training realm, he was still a warrior. Under normal circumstances, a warrior would easily subdue untrained mortals. But now, faced with their piercing glares and their crude dung forks, hoes, and sickles, fear took hold of him. For the first time, the tax collector realized an undeniable truth. He was human too. He bleeds when cut, dies when struck in the heart. He was no immortal monster but a man, just like these untouchables. Wait, please, wait, he cried. But it was too late. The people, driven by starvation and desperation, surge forward. Their fury, long suppressed, erupts. Some hold his arms, others tie his legs. Fists pummel his face, feet kick his body. One punch, then another, and another. Wu Yingxiu watched from a distance, her gaze somber. The progress on primordial energy technique was stagnant. At this rate, everyone in King Newtown might not survive the winter. The girl, once eager to attack, now hesitated. She worried about the consequences of the tax collector's death. At the same time, across the 13 prefectures of Dagon, some counties and towns, unable to bear the crushing taxes, are also rising in rebellion. This was merely the beginning. You realize that the growing wave of demonic threats each year has affected not only King Newtown but the entire border region of Dagon. Countless displaced people, fleeing demons, now attack garrisons in desperation. Sir, is this really okay? A familiar voice calls from behind Su Shi. The brewing storm makes you realize that the people of King Newtown are not alone in their struggle to survive. Once the imperial court learns of this, King Newtown might. Yingxiu, that doesn't matter, Su Shi replies. The tax collector, battered and broken, begins to beg for mercy. In his desperation, he reveals the information you sought. You learn what you need about the current state of Dogon and the rebels. The cold autumn wind stings the tax collector's wounds, amplifying his cries. Wu Yingxiu frowned as she watched him writhe and struggle, only to be beaten down again. Though the immortal powers of Dogon can move mountains, civil strife has engulfed the empire. The blows delivered by the people are weak, but each punch lands with raw emotion. The tax collector lowered his head, once held high, before the very people he had scorned. You do not pity him. His countless crimes have made him a figure of terror even among children. You only seek to understand the state of Dogon and the latest news about the rebellion. You step in to stop the beating. As Dogon's armies suppress uprisings across the land, the people of King Newtown face a dire future. Su Shi glanced at Anyu and the others, their gaunt faces, their crude tools. He looked at Wu Yingxiu and said, the people of King Newtown cannot survive on their own. The frontier troops of Dogon have never stepped beyond the pass. After asking his question, Su Shi left with Wu Yingxiu without killing the tax collector directly. As for the tax collector's final fate, he was dragged away by a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. The tax collector's expression was filled with terror as he recognized the man. The others, who also bore grudges against the tax collector, silently agreed to let the scarred man take him. Wu Yingxiu learned the story of the middle-aged man from Su Shi, a tale that had begun long before Su Shi arrived in King Newtown. The man, named Li, had once been a wealthy merchant in the mainland of Dakian. However, after offending the county magistrate, his entire family was exiled to the border. Misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. Not long after they arrived in King Newtown, Li's sister caught the attention of the tax collector. From that moment on, she disappeared from the world forever. What can you do to me? It was said that, at the time, the tax collector had been just as arrogant as he was now. He had stepped on Li's head and cut his face with a knife. Li endured the humiliation for a long time. Today, he finally had the chance to take revenge for his sister. He dragged the tax collector home, crying miserably, his hoarse wails contrasting sharply with the tax collector's terrified pleas for mercy. Killing him 100 times wouldn't be enough. The girl listened to the story in silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke fiercely. Her fingers unconsciously reached for her spear as if ready to act. However, after watching Li for a long moment, she decided to let him handle it. The sister was gone, never to return. This was the only way Li could offer comfort to her spirit. Wu Yingxiu had no intention of taking that away from him. And so, the story of the tax collector ended. King Newtown returned to its usual rhythm of life. Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu either stayed home practicing martial arts or ventured into Shiwanda Mountain to hunt demons, harvesting their meat for the harsh winter. Life seemed unchanged, yet Anyu and all the townspeople knew that something intangible had shifted within them. The world before their eyes seemed a little brighter. After returning home, Su Shi went straight to the inner room. He picked up the original copy of Primordial Energy Technique, opened the first page, and carefully examined each word again. Nourish the essence, warm and nurture vitality. If this technique is to be improved, it must be made accessible, allowing people to cultivate qi, blood, and martial arts. Su Shi fell deep into thought, inspiration sparking in his mind. There is no such thing as a technique that ignores aptitude. A technique that bypasses natural talent simply doesn't exist. Everything has two outcomes, good and bad. A martial arts prodigy who masters techniques effortlessly may still be foolish in other areas. Even siblings born of the same family differ. How can unrelated strangers all succeed with the same method? The idea that one skill could make anyone a warrior is unrealistic. But today, after witnessing the people of King Newtown surround and beat the tax collector, you come to a realization. Even those on the brink of starvation, those who have lost everything, possess something extraordinary. That is the unyielding will to survive. It is as resilient as grass, defying all odds. The people of King Newtown know nothing of martial arts or the flow of qi and blood, but they understand. To eat. Sir, is there a connection between eating and martial arts? There is, and there isn't. You said eating can make someone stronger. Is that true? It's not that eating directly makes someone stronger, but for these people, eating is their only path to strength. You and Wu Yingxiu work together to create a new method. It's not a traditional martial arts technique and doesn't follow a fixed route. Farmers use it to cultivate energy while working the land. Laborers use it to enhance their stamina while carrying burdens. The circulation of qi and blood is designed to be extremely simple. So simple that even those who don't understand martial principles can unknowingly activate it through their daily activities. The foundation of this technique lies in eating. Not eating in the ordinary sense, but consuming the invisible yet real essence of qi and vitality, fueled by an unrelenting will to survive. The result leaves you conflicted. On one hand, you are pleased that the primordial energy technique has been successfully improved, offering even ordinary people a chance to practice it. On the other hand, you are troubled by its side effects. The improved primordial energy technique allows practitioners with strong willpower to cultivate energy and blood. However, this strength is unstable, as fragile as a castle in the air. If the body receives enough nutrients, it can maintain its condition. But in the absence of nourishment, autophagy begins. In other words, the body consumes itself. It burns blood, life, and everything. Can such a technique really be used? No, don't overthink it. For those on the verge of death, this is a lifeline. After practicing martial arts, Su Shi stood slowly. He stepped outside, gazing at the cold sun in the quiet atmosphere. He exhaled a misty breath into the frigid air. Winter was coming, and this wave of demons would be more dangerous than ever. Su Shi, who had been exploring Shiwanda Mountain frequently, was certain that great demons in the innate realm would appear. Against such beings, mortals wouldn't even have the chance to flee. They would perish as helplessly as ants. For those who practiced primordial energy technique, even if the ultimate outcome was self-destruction, it was still better than being devoured by demons. If you're too afraid to take this step, how can you hope to survive? Su Shi took a deep breath, feeling the icy air fill his lungs. Then, he turned and exhaled sharply. Time was running out for Su Shi and for Qingyu Town. Even if people started practicing now, there was no guarantee they could become warriors in time. Sir, should this technique be renamed? Wu Yingxiu asked as she stood beside him. Considering the changes in both form and function, continuing to call it primordial energy technique no longer seemed appropriate. Martial arts that even a fool can practice. What? That's its name. The girl was stunned but found it fitting. This technique was born because of a fool and for the sake of other fools struggling to survive. I feel like I've become a fool myself after spending so much time with you, she said with a laugh. The fool skill was born. The name was simple, but its content would shake the 13 states of Dakian. It was a martial art capable of changing Dakian itself, even breaking through the blockade of the 100,000 mountains. You revealed the existence of the technique, and Anyu became its first practitioner. It was his own request. Brother Su, can I really become stronger after eating this? Sure. Life in Qingyu Town was harsh. The land was barren and plagued by demons year-round, making it nearly impossible for the residents to have enough to eat. The strong winds carried a foul stench, while the flying dust and sand were stained with dark blood. When the sun rose, its blazing light illuminated a world of eerie stillness, with the hundreds of thousands of mountains forming a quiet, dark forest, twisted and menacing. At sunset, darkness engulfed the world, and it became a living nightmare. Monsters of all shapes and sizes emerged, revealing their fangs. No one wanted to live in a place like this. But for the people born here, there was no choice. They longed to survive, and now Su Shi had given them away a sliver of hope so long as they ate. Eat their own qi, eat their own spirit, and awaken the essence hidden within their bodies. This technique allowed weak mortal bodies to gain the strength of warriors. Brother Su, I trust you. I want to protect my mother, the honest man said, scratching his head. He trusted Su Shi implicitly, never doubting the authenticity of the method, nor imagining that Su Shi would ever harm him. With rough, calloused hands, he followed Su Shi's teachings. He concentrated, imagined himself eating, and focused on consuming the empty but surging energy within. Though he didn't fully understand what it meant, he trusted Brother Su. Su Shi had explained it in detail, but Anyu only understood that he needed to eat it. As long as he succeeded, he would gain the power to protect his ailing mother at home. Gilo. The martial arts that even a fool can practice, a martial art so simple that even a fool could learn it, began to take effect. Anyu truly felt as if he were consuming something within himself. Sounds of chewing and swallowing echoed in his mind. Then, his dark, rough face lit up with pure joy, like a flower blooming. I did it. I really did it. Brother Su, look, I did it. His face remained as rugged as the soil beneath his feet, but his eyes now shone brighter than the sun. They sparkled with newfound hope. Yes, I see it, Su Shi replied with a smile. Placing his hand on Anyu's wrist, Su Shi let his gang qi flow into Anyu's body to examine his tendons. The qi and blood have started circulating. At this rate, perhaps it won't be long before Anyu steps into the first realm of body training. For a mortal to achieve this so quickly was extraordinary. However, this path came with great risks. It was a path of survival born out of desperation, forcing people to burn their own lives and gamble everything for the slightest chance of advancing. The power of the bull. The speed of the bull. Wrath of the bull. Anyu shouted excitedly. Su Shi stepped back, allowing him to explore his newfound strength. Anyu was the first mortal to practice the martial arts that even a fool can practice, and Su Shi decided to observe him for a few more days to ensure the technique had no hidden flaws. Moreover, a successfully trained Anyu could inspire others in Qingyu Town. He could show them that the so-called way out was real. Where will the future of Qingyu Town lead with the spread of this technique? Su Shi murmured, standing in the autumn breeze. He had done everything in his power to create a future for those struggling to survive. There was nothing more he could do. Developing the martial arts that even a fool can practice had drained Su Shi of all his energy, leaving him unable to focus on anything else. This period of effort was even more exhausting than the last 7 years combined. As qi and blood circulated through his body, Su Shi felt his physical fatigue ease, but the mental exhaustion lingered. The process of deducing primordial energy technique had taken too much out of him. Every day and night, Su Shi had been haunted by the faces of people passing away. He had tirelessly worked on the martial art, perfecting it through endless practice. Now that it was complete, there was no need to suffer further. Yingxiu, go get some rest, Su Shi said, glancing at the girl beside him. She had been following him, her eyes bright and dazzling despite her obvious fatigue. Wu Yingxiu had been instrumental in the development of primordial energy technique, dedicating as much time and effort as Su Shi to give King Newtown a fighting chance. Aha! In the courtyard, Wu Yingxiu stretched, her left hand resting on her right shoulder as she arched her back. Her figure was graceful, and her face radiated relief. Looking up at the sun, her eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile, her face glowing with satisfaction. It's finally over. My efforts weren't in vain, she said. The people of King Newtown will survive, thanks to this heroine. She placed her fists on her hips, brimming with pride. But as she prepared to leave, she noticed Su Shi still standing there. Sir, is there something else you need? Yes, I need to practice boxing before I rest, Su Shi replied. To maintain progress, he couldn't afford any interruptions. Otherwise, the feedback effect of his training would diminish significantly. Is that so? Wu Yingxiu hesitated but decided to stay. She claimed she needed to improve her spear skills as well. Though Su Shi suggested she rest, she stubbornly insisted on staying. In some ways, the young heroine was unyielding, and Su Shi had no choice but to agree. They trained together in the courtyard, exchanging punches and spear thrusts as the wind howled around them. Su Shi's movements were swift, like an afterimage, and Wu Yingxiu's spear thrusts were sharp and precise. After an hour, Su Shi decided to stop. His body was too fatigued to continue. He bid the girl good night and urged her to rest before returning to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The deductions are done. There's no need to worry about the future anymore. Thinking this, he felt at ease for the first time in years. As sleepiness washed over him, Su Shi closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into a deep slumber. Even warriors are human. They tire and suffer, just like anyone else. To prepare for the coming winter and the inevitable wave of monsters, Su Shi knew he needed to keep himself in peak condition. When Su Shi woke, he felt refreshed. The fatigue had disappeared, and his eyes were clear and alert. A good night's sleep makes all the difference, he thought, satisfied. Looking out the window, he noticed the sun had set. A crescent moon now hung in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. He had slept from day to midnight. Suddenly, a snapping sound from the courtyard caught his attention. Under the star-studded sky, everything was silent. The night wind blew gently, carrying with it the faint fragrance of flowers from an unknown source, mingled with the distant roars of demons. Slowly, these sounds faded into the wind. The only sound that remained was the faint rustle of paper being folded. In the empty courtyard, it was as clear as a beacon in the darkness, impossible to ignore. Crunch. Su Shi pushed the door open and stepped into the dim courtyard. It didn't take him long to locate the source of the sound, a familiar figure dressed in red and white robes. At this moment, she was hurriedly folding a piece of old paper, struggling against her uncooperative fingers. Su Shi immediately recognized the paper. It was from the original manuscript of Primordial Energy Technique. Since the martial arts that even a fool can practice had been developed, the primordial energy technique had become obsolete. Su Shi had no attachment to it anymore, but he was curious about what the girl was trying to do. Ahem. Su Shi stood behind her, coughing softly to catch her attention. In the moonlit courtyard, where the light barely illuminated the stone table, the girl didn't seem to notice him. She muttered to herself, her brows furrowed in concentration. Darn it, why won't it work? Seeing that she hadn't heard him, Su Shi cleared his throat more loudly. Ahem. Startled, the 17-year-old Wu Yingxiu turned abruptly, grabbing the dragon-patterned spear beside her. But upon recognizing Su Shi, her tense expression softened, though it quickly turned awkward. Sir, how come you? Her voice trailed off as she realized she might have disturbed Su Shi's rest. Her face showed a mix of guilt and apology. Sorry, sir. It's fine, Su Shi interrupted with a wave of his hand. The night was like a deep, stagnant pool, absorbing all light and plunging everything into darkness. Yet even in this obscurity, Su Shi noticed the crumpled paper in the girl's hands. Yingxiu, what are you doing here? Wu Yingxiu looked embarrassed, her expression shifting uncertainly. After some hesitation, she finally answered, I'm folding flowers. Folding flowers? That's what you're doing at this hour. Ah, no, actually, I didn't sleep, she admitted. Su Shi was an innate warrior, while Wu Yingxiu was in the 5th stage body forging realm. By all accounts, Su Shi should have been the first to wake, but he found her wide awake instead. As it turned out, after they parted for the day, Wu Yingxiu hadn't slept at all. I tried to sleep, but once I lay down, I couldn't, she explained with a sheepish smile, like a child caught misbehaving. The faint moonlight cast a hazy glow over her fingers as she toyed with the paper, her demeanor both restless and charming. It's okay. If you can't sleep, don't force it, Su Shi said softly, his voice comforting. Feeling relieved, Wu Yingxiu nodded. However, Su Shi's gaze shifted to the flower she claimed to be folding. In reality, it looked more like a crumpled ball of paper. Noticing his skeptical expression, Wu Yingxiu quickly added, it's too dark to see clearly. I didn't dare light a lamp for fear of disturbing your rest. To prove her point, she fetched an oil lamp from the room. The oil, derived from demons, burned steadily and brightly. Whoosh! The flame flickered to life, its weak glow pushing back the darkness and revealing the faint marks and creases on her hands. Watch me, Wu Yingxiu said, taking a deep breath. She flattened the paper on the stone table and carefully began folding it again. Her movements were deliberate, precise, yet the result was the same, another crumpled piece of paper. Starlight streamed down like shattered silver, blending with the dim moonlight and adding an air of silent awkwardness to the scene. Actually, Wu Yingxiu stammered, as if searching for an explanation, but ultimately fell silent. Let me do it, Su Shi said, taking the paper from her hands. He smoothed it out and began folding, his fingers moving deftly. Each fold was precise, whether straight or diagonal. In moments, the crumpled paper was transformed into a delicate paper flower, a pristine creation with a white-brown surface that would never wither. So amazing. Sir, how do you even know how to do this? Wu Yingxiu first marveled at the flower, then looked at Su Shi with wide, astonished eyes. It was hard for her to reconcile the image of this skilled paper artist with her impression of Su Shi, the martial master who slew demons effortlessly. When I was young, I learned a bit, Su Shi said with a chuckle, noticing her disbelief. So amazing, so amazing. Wu Yingxiu muttered, holding the fragile paper flower as if it were a priceless treasure. Her gaze alternated between the flower and the faint moonlight above, her expression one of quiet admiration. Seeing her like this, Su Shi couldn't help but ask, Yingxiu, why did you suddenly want to fold flowers in the middle of the night? Actually, after a moment's hesitation, Wu Yingxiu confessed. She hadn't been able to sleep because she was thinking of her deceased parents. When she was a child, Princess Dingyuan had taught her how to fold paper flowers. Back then, I had no interest in folding flowers at all. I just wanted to save the world, to become a hero. Wu Yingxiu's voice was tinged with sadness. She absent-mindedly twirled the paper flower in her hands, the delicate folds spinning under her fingers. Su Shi rarely saw her like this. Wu Yingxiu was always so strong, so determined. But no matter how strong someone was, there were moments of vulnerability. Sir, she asked softly, where do people go after they die? Su Shi looked at her, then up at the vast night sky. His gaze deepened as he answered gently, in my hometown, we have a saying. After death, people become stars in the sky. They watch over their loved ones from above. When the stars shine brightly, it means they are here with us. Is that so? That's such a beautiful thought, Wu Yingxiu said with a faint smile. She knew it wasn't true, but she liked the idea. Sir, please teach me how to fold flowers. I want to learn. The fleeing midsummer brings cool autumn, as the night sky fades away. The passing autumn leaves welcome the cold winter, accompanied by the chirping of migratory birds. Wu Yingxiu asks you how to make origami flowers. You agreed. You taught her with great patience, guiding the girl step by step. She followed your instructions seriously, her fingers folding and shaping the paper with focused effort. What you held between your fingertips was not just paper, but also unforgettable memories. Folded within it were pieces of a sorrowful past. By the end of the night, the girl still couldn't master the skill of folding paper flowers. All she managed to create was a crude flower bud. Even with your guidance, her hands so adept at wielding spears and unleashing ferocious attacks became awkward and clumsy when handling the delicate paper. Despite this, the girl was not discouraged. All her sadness and worries seemed to dissolve as she folded the paper. She returned to the carefree and lively demeanor you were so familiar with. Go to bed quickly. When the sun rose the next morning, you firmly instructed the girl to go back to her room and rest. Obediently, she left, clutching the paper flower you had folded for her. She liked it immensely. 3 days later, the air at the border grew colder. Anyu's chi and blood had stabilized. Every moment, he devoured the spirit and energy within his body, awakening the hidden essence inside. His face looked healthier, his strength noticeably improved. Anyu was no longer frail. He could now work tirelessly all day, carrying a hoe with ease. The people of Qingyu Town were drawn to this miraculous transformation. Many began practicing the martial arts that even a fool can practice. Except for the 2 weak elderly and young children, nearly everyone in Qingyu Town embraced this technique, eager to grow stronger. When the surging chi and blood coursed through their bodies, they felt reborn. Some knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Their tears carried sadness, but also immense joy. What kind of emotion was that? Watching the people cry with happiness, you thought to yourself it was perhaps the joy of realizing that they were truly human. The martial art was designed for all, requiring no innate talent, no extraordinary physique. Whether farmers, mule drivers, or dung pickers, they all practiced equally. The chi and blood surging through their veins shattered the despair of Qingyu Town, broke the bottleneck of ignorance, and gave them real strength. The people thanked you, their eyes filled with hope for a new beginning. To prepare for the wave of demons in winter, you frequently ventured into the Shiwanda mountain. Along the way, you slew many demons weaker than yourself. The strengthened people of Qingyu Town collected the edible meat and blood of these demons, intending to process them into food reserves. If the wave of monsters in winter proves insurmountable, this demon meat would become your only sustenance after leaving Qingyu Town. Winter arrived abruptly. Snowflakes began falling like pure white butterflies, blanketing the earth in a silvery sheen. For the people of Qingyu Town, and all the human races struggling at the border, winter symbolized hell. The icy wind stole what little warmth they had, and with it came monsters emerging from the snow, mercilessly claiming lives. Blood often painted the snow red, marking countless tragedies. This day has finally come, Su Shi muttered. The wind howled as he stepped out of the courtyard, tilting his head to watch the falling snow. He extended his hand to catch a few snowflakes. His warm, blood-filled palm melted the flakes into water, which trickled down and froze upon touching the icy ground. It's freezing today, Su Shi remarked to himself. This was one of winter's cruelties. But with preparation, survival was possible. The demons, however, were the real danger. Sir, will we win? Asked Wu Yingxiu, dressed in her red and white robes, her spear in hand. Probably not, Su Shi replied calmly, his tone betraying no false hope, only the cold reality of winter's deadliness. But we have no choice. None of us in Qingyu Town have a choice. With that, Su Shi stepped forward. His innate energy surged, slicing through the snowy wind above. The wind stilled, the snow halted, and a demon fell. Whoosh! A red-feathered falcon demon dived towards Qingyu Town, only to be killed midair by Su Shi's strike. Its death marked the beginning of the winter wave of demons. The people of Qingyu Town trembled in fear. Yet, despite their terror, they stood behind Su Shi, summoning what little strength and courage they had to resist the onslaught. I'm not a coward. Kill, kill, kill. Blood flowed, and injuries were inevitable. The battle between humans and demons was brutal. Fortunately, Su Shi's innate energy provided long-range support on the battlefield, while Wu Yingxiu, in the fifth stage body-forging realm, darted around aiding the exhausted. Kill! A man roared, even as a demon bit off his arm. With his remaining hand, he struck back fiercely. Kill! Another, trembling in fear, remembered his family waiting in the town. His fear transformed into courage, fueling the martial arts that even a fool can practice within him, his chi and blood roaring to life. Winter arrived, bringing with it the wave of demons. You had led the people of Qingyu Town to prepare defenses in advance, though to the demons, they were but minor obstacles. The martial arts that even a fool can practice exceeded your expectations. Good. Excellent. Outstanding. In moments of life and death, many people unleashed incredible power. Though brief, it altered the course of the battle. You focused your efforts on defeating a monster of equal strength, a ferocious beast akin to a tiger or leopard. In the end, you succeeded. For a moment, you felt relief. If the following waves are no stronger than this, you could ensure Qingyu Town's safety. Suddenly, after the first wave ended and the people began celebrating, you felt an enormous threat from afar. Run, run now. There was no time for explanations. Su Shi's eyes widened as he turned and shouted at everyone. Brother Su, brother. Confused but sensing his urgency, the people of Qingyu Town scrambled to gather their families, food, and clothing. Led by Su Shi, they fled the town as fast as they could, braving the wind and snow. When exhaustion forced them to pause, flames erupted in the direction of Qingyu Town. Screech, screech. Bright flames roared, piercing through the snowy storm, staining the sky with a fiery red glow. Su Shi turned to see countless fire crows hovering over Qingyu Town. Massive and menacing, their wings emitted sparks that flickered like wildfire. Each was as strong as a warrior in the blood exchange realm. The inferno consumed everything in its path, reducing the familiar homes of Qingyu Town to ash, as its people looked on in despair. Aha! Lips trembling, throat dry and hoarse, and faces dull with disbelief. The people of Qingyu Town stared at the rising flames in the distance. Their throats felt scorched, incapable of producing clear sounds, leaving only raw whimpers and pain. Their eyes were filled with despair. People at the bottom of society endure the harshest hardships. A life of suffering clings to them like a shadow. Even when exiled to the borderlands, living near dangerous monsters, they accept it without complaint. For them, it's just another chapter in their miserable lives becoming a little darker. When the Dacian Empire exiled the people of Qingyu Town to the border, they didn't break. Living next to terrifying monsters didn't break them either. Like weeds, they clung tenaciously to the borderlands, doing everything possible to survive. But people were empty, heartless machines. No matter how strong their resolve, there would come a time when the weight of suffering becomes unbearable. At this moment, at this place, the people of Qingyu Town reached their limit. Watching their homes consumed by flames, they shed tears of despair and helplessness. Brother Su, my family is gone. My family is gone. Once, he was a dark-skinned man with a simple, silly smile, always carrying his elderly mother on his back. Now, he cried like never before, his voice hoarse with pain. That was his home, the place where he grew up. A precious sanctuary, a symbol of beauty in his heart. Now it was gone. Everything was gone. Anyu cried like a child, helpless and heartbroken. Get up, Anyu. Su Shi stepped forward, steadying the old man and placing a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. Meeting his blank, desolate gaze, Su Shi spoke softly. Let's go. Brother Su, where are we going? Go eat, go live. Those simple words carried immense weight. For people who had lost everything, those words became a beacon. They didn't understand ideals or the grand meaning of life, but the promise of eating and living stirred something deep within them. Unconsciously, they followed. Through the biting wind and snow, Wu Yingxiu silently watched the scene. She stood still for a long time, her gaze fixed on the retreating group until they nearly vanished in the storm. Only then did she snap out of her trance and hurry to catch up. Sir, wait for me. Qingyu Town was no more. Physically, it had been reduced to ashes by a flock of ferocious fire crows, leaving nothing behind. You watched the flames engulf Qingyu Town and the despair in its people's eyes. You decided to lead them away from the winter border. You left. The people of Qingyu Town followed. Wu Yingxiu once asked why the people listened to you so willingly. You denied her assumption. Eating and surviving are instincts everyone desires. All you did was guide them in that direction. Monsters roamed the borderlands in winter. Along the way, you encountered demons multiple times. Luckily, your strength was sufficient to fend them off each time. You decided to follow Wu Yingxiu's suggestion and lead the group toward the hinterland of the 13 prefectures of Daqian. It was the only way you could see to keep more people alive. The journey wasn't long for you and Wu Yingxiu, but for the people of Qingyu Town, trudging through the wind and snow made it feel endless. You had to remain vigilant, ensuring no one was left behind along the way. En route, you came across another border town. It was in an even worse state than Qingyu Town. Broken limbs lay scattered, blood stained the snow, and the collapsed ruins of crooked buildings told of utter destruction. The demons had already left, leaving the town eerily empty and silent. You searched the town but found no supplies. However, you discovered a handful of survivors who had narrowly escaped the demons. Standing before you, these survivors barely resembled humans. Their clothes were in tatters, their hair disheveled, and their empty eyes seemed broken beyond repair. No matter how you called to them, they didn't respond. The trauma they had endured was clearly far greater than that of the people from Qingyu Town. Yingxiu, bring me some dried meat. The girl quickly handed over a piece of demon meat. Su Shi tore it apart bit by bit with his fingers, wrapping it in his internal energy and blood to warm and soften it. Then, he carefully fed it to the survivors. As the food entered their mouths, they finally reacted, chewing mechanically. This world. It really doesn't give people a way to survive, Su Shi sighed. Winter brought an abundance of demons, and thus, demon meat was plentiful. Food, for now, wasn't an issue. But there were limits to what Su Shi could do. He was merely an innate warrior at the realm of observation and principle. He could kill demons and even people, but he couldn't rebuild destroyed towns or bring the dead back to life. It's time to move on. You distributed food to other survivors. Your food reserves were sufficient, even during this demon-infested winter. The true challenge wasn't food but surviving the harsh cold. The survivors you fed eventually stumbled after you, their faces filled with despair and emptiness. Yet, the sickles and iron forks in their hands stood out. They asked where you were going and what your ultimate goal was. Your answer was simple: to survive. You declared openly that you might end up opposing Daqian, the very empire everyone feared. Some were shocked, calling you a traitor and warning that you'd face execution by the court. Others were confused, unable to understand how survival connected to such grand matters. Your response was straightforward. The world is sick, gravely sick. Daqian is sick, and so are you. That's why no one can survive. What I intend to do is cure this sickness so that everyone can live. In the fierce wind and blizzard, Su Shi spoke these words to the survivors following him. Some seemed to grasp his meaning, while others remained bewildered. A few stayed behind in the ruined town, choosing not to move forward. But most joined Su Shi's group, carrying sickles and forks. They didn't have grand reasons, they simply believed his group offered the best chance of survival. About winter. About falling snow. In the eyes of different people, there are different meanings. Talented scholars composed poems and lyrics about the wind and snow, while noble families saw snow as a good omen. Some people cherished the snowy scenery, drinking tea and admiring the snow as it fell gracefully. But for the people at the border, for the refugees who had lost their homes, snow was torment. The world was completely silent, every sound muffled by the layers of wind and snow. The only audible noise was the relentless howling of the wind, its icy touch piercing to the bone. With thin clothes on frail bodies, the refugees could only huddle together for warmth, struggling desperately against the cold. Light snowflakes began to accumulate, slowly forming a layer too thick to overlook. The only good news was that, under the leadership of Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu, the group of refugees was drawing closer to the passage and was expected to reach it by tomorrow. If nothing went wrong, tonight would mark the final trial of their endurance. The refugees shivered, tightly embracing each other. They wrapped themselves in whatever they could scavenge: demon fur, scales, or any materials available to shield their cold bodies. In the midst of the howling wind and relentless snow, only Su Shi, Wu Yingxiu, and a few warriors with strong qi and blood to protect themselves remained unharmed. Sir, do you also know how to treat illnesses? I know a little, but not much. But before, you said Daqian is sick, that everyone is sick, and that you can cure it. Isn't it hard to treat such an illness? It's not hard. If the overfed eat less and the starving eat more, the illness will vanish naturally. A small campfire flickered against the night. Sheltered by a boulder from the cold wind and reinforced with qi, the fire provided a rare and precious source of light and warmth. Su Shi sat on one side, and Wu Yingxiu on the other. The two of them, being the strongest present, took up the task of guarding against potential dangers while conversing by the fire. After hearing Su Shi's response about treating the illness, Wu Yingxiu pondered over his words. Though simple, his reasoning carried profound meaning. As expected of you, sir. What you said makes sense, she remarked. Unlike me, I know so little. She sighed suddenly, folding her arms behind her back and looking disheartened. Su Shi smiled faintly, reaching into the fire to retrieve a piece of charred demon meat. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. It was his dinner for the night, dry, flavorless, coarse, and hard to chew. But it was all they had. It's okay, Su Shi said after swallowing the tough meat. He turned to Wu Yingxiu. Yingxiu, you have your own strengths. You don't need to be like me. But I don't know anything besides martial arts. That's impossible. Think about it again. Under the dim light of the campfire, which cast a reddish hue on her hair, Su Shi spoke with warmth and encouragement. The girl frowned, deep in thought, and hesitated before answering, other than martial arts. I can recite poetry. Su Shi was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he doubted her ability, but Wu Yingxiu's temperament didn't seem to align with the art of poetry. Could she truly be hiding such a skill? With a curious and rigorous attitude, Su Shi decided to test her poetic talent. You want me to recite something? Wu Yingxiu stammered. Maybe we should just forget it. The campfire crackled, its sparks illuminating the shadows of the night. Wu Yingxiu's hesitation and embarrassment were evident, but her courage eventually won out. She began reciting with determination. Horse, you have 4 legs. Man, he has 2 legs. Her voice faltered, the volume dropping sharply. The atmosphere fell into silence. Even the wind, snow, and crackling flames seemed to pause, leaving only an awkward stillness. After a moment, both Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu tacitly moved on to another topic, leaving her attempt at poetry behind. That level of poetry seemed ahead of its time. The biting cold wind persisted but was blocked by the warriors' qi, unable to penetrate their defenses. Invisible qi spread outward, offering the refugees a modicum of protection. In this snowy world, where the scenery remained unchanged for so long, it created an illusion of timelessness. This winter will be tough, Su Shi thought, chewing his demon meat in silence as he mulled over his next plans. At the same time, he shared some insights with Wu Yingxiu, hoping to guide her in overcoming the barriers she faced in her cultivation. Wu Yingxiu had been stuck at the blood exchange realm for some time, lacking a crucial yet elusive opportunity to break through. Perhaps it would happen in battle, or perhaps in an epiphany. She was only one step away from becoming an innate warrior. Su Shi took out 2 bottles of qi pills, remnants of the rent Wu Yingxiu had paid him earlier. He had intended to use them himself, but his own breakthrough to the innate realm had come sooner than expected. Now, these pills were no longer useful to him but would be perfect for Wu Yingxiu. Here. Su Shi extended the bottles to her. Wu Yingxiu was surprised. She hadn't expected to receive the qi pills she had once struggled to pay for. Are you serious? She asked hesitantly. Take it, Su Shi said, placing the bottles into her hands. Thank you. Wu Yingxiu was momentarily stunned but quickly expressed her gratitude. She wasn't one to act coy. She understood how crucial the pills were for her advancement. Sir, you're a good person, she said with a smile, her tone laced with admiration. Looking down at the smooth pill bottle in her hands, she noticed its reflective surface capturing her own face, the flickering flames, the blanket of snow, and Su Shi's faint silhouette all blending together in a surreal dance of light and shadow. Very nice, she murmured softly, unsure of what exactly she was praising. The night before arriving at the trail passage, you and Wu Yingxiu spoke at length. You were surprised to learn that the girl could recite poetry. After hearing her poem, you decided never to bring it up again. Considering the future battle and the looming demon tide, you gave her the qi pills to help her break through to the innate realm. Wu Yingxiu seemed overjoyed. That night, she fell asleep clutching the 2 bottles of pills and her dragon-patterned spear, refusing to let go even for a moment. When she woke up the next day, her joy remained. She smiled brightly and stayed by your side, insisting she would protect you, even though you didn't need it. When the group finally reached the trail passage, the tragic scene there gradually erased her smile. The so-called trail access was, in fact, an extremely hidden stone crevice, concealed by dense vegetation both inside and out. It connected Daqian to the border. This was not some secret passage tied to the grandeur of Dingyuan Palace, nor was it a hidden tunnel laden with mysteries. Its existence was purely coincidental, a gift of nature. Wu Yingxiu had discovered this stone crevice by accident. She wasn't the only one who knew about it. Many villagers near the crevice were aware of its presence. Yet, none dared to spread the word. They kept its existence a secret. But now, blood flowed freely, staining the ground in horrifying patterns. Severed limbs and broken bones littered the area. Flesh and internal organs, crushed into pulp, lay scattered across the scene. It was a vision of hell on earth. The vegetation that once camouflaged the crevice was now soaked in blood, turned black and red, emitting an air of death and despair. What on earth happened here? Wu Yingxiu's pupils contracted in shock, and her grip on the spear trembled slightly, not out of fear, but anger. She couldn't fathom what kind of tragedy had unfolded to leave such a gruesome sight. Calm down, Yingxiu. Su Shi placed a steadying hand on Wu Yingxiu's shoulder, preventing her from recklessly charging into the stone crevice. With his innate martial arts abilities, Su Shi could see details imperceptible to the ordinary eye. He was certain the passage ahead was far from safe. You witness a hellish scene before you? What was supposed to be a safe escape route is littered with corpses and dismembered limbs. You quickly assess the situation and stop everyone from entering the crevice. You instruct the group to search the surroundings for clues. Soon, someone finds signs of hiding in the snow. Following these signs, you discover 2 survivors hiding in a nearby cave. They are terrified at your arrival. You patiently calm them with offerings of demon meat jerky. Your kindness works, and they gradually relax. Once they are composed, you ask them about their identities and what happened at the crevice. Through tears, they reveal they are from a village in Daqian on the other side of the crevice. Unlike your group fleeing the border, they were desperate to escape Daqian. They explain that Daqian is in chaos, high taxes, widespread rebellions, and severe punishments have left ordinary people in despair. Unable to endure the misery, their village decided to flee Daqian, despite the risks of crossing into the harsh borderlands. However, their escape was discovered by the Dacian border army. The army blocked the crevice, slaughtering the villagers and driving them into the demon-filled winter borderlands. Of their once thriving village, only these two survived. Angry? Heartbroken? Su Shi felt neither. After listening to the survivors' tearful account, Su Shi silently stepped out of the cave. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the cold wind howled around him. His expression was calm, showing no visible emotion, yet his heart burned with fury. His chest felt as if it might burst from the intensity of his suppressed feelings. The monsters at the border eat people. The demons in Dacian eat people too. In this world, cannibalism is everywhere. Su Shi closed his eyes, remaining silent for a long time before opening them again. Though the warrior's blood within him raged, urging him to act, Su Shi maintained his composure. The current situation was dire. Anger alone wouldn't solve anything. Sir, what do we do next? Wu Yingxiu, clad in her red and white robes, approached him, her face full of uncertainty. Behind her were the refugees from Qingyu Town, along with others who had joined along the way. The crevice was no longer an option. The other side was blocked by armed troops. Entering such a narrow passage meant certain death. The next step. Su Shi's gaze swept across the numb and despondent faces of the crowd. As he looked at them, their blank eyes turned to him, seeking answers. For those living at the border, there were only two choices. The first was to remain at the border, facing the relentless demons from the 100,000 mountains and the great innate realm monsters. The second was to force their way into Dacian, making enemies of the heavily armed border troops and risking everything against the once mighty soldiers of the empire. Neither path was easy. Whichever they chose, lives would be lost. Blood would be spilled. If they had to choose, breaking through the border seemed the better option. The demon waves in the 100,000 mountains were endless, while the number of border troops was finite. But I can't do this alone. Even with Yingxiu's help, it's not enough. My strength isn't enough to defeat an entire army. The best way to defeat an army is with another army. Su Shi hesitated. These people had followed him to survive. But if he asked them to fight the border troops, would they still be willing? He didn't hide his thoughts and explained the situation to everyone with honesty. Surprisingly, no one left. Brother Su, we don't have a home anymore. An honest man stepped forward from the crowd, voicing the truth. Was it Su Shi's charisma that made them stay? He doubted it. He wasn't one to inspire hope with eloquent words. The reason these people followed him was painfully simple. They had lost everything. With no food, no shelter, and no hope, they had chosen to follow Su Shi not out of loyalty, but out of desperation for survival. Then, come with me. The wind paused, and the snow seemed to freeze midair. Su Shi smiled faintly and raised his long sword high. The events at the stone crevice force you to abandon your original plan. You realize the only way for the people to survive is to forcefully break through into Dacian. Staying at the border means certain death, either by monsters or the unforgiving cold. You have no other choice but to fight for a chance at the future. With a hearty laugh, you teach the people the fool's courage they'll need for the battle ahead. It wasn't enough to possess skills alone, time was equally vital to improve one's realm. Furthermore, the current team was far too weak to stand against the border army. To gain an advantage, they needed to increase their numbers. Su Shi turned, with the valiant Wu Yingxiu at his side, and led the team once again into the snow. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled in waves, freezing their ears. Every breath they exhaled turned into white mist in the icy air. Along the vast borderlands, countless sinful people were struggling to survive, yearning for a chance to live. Hunger would inevitably drive them together, forming the edges of rebellion. Brother Su, I'm hungry again, came a voice. Anyo, has your appetite increased lately? Hehe, I'm just a fool. All I know is how to eat. Their voices were gradually swallowed by the howling wind and swirling snow, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely into the vast white expanse. 2 months later, the winter had become even colder and harsher. The fierce wind carried icy snowflakes that stung their faces like needles. The border soldiers, tasked with guarding against monsters and keeping watch over the criminals, had wrapped themselves in worn and tattered clothes to fend off the cold. They covered their faces with layers of fabric, leaving only their eyes and noses exposed. San Mao, an expert veteran, had served at the pass for many years. With practiced hands, he tied strips of cloth over his weathered face. Lao San Mao, why are you bundling up so much? Teased one of the younger recruits. The recruits found his actions overly cautious, even amusing. Humph, San Mao snorted disdainfully. You kids don't know how deadly Bifengar can be? Just wait until your faces start rotting. His resolute tone made the recruits who had laughed at him quickly cover their own faces, hesitating. Seeing this, San Mao nodded with satisfaction, like a victorious general. With his head held high, he donned his armor, grabbed his spear, and marched toward the tower. Good morning, Lao San Mao. San Mao, Lao San Mao. Along the way, many greeted him warmly. San Mao wasn't his real name. His original name was a simple rural one, similar to Gaudin or Huzi. Over the years, people had come to call him San Mao after 3 key moments in his life when he had lost everything. The first loss was as a teenager when he had no money to give his parents a proper burial, let alone a dignified funeral. The second was in his youth when he fell in love with Kwa, the neighbor's daughter. Lacking the means to marry her, he watched helplessly as she was wed to someone else. The third and most devastating loss came in middle age when his wife and son were trampled to death by an official's entourage. Once again, he had no money for a proper funeral and was forced to bury them hastily. These 3 moments of loss shaped him, making him a man of grim humor and resignation. Drafted into the army, he found himself clad in armor he had never dreamed of wearing, wielding a spear, and stationed at the border pass. Despite years of service, San Mao's cultivation talent remained mediocre. His temples were gray, and he had only reached the first stage physical training realm, barely stronger than an ordinary man. While others mocked him for his lack of progress, San Mao remained indifferent. We were born with low lives, he would say, and even being able to practice martial arts is like smoke rising from our ancestors' graves. Feeling the faint chi in his body, San Mao couldn't help but grin under his cloth wraps. Soon, he climbed the tower and began his watch. Other soldiers had gathered, animatedly discussing something that San Mao couldn't quite follow. Hey, did you hear about it? You mean the rebels, or? Of course the rebels. They've made such a big scene. The soldiers, used to a relatively uneventful existence at the border, had grown complacent. Under the weak winter sun, they spoke excitedly, their voices carrying an air of exaggerated gossip. Curious, San Mao asked. Rebels? Where are they from? Which state is in trouble now? He assumed it was another uprising within Dakian's 13 states, but the others shook their heads. No, not from the 13 states. These rebels are from the border, the sinful people daring to rebel. The rebels are fierce, one soldier added. In just 1 month, they've gathered tens of thousands. Hey, I heard their leader is a Taoist who can summon soldiers from beans. That's how their numbers grew so fast. No, I heard their leader is a witch. You're both wrong. There are 2 leaders, Mr. Suda and Mr. Wu Xiao. The soldiers laughed, dismissing the rebels as insignificant. What are rebels anyway? San Mao muttered. Just a bunch of mud-legged fools. They're no match for the adults. Everyone nodded in agreement. The troops stationed at Dakian's Pass were vastly superior, with generals of at least the innate realm. A ragtag group of refugees stood no chance against a fortified position guarded by powerful third-stage innate realm martial artists. Wishful thinking, San Mao shook his head, baffled by the rebels' audacity. The other soldiers continued spinning exaggerated tales about the rebels. Some claimed the refugees were more ferocious than the monsters of the mountains, attacking other passes with reckless abandon, only to be repelled each time. Others said the rebels were like spirits returned from hell, undeterred by death, picking up manure forks to fight even after being crushed under iron hooves. No fear, no hesitation, only burning determination in their eyes. San Mao couldn't understand. What could drive people to such extremes, risking their lives so willingly? Buzz, buzz. A sudden rumble interrupted his thoughts. Far off in the distance, a black mass appeared on the horizon, surging toward the pass. It's the Black Rebels, someone shouted, pointing at the muddy, filthy figures. No, it's the Red Rebels, another cried, noting the blood-soaked clothes. Wrong, it's the Yellow Rebels, a third added, spotting their dirt-stained rags. The chaotic mob surged forward, their mismatched weapons and tattered clothing speaking of desperation. Their hollow eyes burned with determination as they charged the pass in an unorganized frenzy, seeking to break through. Presumptuous. 2 Dakian generals stationed at the pass roared furiously. They were powerful innate realm martial artists, but among the rebels, 2 similarly powerful auras erupted, meeting their challenge head-on. Sir, watch closely, one general said with a smirk. This will be my first strike since breaking into the innate realm. You lead the starving people through the wind and snow, scavenging for survival. While slaying demons and harvesting edible flesh, you also absorb other desperate souls along the border, expanding your team. Your actions prove highly effective, and the group grows at an astonishing pace. Wu Yingxiu is amazed by the transformation. Perhaps this is no longer just a band of hungry refugees. With the full skills you have passed on, they are beginning to resemble an army. Yet, you have not decided on a name for this group. Suggestions arise from the crowd, some elegant, others crude. After much thought, you smile and abandon the idea of naming them. No matter the name, everyone who joins your team has only one purpose, to live in peace and have enough to eat. That is enough for you. If you must choose a name, you think Army of Living or Army of Eating would suit them well. Anyo, however, voices his preference for the name Army of Sustenance. After 2 months of wandering through the harsh winter, your team has grown to tens of thousands of souls who are desperate to live. They are souls who have already faced death once. For such people, death no longer inspires fear. They are willing to face it head-on, risking everything for the chance to survive. Through practicing your fool's skill, nearly everyone in the group has reached the first level of physical training. Those with greater strength and spirit have even progressed to the 2nd or 3rd level. Meanwhile, Wu Yingxiu, after consuming the chi pill, breaks into the innate realm during a fierce battle with a demon. Sir, let me tell you something, I'm an innate warrior now, she declares with pride. Well done, Yingxiu, you reply with a warm smile, brushing snowflakes from her hair. Her face lights up with joy at your praise. On that day, Wu Yingxiu stands with her fists on her hips, exuding an air of triumph. Modesty seems foreign to her, but she only shows this side of herself around you. To everyone else, she is the dependable Ms. Wu. Anyone facing trouble seeks her help. You watch silently as she transitions from clumsy beginnings to confident leadership, and you feel proud of her growth. At the same time, you cannot help but worry about this world, a world that forces everyone to change. Deep in your heart, you yearn to reverse this tide. Through your long practice of martial arts, your chi and blood hegemony fist transforms. Congratulations, you have mastered the minion true fist. Likewise, your 9 thunder sword evolves, merging with innate gang chi to become the true thunder sword chi. Your strength now wields the force of thunder, each strike carrying the weight of a blade and the roar of rolling storms. Wu Yingxiu's progress is equally astounding. Her newly awakened Azure Dragon Chi possesses power far beyond others at her level, leaving you astonished when tested. Time passes, and you sense the melting snow of spring is approaching. For the tattered army seeking survival, this marks the beginning of a countdown to death. Realizing this, you abandon all subtlety. Leading tens of thousands of desperate souls, you attack a weakly defended pass that you scouted earlier. The military commanders at the pass are 2 martial arts masters in the Dominion realm, one for you, one for Wu Yingxiu. Look at my spear. A fierce cry echoes through the air, drawing all eyes skyward. Wu Yingxiu, clad in red and white robes, moves like a flame. Her spear dances in her hands, releasing a massive, ferocious dragon-shaped aura. Its scales glisten, its claws rake, its horns curve sharply, and its tail lashes with power. It is as though a real green dragon is charging across the sky. Azure Dragon Chi. The stationed Dakian general was stunned. The Azure Dragon Chi was an ability exclusive to the Dakian royal family. How could it appear here, wielded by rebels? As realization dawns, his expression turns icy. How dare the remnants of Dingyuan Mansion show their faces here, he growls. When I capture you, I'll bring you before the Holy King myself. The innate general strides into the air, but his advance was abruptly halted by a sword gleaming like lightning. You've been forced back injured, perhaps. I'm still not proficient enough with the true thunder sword aura, Su Shi admits calmly. Humans and monsters are different. I lack experience fighting warriors. In the swirling snow, Su Shi appeared, cutting through the wind with raw power. His strikes were like knives, tearing apart the air, each movement accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook iron tools miles away. Without wasting words, Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu each engage a Dakian general. Their battles, fierce and unyielding, were a testament to their innate strength and mastery of martial arts. On the ground below, the survival army, a wave of desperate humanity, crashed against the pass's defenses like an unrelenting tide. Kill. Farmers once tied to the soil now wield hoes as weapons. Cooks accustomed to their fires swing cleavers with newfound purpose. Rusty tools and makeshift weapons glint under the snowy light, striking with a power that defies their humble origins. A mere rabble of criminals. A group of cavalry charges out from the pass, seeking to scatter the refugees. But the soldiers soon discover, to their horror, that these lowly people were unafraid. The refugees charge headlong toward the cavalry. Some wield manure forks or ropes, while others use their own bodies to halt the horses' advance. Even when knocked down and coughing blood, they rose again with crazed determination. Get out of my way. One cavalryman was thrown from his horse. He was Hu Ziyi, a general from the imperial capital, destined for greatness since birth. Yet here he lied, lower than the mud-legged people he once despised, looking up at them in terror. The battle raged until the sun sets. As the sky was dyed red by the setting sun, the conflict reached its conclusion. The survival army emerges victorious. It was a hard-earned victory, achieved at great cost. As the battlefield lies bathed in fading light, countless blood-soaked corpses remain, while the living press onward. In the face of a collective will forged by death, even the heavily armored border troops could not prevail. In death, there was no distinction between high and low, noble and common. All were equal before its finality. Sir, have we won? Yes, we've won. The setting sun blazed like fire, casting a crimson halo over the battlefield. Its warm light reflected on the earth, illuminating the desolation of a tragic elegy. Broken weapons stood upside down in the snow, silent witnesses to the chaos. Corpses paved a path for the survivors, who now moved forward, seizing the tower, gathering remaining forces, and securing the pass. The battle was over. That's great. A dragon-patterned spear pierced the earth, standing like the roots of a tenacious plant amidst the bloodied battlefield. Wu Yingxiu sat by the spear, her body weak and trembling. Her face was streaked with blood, a fresh wound on her forehead dripping red, dyeing her hair and staining her lips. She lowered her head and managed a faint smile, but blood trickled from her lips, soaking her clothing. The pain was sharp. Her strength, utterly drained. Wu Yingxiu, a rising prodigy, lacked the battle experience and skills of her opponent. Yet, with sheer will and blue arc technique, she barely secured victory over a seasoned innate general. It was an extraordinary feat. Now, as the adrenaline faded, she could only sit there, helpless, watching the sunset and the shadows of night creep over the land. Crack, crack. Footsteps crunched against the snow. Wu Yingxiu forced her eyes open and smiled weakly at the figure approaching. Sir, I won, she whispered. I saw it, Yingxiu. You did well, Su Shi said warmly, kneeling beside her. He gently wiped the blood from her face and supported her, trying to help her stand. Wait, wait. Wu Yingxiu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Despite her frailty, her stubbornness remained. Sir, you don't have to help me. I can stand on my own. Her voice was firm, her determination clear. She pushed Su Shi's hand aside and tried to step forward. But, thud. Her legs gave out, and she tumbled into the snow, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Her delicate face was painted with confusion, her once pristine attire now dirted by snow and mud. A snowflake gently landed on her nose, and she muttered softly, "It hurts." Su Shi sighed helplessly. This time, instead of offering her support, he crouched down and lifted her onto his back. Stay still, he ordered. Yes, sir, she replied meekly. With Wu Yingxiu on his back and the dragon-patterned spear in hand, Su Shi walked toward the pass. Behind him, a stream of refugees and starving souls followed, seeking refuge and hope for a better tomorrow. The setting sun bled its last light over the earth, torn apart by the worn shoes of the weary travelers. The cold wind howled, but it was muffled by the collective march of ragged figures. As night fell, the stars emerged, scattering across the sky like diamonds. Sir, Wu Yingxiu's voice broke the silence. Clinging to Su Shi's neck, she fixed herself more securely on his back. Her voice carried a hint of curiosity. How did I do today? What's my evaluation? Su Shi pondered briefly before replying. Class B. B level? That's better than last time, she said, chuckling softly. Her laughter quickly turned into a weak cough, so she rested her head against Su Shi's shoulder and fell silent. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly at ease. Though she remained obedient and still on his back, her playful spirit remained. Wu Yingxiu's eyes narrowed mischievously as she gazed at Su Shi's neck, then his ears, and the way the wind played with his hair. Like a child, she puffed gently at his hair, giggling at the way it swayed. The stars tonight are so beautiful, she murmured. Lying on Su Shi's back, her gaze drifted upward. The sky was clear, free of snow and clouds, revealing a galaxy of glittering stars. The vast expanse of the Milky Way reflected in her eyes, more dazzling than any earthly treasure. Sir, you once said there were tens of millions of stars in the sky, right? Yes, I did. Why? Nothing, she said with a laugh. I just want to count them one by one and see if there really are that many. Despite knowing it was futile, the young girl who had lost everything was determined to try. She begged Su Shi to remember the numbers for her as she began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The stars twinkled brilliantly as Wu Yingxiu counted. Her voice, once strong, grew softer and more tired until it faded into gentle snores. Su Shi paused for a moment before continuing, his steps quieter now. He murmured a number under his breath, 1335. It was the last number she had counted before falling asleep. Though it held no real significance, Su Shi memorized it because she had asked him to. Raising his head, Su Shi noticed two particularly bright stars close together, illuminating the road ahead. Strange, he mused. Is it just me, or are those stars brighter than the others? The stars seemed to guide his path, lighting the way for him and the girl on his back. The battle is over. You have won. This is an incredible feat, a victory that defies all expectations. You led a group of impoverished, untrained people to break through a pass and enter the heart of Dagan. Above you, the stars shine brightly, illuminating the treacherous road ahead. You think to yourself, perhaps this is the good fortune brought by the silly girl counting stars. Still, you sigh deeply, for carrying her all night was no easy task. The events that followed unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Su Shi had anticipated that breaking through the border pass would be just the beginning, with far more difficult challenges awaiting. Yet, 10 days later, he found himself standing atop the walls of Pingshui County, a mix of surprise and disbelief etched across his face. Strange. The counties within Dakian are so poorly defended that they fell to us this easily. And after I breached that pass, no frontier troops came to pursue us. What's going on here? Su Shi pondered deeply. Perhaps he had underestimated the internal chaos within Dakian. The empire was likely too consumed with suppressing other uprisings to divert resources his way. That alone could explain the unexpected success of the Qiwo army. Well, it works in our favor, he concluded with a faint smile before turning to leave. You successfully captured Pingshui County. When you arrived, the county had no means to mount an effective defense. You easily blasted through the gates and led your rebels into the city. Some people were terrified, suspecting you of trickery. Others were indifferent, seeing it as nothing more than a change in rulers. But you neither had the skills to sway the masses nor the desire to rule. The reason your army was able to sweep through Dakian with such force wasn't due to cunning or strategy, it was the desperation of the hungry masses. These were people with nothing left to lose, willing to fight simply to survive. No one is fearless, but when survival feels impossible, the fear of death ceases to matter. In 10 short days, your forces swelled once more, as waves of starving refugees drowned out the weak resistance in Pingshui County. You found the county magistrates cowering in a luxurious house, trembling with fear. They called you a rebel who incited the people. But you know this isn't the truth. The people of King Newtown and others who joined your army never sought wealth or prosperity from you. They only wanted to survive, to fill their stomachs, even if just barely. After taking Pingshui County, the Qiwo army was overwhelmed with emotion. Exiles who had been cast out by Dakian wept openly as they walked through the city streets. Some suggested launching further attacks on neighboring counties. But you silenced such proposals. You've never forgotten your true purpose, to lead these desperate people to safety, to keep them alive. The winter grew colder, and the snow piled higher. This harsh weather made further battles unwise. What the people needed now was food, shelter, and a chance to survive the winter. Under your orders, refugees began moving into the vacant houses of Pingshui County. Packed together, they endured the winter winds and snow. No one complained about the cramped conditions or lack of comfort. They were simply grateful to be alive, with a roof over their heads. For them, you were their savior, the one who gave them a second chance at life. As the new year approached, some urged you to rest, worried that as the leader, Mr. Su, you were pushing yourself too hard. Leading was far more than just fighting. Back in King Town, the needs were simple. The population was small, and the main concern was food. Hunting monsters for their tough, chewy meat was enough to sustain everyone. Sushi's responsibilities were straightforward: fight, kill, and bring the spoils back to the town. But now things were different. The Kyo army had grown too large. Sushi, as their leader, had to oversee every aspect of their survival: food, shelter, transportation, and even the training of martial arts that even a fool can practice. He hadn't sought this responsibility, but no one else commanded the trust of the army. "I'm so tired," he muttered, finally stepping away from the endless stream of tasks and letting out a deep sigh. The room was warm, heated with precious black charcoal. For someone like Sushi, who was in the innate realm, such luxury was unnecessary, yet the people insisted on providing it for him. Sushi often wondered if things would be simpler without their constant gestures of gratitude. Perhaps then he could refuse to shoulder these responsibilities. But there were no what-ifs in this world. "Sir, let me take over," a familiar voice offered from beside him. Wu Yingxiu stepped forward with a determined smile. After days of rest and recovery, she had regained her former vitality. Always by Sushi's side, she had taken on the dual roles of bodyguard and student, diligently learning the intricacies of leadership. "All right, Yingxiu, I'll leave it to you." Sushi finally relented, realizing he had other pressing matters to attend to. "Yes, sir. I promise to complete the mission," she said eagerly, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The constant demands of leadership left you with little time for yourself. Thankfully, Wu Yingxiu proved to be a quick learner, taking much of the burden off your shoulders. Your persistence in managing affairs has sharpened your mind and increased your efficiency. But you've come to a realization. The current size of your army can be managed with just Mr. Su and Ms. Wu Xiao. However, if you absorb more refugees and hungry people in the future, the two of you alone won't be enough. You'll need more nodes. You began selecting individuals from the army people like Anu to act as these nodes. Each had their strengths, some excelling in combat, others in planning or raising livestock. You avoided giving them elaborate titles. They decided their own names. "From today on, I am Mr. Little Niu." In the snow-covered county, Anu's booming voice echoed as he proudly declared his new title. Around him, others followed suit, shouting names like Mr. Little Puppy Egg and Mr. Little Pocket. Sushi was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of it all. But soon, he couldn't help but laugh. The names were far from elegant, neither fashionable nor impressive. Yet, somehow, they inspired a sense of excitement and camaraderie. "The new year is coming," Sushi said, gazing up at the cold, pale sun. In its light, he seemed to glimpse something greater, a glimmer of hope amidst the hardships. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In the new year, there should be a new atmosphere. On New Year's Eve, Wu Yingxiu began her day as usual. She practiced her martial arts, running the blue arc technique to observe the flow of heaven and earth, wielding her spear, and perfecting various spear techniques. After finishing her training, she instinctively wanted to head to the center of Pingshui County, where Sushi was located. Did she have anything important to do there? Not really. She simply found everything else dull. Spending time with him, listening to his stories, or assisting with government affairs felt far more fulfilling. As she prepared to leave, something caught her attention. Her red and white robe and the light armor over it were frayed and cracked in several places. The gaps in the fabric were noticeable. For some reason, the phrase "New Year, New Atmosphere" popped into her mind. Back when she was still a princess in Dingyuan Palace, she had a new wardrobe every year. During festivals or holidays, wearing damaged clothes was unthinkable. But those days were long gone. Now, as someone who had left her past life behind, she cared little about appearances. However, it was New Year's Eve, a special occasion. Meeting Sushi in shabby clothing didn't feel right. "Maybe I should find someone to mend this," she muttered to herself. With that thought, she leaped onto the roof, moving as lightly as a bird. In a few effortless bounds, she reached her destination, where a group of women sat together, busy with needlework. These women, whether mothers or wives, weren't suited for combat. Yet they contributed in their own way, performing simple but essential tasks for the survival of the army. "Ms. Wu Xiao," one of the women asked curiously upon seeing her. Wu Yingxiu pointed to her robe and explained her need. It was a simple request, just patch up the holes, nothing fancy. The women readily agreed, but what happened next completely took her by surprise. Without warning, they pushed her into a house. "Ms. Wu Xiao plans to meet Mr. Su, right? We understand, we understand. We'll mend the robe, but for today, Ms. Wu Xiao, you should change into something else." Wu Yingxiu's eyes widened in shock. She had no idea what was happening. When she stepped out of the house again, everything had changed. Gone was her usual red and white outfit and light armor. Instead, she wore a simple, elegant light green dress. The skirt swayed like rippling water, smooth and graceful. A dark belt cinched her waist, with its ends flowing down symmetrically. The fabric shimmered with delicate patterns, and her hair was styled into a bun adorned with flowers. Each step she took was like a painting brought to life. Her usual boldness was replaced by a quiet elegance. "Is this really me?" she whispered, staring at her reflection in a bronze mirror. In her days at the palace, she had occasionally worn long skirts. Yet, no memory of those times came close to how stunning she looked now. Could this be what people called the 18 transformations of women? For a moment, she was lost in thought, deeply amazed by her transformation. I don't know how to feel about this, she muttered, tugging at her sleeves and adjusting her collar. She wasn't used to such attire. It felt inconvenient and uncomfortable compared to her usual battle gear. But it was New Year's Eve, and showing up in tattered clothes seemed inappropriate. I hope Sir won't think it looks bad, she murmured nervously. Normally, she would leap onto the rooftops to reach her destination, but wearing a long skirt made that option far too conspicuous. Instead, she walked through the streets, catching the surprised glances of passers-by. The official residence at the center of the county was her destination. Once the home of county officials, it was now Sushi's office and a warehouse for supplies. Though spacious, it wasn't used as a residence to avoid disturbing Sushi, who was busy with government affairs and martial arts. Most others, including Wu Yingxiu, lived in smaller, more crowded quarters. Sushi didn't want special treatment, so he had converted much of the residence into storage space, leaving only a small area for himself. Sir has been so selfless lately that he doesn't even know how to take care of himself, Wu Yingxiu mumbled as she made her way through the warehouse, navigating the narrow paths between piles of supplies. When she finally reached Sushi's door, she hesitated. Standing in her light green dress, she found herself adjusting her hair over and over again. Should she move her bangs to the left? Or the right? Will my hair look messy? She wondered. She smoothed her collar, even though it was already neat, and tugged slightly at her sleeves, trying to appear less delicate. Maybe he'll like this change, she thought. A little variety might be good. After a long bout of hesitation, Wu Yingxiu took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and pushed the door open with feigned confidence. Sir, I'm here. The room was empty. No Sushi. Just a pile of government documents waiting to be dealt with. She exclaimed, blinking in confusion. All her preparation and inner turmoil had been for nothing. I really am an idiot, she muttered, resisting the urge to smack herself mostly because she didn't want to feel the pain. Resigned, she sat down at Sushi's desk, taking over his unfinished work. While waiting for his return, she busied herself with the government affairs he had left behind. Saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new, that was the essence of the new year. For countless suffering people, it's a time for hope, a prayer for better days. Though Sushi couldn't yet provide the Kiwo army with a life of happiness and comfort, he felt that on this special day, he could still do something meaningful. For instance, he decided to ensure everyone had a good meal. Anu, catch those chickens. Gaodan, hurry up, surround them. Chase them down. In the outskirts of Pingshui County, Sushi led a large group of hungry, weather-beaten people. They had set up massive iron pots, pouring water and rice into them. Not far away, Anu and others were busy catching free-range chickens. With practiced efficiency, they quickly secured the birds. Once caught, the chickens were carefully prepared, plucked, cleaned, and chopped into tiny pieces, bones included. There were too many people in the army to feed them all meat. Sushi's solution was to scatter the chicken throughout the rice soup so everyone could get a taste of it. In reality, even the rice wasn't sufficient. Water had to be added, lots of it. And when the rice ran out, wheat bran was mixed in. Wheat bran wasn't tasty, but to the starving people, it was a rare delicacy compared to the cold, bitter-tasting demon meat they were used to. Boom, boom. Under Sushi's watchful gaze, the fires beneath more than a dozen large iron pots burned fiercely, crackling as they licked the bottoms of the pots. The heat spread, gradually bringing the water inside to a boil. Someone stepped forward and sprinkled a pinch of salt into the bubbling pots. The rising steam and sizzling fire created a misty warmth that drew people in. Before long, a crowd began gathering around the cauldrons. They stared intently at the boiling water, their throats moving as they swallowed hard, trying to suppress the pangs of hunger. The rice soup smelled bland. The excessive water diluted the already scarce chicken and salt, leaving little trace of their flavor. What wafted through the air was mostly just water vapor. Yet, the people's eyes gleamed with anticipation. To them, it was a treasure. They resisted their growling stomachs and waited patiently for the rice soup to finish cooking. Finally, the soup was ready. Everyone turned their eyes to Sushi. At his nod, they rushed forward to scoop up their share. The rice soup was hot, 90% of it was water, but it was enough to make people cry as they drank. The heat scalded their mouths, and the water seemed to burn its way through their bodies, yet they kept drinking. Brother Su, it's so hot. Anu exclaimed, holding his bowl in his rough hands. Despite the heat, he couldn't stop himself from sipping eagerly. It's delicious, he said simply after finishing, licking his lips with satisfaction. He even licked the edges of the bowl clean, unwilling to let a single drop go to waste. Do you like it, Anu? Sushi asked with a smile. Yes, I do. Anu nodded earnestly. That's good, Sushi replied. But try not to rush next time. Hehe, I'll remember, Brother Su. Anu scratched his head, grinning, before scooping up another bowl to bring to his mother. Despite the endless demand, the rice soup was limited. Even with the constant addition of water, there was only enough for each person to have one small bowl. Yet, no one complained. After enjoying the soup, they happily gnawed on the tough demon meat, their hearts warmed by the meal. The once dead eyes of these people now sparkled with a glimmer of hope, rekindled by a simple bowl of soup. It will get better in the future, Sushi murmured as he watched the crowd, their smiles lifting his spirits. But his responsibilities called him back. There's still a mountain of government affairs to handle, he thought. And my skills I need to study further. I have a feeling the next realm isn't far off. He turned to leave but was stopped by shouts from Anu and the others. They ran over, carrying a large plate with 2 plump chicken legs in the center. This is for Mr. Su and Ms. Wu Xiao, they said enthusiastically, urging Su Shi to accept. Su Shi hesitated but saw the hopeful looks in their eyes. He couldn't refuse their kindness. With a smile, he used Gang Chi to slice a piece from one of the chicken legs and popped it into his mouth. It's so good, he said as the juices burst in his mouth. Despite the lack of seasoning, the chicken tasted incredibly flavorful. This is amazing, he muttered, realizing that the true flavor came not from spices but from the heartfelt effort and gratitude of the people. It was an intangible quality and oriental poison of sorts that made it irresistible. But reason quickly reminded him of the bigger picture. If he ate more, it wouldn't make much difference to him. But for these suffering people, this might be the only meat they'd have all year. He wrapped the remaining chicken leg with Gang Chi and prepared to return to the county. Yingxiu deserves this, he thought. She's worked tirelessly helping hunt demons for food and assisting with government affairs. If anyone deserves a reward, it's her. He moved swiftly, reaching Wu Yingxiu's residence in no time. But to his surprise, the house was empty and dark, not even a candle lit. Strange, she's not home, he wondered. Confused, he returned to the official residence and pushed open the creaking wooden door. Inside, he found Wu Yingxiu sound asleep at the desk, surrounded by stacks of unfinished documents. The room was dim and quiet. Though small, the silence made it feel vast and empty. The only sounds were the faint rhythm of breathing and the gentle beat of a heart, creating a soothing harmony in the stillness. Wu Yingxiu was sound asleep, her cheek resting on her arm as she lay on the dark brown table. Occasionally, she murmured softly in her dreams. Whoosh! A gentle breeze followed Su Shi as he opened the door, sweeping into the room. The pages of documents fluttered, and the strands of hair on the girl's forehead swayed. Amid the sound of rustling paper and the soft movement of air, her peaceful sleeping face was revealed. Her eyes were closed, her breathing light, and the slight movement of her nose made her appear as delicate and serene as a night-blooming flower. So tired that she fell asleep. Su Shi murmured from the doorway. His gaze shifted between Wu Yingxiu's sleeping figure and the pile of government documents on the desk. It wasn't hard to piece together what had happened. For some reason, the sight made him smile. Is she here to help or just looking for a place to nap, he thought. Deciding not to disturb her, he stepped back, intending to wait for her to wake up before offering the juicy chicken legs he had brought. But before he could retreat fully, she stirred. Sir. Still groggy, Wu Yingxiu lifted her head. She rubbed her eyes several times with the back of her hand before her vision cleared enough to see Su Shi standing at the door. Her hazy eyes immediately brightened. Sir, you're finally back, she exclaimed with delight. Realizing she had fallen asleep, embarrassment quickly overtook her. She nervously fidgeted, poking her index fingers together and avoiding Su Shi's gaze. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I don't usually slack off like this, she stammered. Her cautious demeanor only amused Su Shi further. It's fine. If you're tired, rest. There's no shame in that, he reassured her with a smile. Hearing his kind words, Wu Yingxiu visibly relaxed. Her intelligent eyes lit up again as she noticed something she had overlooked earlier. Chicken legs? Sir, why did you bring those? Su Shi walked into the room and, under her curious gaze, pushed the plate of chicken legs toward her. It's New Year's. Everyone deserves a good meal. We slaughtered a batch of chickens, and these were set aside for you. Wow. Her eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent moons as her smile widened. After enduring the constant diet of demon meat, the sight of a normal, juicy chicken leg was almost overwhelming. Her stomach growled involuntarily. Sir, you should have it, she said, her voice reluctant as she pushed the plate back toward him. Why not? Su Shi asked, raising an eyebrow. You work harder than I do, she insisted. You're always worrying about food, shelter, and everything else for so many people. You stay up late every night. I can't take this. Her voice was firm, and she shook her head resolutely. Su Shi chuckled. Don't worry. I've already eaten. Everyone had rice soup, and this is your share. Sir, you're not lying to me, are you? Of course not, he replied, pointing to his mouth. He had taken a bite of the chicken leg earlier, so it wasn't entirely untrue. Well, if you say so. Trusting his words completely, she laughed and grabbed one of the chicken legs, taking a big bite. Her eating style was bold and unrestrained, yet her delicate features created a striking contrast. Yingxiu, your clothes, Su Shi remarked, noticing her light green dress for the first time. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard, she choked slightly, suddenly remembering her outfit wasn't her usual red and white attire. Her movements slowed, and she began nibbling on the chicken leg delicately, taking small bites and chewing carefully. Though her previous vigor was subdued, the sight of her holding the chicken leg with her oily palm still seemed amusing. It's nothing, she explained with a nervous laugh. My old clothes were torn, so I changed into this. It's New Year's, after all. I see, Su Shi replied, giving her an appraising look. Her appearance surprised him. The Wu Yingxiu he knew was a carefree, chivalrous woman who rarely gave thought to appearances. Yet today, in her elegant long skirt, she seemed entirely different, graceful and refined. You look beautiful, he said sincerely. Really, sir? She asked, her expression lighting up with joy. Absolutely. Then, which one is more beautiful, the usual me or the me today? She asked, her curiosity evident. She paused, meeting her expectant gaze. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. I can't say. You look beautiful no matter what you wear. He spoke earnestly, not intending to flatter her. Whether in her warrior's attire or this simple dress, it was Wu Yingxiu herself who made each outfit shine. I'm sorry, but I can't choose, he concluded. It's okay, I was just asking, she replied cheerfully, clearly pleased by his answer. Her bites grew quicker, and soon, the chicken leg was picked clean. This is so delicious, she said, licking her lips, which glistened with chicken fat. As long as you enjoyed it, there'll be more opportunities in the future, she said, stepping forward with a damp cloth to wipe her face clean. Then, he carefully took her oily hands and cleaned them, ensuring no trace of grease remained. The simple scene, a girl savoring her chicken leg, her hands greasy, and a small, quiet room was one of peace and warmth. Afterward, Shi returned to his government affairs. Despite it being New Year's Eve, there was still much planning to do for the army's survival in the coming year. Sir, let me help you, Wu Yingxiu said, staying behind even after finishing her meal. She joined him at the desk, helping to ease his workload as the quiet night stretched on. There were countless government affairs to handle. The tasks themselves weren't complex, but their sheer volume created an overwhelming workload. Shi worked late into the night, with Wu Yingxiu by his side. By the time his body grew stiff and his eyes began to ache, they were still deep in their work. Fortunately, both of them were innate warriors. A simple circulation of qi and blood was enough to dispel their physical fatigue. Tisk, tisk. In the dimly lit room, flickering candles cast a soft glow. The gentle light created a small, bright world within the dark night, illuminating Shi and Wu Yingxiu's faces as well as the rough walls around them. When spring arrives, we'll use Pingshui County as our base and gradually expand into the surrounding areas, Shi muttered, his eyes fixed on the documents before him. As for Dakian, let's not worry about them for now. This is the perfect time to act. With other rebel forces drawing their attention, we have a window of opportunity. Sishui County, Haishui County, Qingshui County, these are our next targets. He studied, analyzed, and planned, carefully piecing together next year's strategy based on the information at hand. Shi wasn't naturally gifted in managing government affairs. He wasn't a genius strategist or a wise ruler by nature. At his core, he was a warrior. His current competence in handling governance came from sheer persistence and constant improvement. Over time, his repeated efforts had yielded consistent progress. But Shi had no intention of delving deeply into government affairs forever. In this world, true power lay in strength. His role as a leader required him to maintain internal stability, but someday, trusted individuals could take over such tasks. Strength, however, was irreplaceable. The first stage of innate cultivation is to observe the principles of heaven and earth, Shi mused. The second stage incorporates the soul of martial arts. The observation realm allows innate warriors to perceive and imitate the natural world, enabling their qi and blood to flow in harmony with it. The Yunpo realm transcends this. Here, martial arts infuse the qi and blood with their essence, allowing one to replace the natural order with their own will. Only by achieving this can one truly perfect their inner world of qi and blood, reaching a state of divine invulnerability. To become a martial arts immortal is to embody heaven and earth itself. Inside the dark room, Shi finished reviewing the final set of documents and let out a deep breath. His mind raced with plans for the Qiwo army's future and his martial arts progression. These were not matters to be rushed, they would take time to achieve, step by step. For now, though, it was time to rest. Thank you for your hard work, Yingxiu, Shi said, glancing at the girl beside him. Wu Yingxiu yawned, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. Despite her obvious fatigue, she replied cheerfully, "It's no problem, sir." Shi shook his head, about to suggest she head back to rest, when a crackling noise outside the house caught his attention. What's that sound? He wondered aloud. It almost sounds like firewood crackling, Wu Yingxiu added, her curiosity piqued. The distant roar of voices soon followed. Though faint, the unmistakable joy in the sounds was clear. Are they celebrating New Year's Eve? Shi asked, intrigued. He made his way to the top floor of the official residence, with Wu Yingxiu following closely behind, equally curious. From their elevated vantage point, they could see fires lighting up across Pingshui County. These weren't accidental house fires or dazzling fireworks. Instead, tall stone towers stood in various locations, built from rough stones stacked meticulously. People had thrown dry firewood into the towers, setting them ablaze. The flames roared to life, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the excited faces of the townsfolk gathered around them. The people cheered and danced in circles around the fires. Their skinny, weathered faces seemed to regain a hint of vitality as the firelight flickered against the backdrop of the night. In this desolate county, where hunger and despair weighed heavily, even the poorest found a way to celebrate New Year's Eve. Sir, it's so lively, Wu Yingxiu said, leaning forward on the wooden railing as the wind tugged at her clothes. Yes, Shi replied, his gaze fixed on the scene below. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. The fires burned brightly, their orange-yellow flames licking the cold night air. Sparks flew, and the dry firewood crackled, filling the silence of the night with warmth and light. As time passed, the cold wind grew stronger, whipping the flames into wild dances that spread like fire dragons through Pingshui County. Sir, look at that one. Wu Yingxiu exclaimed, clutching the corner of Sushi's clothes as she pointed out another fire. Her excitement was infectious. Though she could easily create something far more impressive with her own power, this moment was different. She enjoyed the simplicity of the scene, the laughter, the warmth, and sharing it all with Sushi under the starlit sky. As the flames burned brighter, the lively cheers suddenly quieted. For a moment, the county fell into silence. Then, as the clock struck midnight, jubilant voices erupted again. Time had officially passed from New Year's Eve to the first day of the new year. Neighbors and friends exchanged heartfelt greetings, wishing one another a happy new year. Sir, Wu Yingxiu began, her eyes reflecting the glow of the fires as she turned to face him. A sudden gust of wind drowned out her words, but Su Shi could tell what she said from the movement of her lips. Happy New Year, sir. Though the wind had erased her voice, her intent was clear. Su Shi smiled, reaching out to gently fix the hairpin that had been dislodged by the breeze. Happy New Year, Yingxiu, he said warmly. Under the vast night sky, amidst the twinkling stars and the dancing flames, the girl's radiant beauty seemed to shine even brighter. You experienced a lively New Year's Eve. Since arriving in the world of martial arts, this is the first time you've felt the warmth and joy of a festive celebration amidst the ever-present threat of demons and the chill of winter. The girl expressed her wishes for you. You returned her blessings. Under the starlit sky, she once again asked you to count the stars with her. The brilliance in her eyes was no less dazzling than the stars themselves. You agreed and even reminded her of the last number she counted. Simulation Year 9, Spring. You are 24 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 18 years old. Winter snow melts as spring arrives. Each day, the white blanket covering the earth disappears, gradually revealing the soil beneath. You know that the survival army urgently needs food, and only a large supply can ensure the people make it through. You and Wu Yingxiu split into two groups. One leads the life-seeking army to the border, hunting demons and harvesting as much flesh and blood as possible. The other stays in Pingshui County to oversee spring plowing. The girl chose her spear and went to the border to hunt monsters. For her, it is what she does best. Mr. Su and his demon-slaying general. This is how people describe your relationship with her. 20 days later, Wu Yingxiu returned with the army, bringing back a large amount of demon meat. However, many soldiers were injured. Today, the border is still reeling from the aftermath of the demon wave. The danger is far greater than usual. Fortunately, thanks to the army's numerical advantage and Wu Yingxiu's innate strength, no major disasters occurred. The spring sunlight bathed the land, bringing life back to the once barren terrain. The soil was freshly turned. Grass glistened with dew. An earthy scent filled the air, carrying the promise of growth. Wu Yingxiu, now back from the border, squatted casually beside Su Shi, observing the bustling scene of spring plowing. Though Pingshui County didn't have many cattle, the people who practiced the martial arts that even a fool can practice more than made up for it. Cow power. On a stretch of untouched land, Aniu shouted with pride, his burly figure acting like a living plow. With pure strength and energy, he tore through the soil, loosening it as he went. Wow, amazing. The onlookers marveled at his strength. Compared to Aniu, even a real farm ox seemed less effective at the task. Sir, why are they so excited? Wu Yingxiu asked curiously, tilting her head. She didn't understand why plowing the land caused such a stir. Su Shi chuckled, turning to her. Yingxiu, there are many people who spend their entire lives in one place, he explained. They only know the sky above their heads and the soil beneath their feet. But the land at the border. His voice softened. It's been tainted, soaked in demon blood. It can barely grow anything anymore. His words, though gentle, carried a heavy weight. The sinful people living on Dakian's border faced relentless harassment from demons. Even the land they relied on for survival had been rendered toxic. That was why the people were so overjoyed now. For the first time in years, they could grip normal soil in their hands, clean, fertile soil, free of the stench of demon blood. There were no oppressive superiors to whip or punish them. In this fleeting moment, these downtrodden people, treated as less than human, could finally breathe freely. Aniu, save your strength. Don't forget you still have boxing practice this afternoon, Su Shi called out. I got it, brother Su. Aniu replied, his voice filled with cheerful energy. He stopped his work and wiped the sweat from his brow with a broad smile. Brown soil clung to his clothes and hands, and for a brief moment, the air around him seemed to blend with the earth. Even as sweat dripped and dust covered their bodies, the people's faces glowed with genuine joy under the sun. Simulation Year 9, Summer. Spring plowing is complete, and Pingshui County settles into a brief calm, but it doesn't last. The flames of war spread once again. You haven't yet encountered Dakian's main army, but now you face attacks from surrounding counties. To your surprise, they struck first before you had a chance to move. It seems I underestimated Dakian's officials, Su Shi remarked on the battlefield, his expression serious as he observed the approaching army. The distant sound of hoofbeats grew louder, accompanied by the arrogant roars of the enemy leaders. Kill? They're just a bunch of refugees, nothing more. Haha, we're lucky this year. Military merits are practically falling into our laps. What fools, daring to cross the border. Let's kill them all. Kill, 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 make sure they never return. Their words were filled with mockery and disdain. Su Shi sighed, shaking his head. He had briefly considered giving them some credit for their decisiveness, but their arrogance quickly proved they knew nothing about the Kiwo army's strength. These county soldiers, along with their officials, had come to grab easy war merits. Among themselves, they argued and competed for dominance, not even taking the survival army seriously. The outcome of the battle was predictable. You achieved a great victory. The surrounding county's ignorance allowed you to break through their defenses effortlessly, sweeping through their territories like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. So-called noble families and high-ranking officials fled in fear at the mere mention of your approach. Sir, their food is delicious. Wu Yingxiu complained jokingly, though her tone carried a hint of disappointment. She had expected a tough battle, even prepared for sacrifice, but the sheer foolishness of the enemy made victory far too easy. You smiled and reassured her, saying that easy victories like these are the most desirable. But deep down, you knew such victories wouldn't last. As your territory grows stronger, you will inevitably face greater challenges. Dakian's 13 prefectures boast elite forces. Whether it's this autumn or next spring, the real test will come when you confront the capital of Sunkai State. This formidable enemy will determine whether the survival army can continue to exist. You felt the weight of the battles to come pressing down on you. The only silver lining was your personal progress. Your realm is beginning to loosen. Through consistent observation of heaven and earth, your understanding has deepened. The circulation of qi and blood within your body has aligned with the mysterious rhythms of the natural world. You rely solely on your dedication and persistence, proven under the sun and moon. To observe the principles of heaven and earth is to build the foundation. The soul of martial arts forms the branches. Seeing my inner divine self, the flowers and leaves will bloom. It's time for me to advance to the next level, Su Shi declared. Returning to Pingshui County after capturing several surrounding counties, Su Shi prepared for the autumn harvest while focusing on breaking through to the Yunpo realm. The path to immortality lies in mastering the Great Road. The road to magic is built on understanding the laws. The power of qi and blood creates heaven and earth within oneself. While all paths lead to the same eternal destination, their methods remain distinct. Pingshui County. On the top floor of the official residence, the wooden windows were wide open. A strong wind swept into the room, making Su Shi's robes flutter wildly. He sat cross-legged, staring intently at his right palm, clenching and unclenching his fingers. Each movement roared with power, and bursts of air shot out from the gaps between his fingers like invisible waves. Compared to when I first entered the innate realm, my current strength has multiplied several times over, Su Shi thought. And if I factor in qi, the difference would be even more staggering. His eyes deepened with thought. The increase in his strength was due to more than just his growing qi and blood. It was his understanding of the world, his ability to synchronize the flow of his qi and blood with the movement of heaven and earth itself that had brought about such immense growth. The external force is fragile, but flesh and blood soar. Tools are cumbersome, but the body becomes divine. The path of martial arts grows more intriguing by the day. A loud laugh escaped his lips as Su Shi began the process of breaking through to the next realm, striving to replace the will of heaven with his martial arts. The qi and blood within his body, imitating the rhythms of the external world, carried a natural inertia. This inertia represented the order of the heavens and the cycles of all living things. Now, Su Shi's task was to supplant this natural order with his own will, becoming not just the operator but the master of his qi and blood. Awaken for me. His qi and blood surged, roaring like a tidal wave. The force coursed through his body, washing over his internal organs and saturating every fiber of his being. If the step from acquired to innate is relatively simple, requiring only the accumulation of qi and blood, Su Shi thought inwardly, then the transitions between the three innate realms are entirely different. Each transformation not only strengthens the warrior but also requires a deeper understanding of meaning and spirit. I have experience in cultivating immortality and magic, as well as unrelenting persistence. For me, this won't be too difficult. Su Shi raised his hand. The flow of his qi and blood grew more turbulent, rumbling with ever-increasing intensity. Then, suddenly, a series of sharp cracking sounds erupted within his body, like something breaking apart from the inside. This is it. As the flow of qi and blood collapsed, Su Shi exerted precise control over every drop, halting their natural recovery and forcing them into a state of stagnation. Grandmaster of martial arts breakthrough in an instant. Su Shi closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, the qi and blood within him surged into motion. They began to rotate, intertwine, and cycle endlessly, forming a self-sustaining world entirely under Su Shi's control. His gaze sharpened like lightning, and the room was bathed in an intense glow. The roaring of his muscles and bones sounded like thunder, and every movement of his body radiated immense, boundless power. This breakthrough feels akin to becoming a great mage in the magic system, he remarked. One controls the elements, while the other controls qi and blood. But they follow entirely different paths. Becoming a great mage grants control over the elements of the external world. Becoming a grandmaster grants control over the heaven and earth within oneself. The profound feeling of mastery filled Su Shi with a sense of endless possibility. He sat for a long time, growing accustomed to the surging qi and blood within him. The changes brought by settling the martial arts soul into his qi and blood world left him in awe. On the top floor, the wind grew fiercer not from outside but from the invisible energy gathering in Su Shi's hands. The sheer force distorted the air, causing objects in the room to shift and sway violently. Whoosh. With a single motion, Su Shi dispersed the powerful energy in his hands, and calm returned to the room. It may lack the versatility of immortality and magic, but in terms of pure physical power, this is beyond imagination, Su Shi concluded. In the observation realm, his innate chi had combined with the 9 thunder swords to form a thunderous blade. Now, having broken through to the soul realm, Su Shi had fully mastered the circulation of chi, blood, heaven, and earth within his body. The once impressive true thunder sword chi had reverted to an unassuming form, a pure state of origin. This wasn't a regression but a reset, the beginning of something far greater. No matter where he was, the chi and blood within Su Shi now burned like an eternal furnace, generating a ceaseless stream of power. His boxing and sword techniques were mere expressions of this overwhelming energy. I've studied the classics, but I've never seen anyone in this realm possess abilities like mine, Su Shi thought. Typically, the chi and blood world of a warrior is closely tied to their individuality. But this, it must be the result of my persistence and dedication to martial arts, he realized. His present strength surpassed the norm, reaching almost superhuman levels. Even without the support of his martial arts entries, the self-sustaining heaven and earth within his chi and blood made him nearly invincible. This realm elevates warriors to unimaginable heights, Su Shi reflected. Even monsters that cover the sky and sun in the 100,000 mountains may not be unmatchable. But why? Since the founding of Dakian, why have criminals always been exiled to the border? And why do the demons of the 100,000 mountains only attack in tides during spring and winter, never venturing deeper into Dakian? Is it a simple understanding or agreement? Or is there a deeper secret? Su Shi descended the stairs, a heavy sense of realization settling over him. Just as the gods of the magical world had sealed away heaven and earth, this martial arts world also hid its own profound mysteries. There's something wrong with this world. Unlike previous simulations, this time when Su Shi broke through to a higher realm, there were no celebratory greetings. Neither his sister nor the witch came to meet him. In this martial arts simulation, everyone had their own responsibilities. While Su Shi was in retreat, Wu Yingxiu managed the army in his absence, and Aniu, along with the other young leaders, carried out their respective duties. Su Shi's retreat had been quiet, and his emergence was equally calm. The only things that greeted him were the warm rays of sunshine and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. And that was enough. I wish this tranquility could last forever, Su Shi murmured as he stepped out of the official residence. Sunlight filtered through the eaves, casting golden beams onto his shoulders. The warmth of the sun felt so alive that even the cold stone bricks and silent roof tiles seemed to glow with vitality. The next day, Su Shi remained in Pingshui County, waiting for the autumn harvest to conclude. Wu Yingxiu, upon hearing the news of his return, rushed over from a neighboring county. Sir, have you grown stronger again? Her voice was lively, brimming with joy and excitement, a stark contrast to the witch's usual calm demeanor. Just a small breakthrough, Su Shi replied with a faint smile. They met at the fields on the outskirts of Pingshui County. Standing side by side, they overlooked the vast golden expanse of rice fields. The swaying ears of rice, moved by the breeze, resembled rolling waves, rising and falling endlessly. Against this backdrop of pure gold, Wu Yingxiu's red and white robe stood out starkly. Her New Year's Eve light green dress had long since been discarded. It wasn't the young princess's preferred style. She had returned to her former image as Ms. Wu Xiao, the demon-slaying warrior revered by all. Sir, how strong are you now? I've improved, but I still have a long way to go before I can match the 3rd stage innate realm or the human immortals beyond that. Well, you're still far ahead of me, she said with a playful grin. Yingxiu, while I was away, were there any issues in the other counties? Don't worry, sir. Everything is under control as long as I'm here. That's good to hear. As they stood along the field ridge, Wu Yingxiu proudly reported on her management efforts. When she finished, Su Shi plucked a blade of grass and handed it to her. Want to try it, Yingxiu? What's this? The children in Qingyu Town call it candy, Su Shi explained, placing one in his mouth and chewing gently. The girl hesitated briefly, then imitated his actions, placing the grass blade in her mouth and chewing. The wind blew, causing the grass's roots to sway. As she bit into it, a faint sweetness spread in her mouth, surprising her. It's sweet. Her eyes widened with amazement. Even someone as bold and straightforward as Wu Yingxiu couldn't resist the brief joy brought by the sweetness. Sir, this is delicious. She continued chewing, savoring the taste, until all the grass Su Shi had was gone. Enjoy it, but don't overdo it, Su Shi advised gently, and Wu Yingxiu nodded obediently. For the rest of the day, the two watched the golden rice fields, discussing the survival army's development and their long-term goals. Their conversation ranged from hopeful aspirations to harsh realities. They spoke of relentless struggles, bloodthirsty demons, cruel oppressors, and weapons that could destroy everything. As the chatter went on, Wu Yingxiu's mood began to waver. Sir, do you think the survival army can really make it to the end? She asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. The young princess, once part of Dakian's elite, understood better than anyone else the vast disparity between their current strength and Dakian's true power. She knew it wouldn't take much for Dakian to annihilate everything they'd built. She looked to Su Shi for reassurance. But his response wasn't what she expected. Yingxiu, do you believe there's such a thing as absolute success or failure in this world? He asked, gazing into her eyes. Probably not, she replied hesitantly, shaking her head. Exactly, Su Shi affirmed. Nothing remains unchanged forever. Dakian may not always be the victor, and we may not always be the defeated, he continued. Our current position is undoubtedly disadvantageous. Even a single one of the 13 states could overwhelm us. But, Yingxiu, some things in this world aren't about winning or losing. Sometimes, even when you know you'll fail, you still have to try. Only then can you see the light of dawn. His voice was calm yet firm, carrying an unshakable resolve. Though he made no promises of victory or a brighter future, his words contained a quiet strength. Wu Yingxiu smiled faintly, recalling the lesson Su Shi had imparted to her. You're right, sir, she said, her spirits lifting. Failure is the mother of success, she declared, her fighting spirit reigniting. Even if we fail, we'll just start over from the beginning. Su Shi, however, sighed inwardly. Can't she get that phrase right? Sir, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Even if I die tomorrow, I won't flinch. Yingxiu, turn around. Huh? Oh. Before she could react, Su Shi flicked her forehead lightly with his middle finger. Ouch. Wu Yingxiu yelped, covering her forehead and rubbing it with her palms. Don't say such unlucky things, Su Shi scolded gently. I understand, she muttered, though he could tell she'd likely make the same mistake again in the future. Her fiery personality made her both a fierce protector and a reckless risk-taker, often acting on impulse without much thought. Yingxiu, I remember your technique is incomplete, right? Yes. Why, sir? Since you're here, I want to help you develop a new technique to replace the royal one you lost. Really? Can that be done? It's worth trying. I also have some questions about the royal family I'd like you to answer. Wu Yingxiu's martial arts technique is incomplete due to her loss of royal status, which prevents her from accessing the full skill. This limitation hinders her growth in strength. You've decided to use the unique characteristics of your qi, blood, heaven, and earth to create a new martial arts technique for her. This is a bold and ambitious endeavor. With your martial arts insights, you believe it's worth a try. You decide to start with her Azure Dragon Qi, observing and refining it to form a new technique. The girl follows your instructions, releasing her blue arc technique at close range. You watch the lifelike dragon-shaped Qi and fall into deep thought. Azure Dragon Qi was considered one of the most refined techniques of the Dacian Empire. To be more precise, it is an exceptional and unique existence. Qi itself is the result of a warrior's Qi and blood merging and transforming upon entering the innate realm. Its nature and power are heavily influenced by the warrior's chosen techniques. For instance, Su Shi's previous Gang Qi resembled a thunderous storm due to his practice of the Thunder Sword technique. Similarly, Wu Yingxiu's Azure Dragon Qi manifests as a dragon with detailed scales, horns, and a fierce roar. This precision stems directly from the royal family's martial arts techniques. But therein lies the issue. Why? Su Shi wondered aloud. Why would a human dynasty's technique imitate Azure Dragon Qi so closely? If it's about dragons, why not any other type? Or even techniques like Sword Qi? In the world of martial arts, there are plenty of techniques that mimic demons. Even the Dacian general we fought at the border used Turtle Serpent Qi. But none of those techniques come close to the precision of Azure Dragon Qi. Inside the official residence at Pingshui County, Su Shi sat deep in thought. The lifelike vertical pupils and vivid scales of the Azure Dragon Qi before him furrowed his brows. The level of imitation was too precise. This wasn't just a crude attempt at mimicking a demon, it felt like someone had stood face to face with a real Azure Dragon Qi, studied every detail, and brought it to life through martial arts. A storm of thoughts swirled in Su Shi's mind. The 100,000 mountains. The precarious relationship between humans and demons. Judging by what we know, there's an undeniable connection between Dacian and the demons. Could it be? Could it be that the Emperor of Dacian, the supposed protector of humanity, is secretly colluding with demons? This idea is bold, but not impossible. After much contemplation, Su Shi decided to set the speculation aside. For now, his priority was creating a new technique for Wu Yingxiu. Letting her martial talent go to waste would not only hinder her growth but also weaken the survival army by losing a powerful warrior. Yingxiu, do you have any ideas for the new technique? Su Shi asked. Fire, the girl responded without hesitation. Though named Yingxiu, meaning snow, her fiery personality was anything but cold. She had a natural affinity for flames, even preferring red hues in her attire. Fire. All right, I understand. Su Shi nodded and began gathering every fire-based martial technique from the nearby counties. Using these as a foundation, he prepared to deduce the innate essence of a new technique. Your deduction has officially begun. Creating an innate skill from scratch is no easy task. Even with the internal characteristics of the Wangxiang oven, martial arts expertise, and Azure Dragon Qi as references, it remains an arduous process. Your schedule grows chaotic. You often work through the night. Your deep study of fire techniques grants you newfound insights into martial arts creation, slightly improving your understanding. Your prolonged examination of Azure Dragon Qi gives you a clearer grasp of the strengths and weaknesses of royal techniques. Wu Yingxiu grows worried as your relentless efforts exhaust you. You smile and reassure her, urging her not to fret. Creating any technique is difficult, but crafting one that rivals Azure Dragon Qi is far more challenging. Understanding the limits, you lower your expectations, focusing on meeting Wu Yingxiu's training needs first. After 14 grueling days, Su Shi created the prototype of a new technique. It was perfectly tailored to Wu Yingxiu. With fire as its core, the technique gave Qi a scorching, violent characteristic. When the girl tried it, she was immediately captivated. Her spear seemed to blaze with fire, and with each swing, fiery phoenixes tore through the air. You infused elements of the Fool's skill into the technique. This addition enables Wu Yingxiu to grow stronger during battle as her fighting spirit rises. It even has a healing effect for injuries. Sir, what's the name of this skill? Wu Yingxiu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with joy. I haven't decided yet, Su Shi replied, shaking his head. It's just a prototype for now, not a fully developed technique. Then, Wu Yingxiu's expression turned mischievous. Sir, how about calling it 9 heavens and 10 earths, only I revere the divine power. That's too arrogant, Su Shi responded, sighing. You and Wu Yingxiu spent a long time debating the name. Ultimately, you decided to leave it unnamed for now, planning to give it a proper title once the technique is perfected. With her training dilemma resolved, Wu Yingxiu's progress skyrocketed. She was like a flame, always burning forward, consuming every obstacle in her path. The autumn harvest arrived, and the golden fields shone brilliantly. You remained in Pingshui County to witness the harvest alongside Wu Yingxiu. The members of the Qiwo army laughed and cried as they joyously gathered the rice. You decided to celebrate with a rare indulgence. After the harvest, Su Shi organized a grand meal. Every member of the Qiwo army, every so-called sinner who had escaped the border received a bowl of steaming rice. The portions were meager, barely enough to coat the bottom of the bowls. But the sight of the snow-white grains and the rising steam captivated everyone. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed through Pingshui County. Everyone, eat, Su Shi said with a smile. At his command, people eagerly twisted small handfuls of rice and placed them into their mouths, chewing slowly to savor every grain. White rice, so sweet. I'm eating rice too. Anu, licking his fingers, grinned foolishly. He recalled his previous conversation with Su Shi about how white rice was a luxury for city lords. Now, having eaten rice himself, Anu happily concluded that he must be as noble as a lord. Without hesitation, he poured the rest of his portion into his elderly mother's bowl. Mom, you eat. I'm not hungry, he said, coaxing her to take it. Scenes like this played out across the survival army. Though their bellies remained hungry, their eyes burned with renewed hope. Sir, will our lives get better in the future? Someone asked. Yes, Su Shi answered firmly. The autumn harvest had arrived. This was the result of Su Shi leading the sinners out of the borderlands, step by step, working together with a single purpose. With hoes in their hands, they tilled the earth and planted rice seeds beneath a sky painted in hues of soil and sweat. The fruits of their labor became the hope of humanity, transforming their sweat into a radiant light that illuminated once dim eyes. Su Shi could see it clearly. Those who were once as good as dead had started to come alive again. But ahead lay an even greater challenge, the world itself. A world sick to its core, shrouded in shadows where truth was buried, and life seemed to wither away. Yingxiu, let's go. Yes, sir. The girl grabbed her spear and followed lightly behind Su Shi. Simulation Year 9, Autumn. You and the poor have witnessed a bountiful harvest together. Though each person only received a small handful of rice grains, it was the first time the harvest truly belonged to them. Some cried. Others laughed wildly. The people followed you with a newfound clarity in their eyes, their confusion replaced by purpose. Winter crept in quietly, and the earth was once again blanketed in ice and snow. You kept training daily. Every punch carried the roaring essence of heaven and earth. Your simple, steady chopping strikes seemed to cleave through clouds and skies. With your martial eye, you continued observing the principles of the world, further refining the internal heaven and earth of your chi and blood. Your relentless efforts bore fruit, strengthening your power. Through persistent, unrelenting practice, your martial arts began to unify in ways that defied explanation, resonating deeply with the chi, blood, and heaven and earth within you. Your vigilance about the capital of Sunkai Prefecture kept you on edge, wary of an attack during the harsh winter. But your fears did not materialize. This winter remained as peaceful as the last. As the people celebrated the new year, they did so with more joy, basking in the warmth of their hard-won harvest. Flames from bonfires lit the night, and laughter echoed across the survival army's camps. Su Shi handed Wu Yingxiu a New Year's gift. It wasn't gold or silver. Such luxuries meant nothing in their current circumstances. It wasn't jewelry either. The spirited girl had no interest in ornaments. What he gave her was a simple, yet precious, grass spike. You seemed to like this the most, Su Shi said with a chuckle, holding out the gift. Wu Yingxiu stared at the grass spike, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Sir, who gives this as a New Year gift? She shouted at him, her tone half accusatory and half amused. You're such a fool. Despite her words, she angrily placed the grass spike in her mouth and began chewing. The familiar sweetness spread through her mouth, and her indignation melted into quiet contentment. Haha, sorry, there are too few candies in the city. This is all I could afford, Su Shi said, laughing as he chewed on a grass spike of his own. The two sat together under the starry sky, savoring the sweetness they had earned through struggle. Simulation Year 10, Spring. You are 25 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 19 years old. The survival army grew stronger as more refugees, unable to bear Dakian's oppressive taxes, joined your ranks. Many became fools, learning the martial arts that even a fool can practice to survive. Wu Yingxiu expressed her concerns. She worried that spreading the martial arts that even a fool can practice too widely might inadvertently strengthen Dakian's forces. You smiled and reassured her, explaining that those in power would never lower themselves to practice such a skill. The martial arts that even a fool can practice only empowered those seeking survival, those who longed for a choice in their lives. In summer, under your leadership, the Survival Army launched a ferocious campaign through Sunkai Prefecture, capturing over half of its territory. The capital of Sunkai Prefecture finally responded. Scouts reported that state soldiers and border troops had been mobilized, with at least 8 innate realm warriors among their ranks. You knew this battle would be a bloody one. Many lives would be lost. You gave the cowardly an option to stay behind in the county. Your mission had never been to force the people to die for your cause. But no one chose to leave. Brother Su is too honest. What if someone bullies him while we're not around? Exactly. Someone has to protect Brother Su. If Mr. Su and Ms. Wu Xiao aren't leaving, neither are we. Riding donkeys and mules, carrying hoes and kitchen knives, the ragtag group of commoners declared themselves a survival army, determined to stand with Su Shi and fight. As Su Shi looked up at the glaring sun, he found his vision blurring. The sunlight felt particularly harsh that day, making his eyes sting. The war began. It was a gruesome, soul-crushing battle that obliterated life and peace. Faced with elite, armored soldiers on horseback, the Kiwo army's members had no choice but to rely on sheer numbers and raw desperation. They attacked wildly, wielding their hoes and knives until the tools broke apart. They bit down on their enemies with their bare teeth until their jaws shattered. Countless men and women, fearless in the face of death, formed a human wall to block sneak attacks aimed at you. They became an unyielding barrier, sacrificing themselves for the survival of the army. You and Wu Yingxiu fought together, battling the innate realm warriors of Dakian. You unleashed powerful strikes, punching with the force of mountains and rivers, while Wu Yingxiu wielded her spear like a blazing comet. Together, you suppressed the enemy's elite warriors, giving your people a chance. You won. The survival army achieved victory, though it was a devastatingly bitter one. The battlefield resembled a bloody canvas. Bodies lay mangled, weapons buried among severed limbs, and pools of blood formed grotesque lakes. Those who perished were gone forever, and the survivors were barely standing, their strength utterly drained. Su Shi collapsed onto the ground, his sword in hand, his breathing labored. Behind him lay an even more horrific scene of carnage. "Sir, let me carry you," Wu Yingxiu said, though she herself struggled to stand. She managed to lift him briefly before they both fell into the blood-soaked mud, their faces covered in grime and blood. Lying there, defeated and broken, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. In their final attempt, they gave up on carrying each other. Instead, they supported one another, staggering forward step by step. Together, they walked toward the capital of Sunkai Prefecture. Behind them, under the bright sunlight, a crowd of wounded survivors limped along, following their leaders. The wind rose. The humble dust scattered, rising higher and higher, reaching to stand alongside the stars. You have accomplished an incredible feat. You conquered an entire state, becoming the nominal ruler of Sunkai State. The people who follow you cheer. The girl is happy for you, but you simply smile and don't let it go to your head. For you, the biggest change is the shift in your office location from Pingshui County to the capital of Sunkai Prefecture. Your feat of seizing an entire state has turned Dakian's 13 states into 12. The civil and military officials in the imperial capital are both shocked and outraged, while rebels in other states are dumbfounded. Your name spreads throughout Dakian and beyond. Whether they are high-ranking officials or people as lowly as mud, everyone knows your name now. You understand that the survival army alone cannot defeat Dakian, so you spread the martial arts that even a fool can practice across the land, ensuring it reaches every corner of Dakian. In the 11th year of simulation, you are 26 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 20 years old. Your plan works. The widespread spread of the fool's skill causes unprecedented resistance across Dakian. Faced with internal rebellions in multiple regions, the Dakian emperor prioritizes suppressing internal turmoil over attacking Sunkai State at the border. This gives you and the survival army precious time to grow stronger. Sir, what's our next move? Keep fighting. The spark has been lit, and now it's time for a prairie fire. A prairie fire? I like that. No hesitation is needed. No further thought is required. The survival army had no path of retreat. Even someone as reckless as Wu Yingxiu understood this truth. Resting for even a moment could spell disaster for everyone. The people who follow you have made their choice, either die in silence or roar in defiance. After the autumn harvest, you lead your growing survival army into Jiangdao Prefecture, a region rich in waterways. The advantages of the martial arts that even a fool can practice continue to shine. No need for intensive practice. No need for exceptional talent. Though the Kiwashan army is still dismissed as unrefined by Dakian's officials, these so-called hungry refugees have become warriors in their own right. The fire in their eyes burns fiercely. They no longer pray for salvation but fight to survive not just for themselves but for others. As the survival army advances deeper into Jiangdao Prefecture, your name spreads further. The emperor and officials of Dakian fail to understand your audacity. Conquering one state wasn't enough, now you target the wealthier Jiangdao Prefecture. It must be for power. It must be for riches. His ambition knows no bounds. He seeks the throne. In the imperial court, the civil and military officials curse and bicker. Despite their outrage, none advocate for an immediate counterattack. The survival army was too far away, deep in Sunkai Prefecture. Meanwhile, rebellions were breaking out closer to the imperial capital. Dakian's 12 states remain in chaos. Let's crush the closer rebels first. There's still time to deal with Sushi later. This is the prevailing thought among the officials. In the 12th year of simulation, you are 27 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 21 years old. The survival army progresses steadily, breaking through the defenses of Jiangdao Prefecture one pass at a time until you capture the prefectural capital. After the decisive battle, a heavy rain falls. The torrential rain pours relentlessly, as though heaven itself is raging. Raindrops batter the earth, bursting into small explosions of water on contact, while a fierce wind howls in accompaniment. Wu Yingxiu collapses onto the soaked ground, rainwater dripping from her drenched clothes. Su Shi pulled her to her feet, shielding her from the rain with his qi. Sir, it's raining so hard. The girl clinged to Su Shi's back, arms wrapped around his neck, her eyes fixed on the relentless rain beyond the shield. Sir, I'm so tired. The pounding rain proves too soothing, lulling her into a deep sleep before Su Shi can reply. Her head rests gently on his shoulder, her soft snores mingling with the sound of the storm. Thank you for your hard work, Su Shi murmured in the downpour, his voice barely audible. The survival army lacked many innate realm warriors. Wu Yingxiu's constant efforts fighting tirelessly in every battle never go unnoticed by Su Shi. He had often seen her grit her teeth and endure exhaustion to press on. In the 13th year of simulation, you are 28 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 22 years old. The survival army has expanded its reach from Sunkai Prefecture to Jiangdao Prefecture. The interconnected waterways of Jiangdao accelerate the spread of martial arts that even a fool can practice across Dakian. The technique, now widespread, transforms into a roaring wave of resistance that even you find daunting. In the same year, Wu Yingxiu made a breakthrough into the second stage innate realm. The technique you created for her proves to be exceptionally effective, and under your guidance, she quickly masters her inner world of qi and blood. It is a world of flames, violent yet full of life. Good news continues. 2 months after Wu Yingxiu's breakthrough, Aniu also advances to the innate realm. Congratulations, Aniu, you say with a laugh. The honest man grins, scratching his head shyly. I just want to help you, brother Su. In the 14th year of simulation, you are 29 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 23 years old. You make a breakthrough into the third stage innate realm, ascending to become a divine warrior. The order of Dakian seems to be crumbling completely. You lead the survival army to capture 2 more states, vastly expanding your territory. Despite your growing power, the immortal said to have killed King Ding Yuan has yet to appear. The Emperor of Dakian remains strangely passive, taking no direct action against you. You sense something strange, a feeling that the Emperor is deliberately allowing you to expand, as though your conquest of Dakian doesn't concern him. The passage of time brings many changes. Several years passed. The group of sinners, once pitiful and frail, as if they might collapse and die on the roadside at any moment, had transformed into a true army. Armed with blades and armor, they now moved with discipline, advancing and retreating in unison. No longer were there merely 2 or 3 warriors who had reached the innate martial arts level. Since Aniu's breakthrough, others had followed, becoming what people fondly called Little Mr. Fighters, innate martial arts masters revered for their strength. The old, the weak, women, and children were stationed in the rear. They farmed, wove cloth, and learned to read and write. The expansion of territory over several states and the passage of time had brought an influx of talent to the Kiwo army. No longer was it just Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu managing everything, as it had been in Pingshui County. Now, the survival army had defined roles: Little Mr. Teacher, Little Mr. Pig Raising, Little Mr. Blacksmith. Each person had a job. Yet, at every house, objects like hoes, manure forks, and spades were still kept at the ready. It was a habit born of caution. The people insisted on being prepared. If Su Shi ever faced danger, they would charge forward again for Mr. Su, the one who had worked so hard to find a way for them to live. Brother Shi is just too honest. He's so easy to bully. They muttered in frustration, feeling helpless that their leader could not shield himself better. Su Shi found great satisfaction in Wu Yingxiu's remarkable progress. That girl Yingxiu. Since I modified her cultivation technique, her progress has been extraordinary. The quality and quantity of her qi, blood, and inner world are far beyond others at her level. She's almost comparable to the 3rd level of the innate realm. This compatibility is an unexpected surprise. Now, if only she could be a bit more composed. In the newly captured Dianzhou, inside the state capital, Su Shi practiced boxing in a quiet courtyard. His boxing method hadn't changed much since the days in Qingyu Town. It remained simple and straightforward. With fingers clenched into fists, he struck forward. There were no earth-shaking explosions or dazzling light effects. Only a faint breeze stirred when he punched. However, Wu Yingxiu, Aniu, and most of the Kiwo army understood the terrifying power behind that seemingly ordinary punch. They had seen it cleave mountains and rivers with ease. Mr. Su is truly terrifying. This is the power of persistence, Su Shi remarked. Leaves swirled in the wind as Su Shi slowly retracted his punching stance. A single blade of grass floated down, landing softly on the stone floor. The 3 realms of the innate level were notoriously difficult to master. Unlike the 5th realm of physical cultivation, which focused on polishing qi and blood, the 3rd innate realm required perfection of the inner world of qi and blood. It was a painstaking and time-consuming process. Ordinary warriors, though exceptional compared to regular humans, found it nearly impossible to reach the heights of creating their own qi and blood world. But Su Shi was different. His persistence, bolstered by the power of entries, allowed him to improve steadily, day by day. His chi and blood world grew closer to perfection with each passing moment. Thus, he reached the stage of seeing his true spirit and perfecting the heaven and earth within him, achieving the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Closing his eyes, Su Shi felt the purity and perfection of his chi and blood circulating within. His every movement resonated with the power of heaven and earth. The third realm of the innate level, seeing the God realm. This realm has two layers of meaning. 1. To see one's true self, to understand the essence of the martial arts one practices. 2. To perceive the spirit of chi, blood, and the inner world, achieving a state of indestructibility. For those at the God realm, every punch and kick carries the power of heaven and earth. It is beyond ordinary comprehension. After this, when chi, blood, and the inner world reach true sublimation, one steps into the realm of martial arts immortality. Immortals who cultivate martial arts are closer to people and mountains than transcendent beings. Su Shi paused, imagining a martial artist in the immortal realm. He could picture them tearing mountains from the earth, throwing them like artillery shells, with force akin to supersonic missiles. The martial arts system based on chi and blood holds immense potential. Even at the level of a martial arts immortal, it's merely the beginning of what this system can achieve. But that's not my focus right now. The urgent matter is, after completing his boxing routine, Su Shi walked through a corridor where light and shadows interwove. His cloth shoes made no sound on the floor, though the fine dust beneath still betrayed his presence. A ladybug flew past, circling Su Shi before landing among the flowers lining the corridor. From outside, the sounds of the survival army's cheerful chatter reached his ears. Eat, eat. The voices of fools echoed joyfully. Even a new joined in the foolish excitement. Su Shi paused, listening to the lively sounds. Qingnu Town, Sonkai Prefecture, Jiangdao Prefecture. So many years of struggle, and yet survival remains so fragile. He stepped into the light, the sunlight forming vibrant halos on the tiles of the house. His shadow stretched long as he entered the temporary room, his thoughts lingering. Su Shi wanted people to live. It was a genuine wish, but reality always reminded him of the daunting challenges ahead. Great Dakian, the Emperor, immortals. Everything feels wrong. The current prosperity of the Qiwo army, their capture of 4 states, seemed like a tremendous achievement. But Su Shi couldn't shake the unease. The Emperor's inaction felt unnatural. No emperor, tyrant, or wise ruler would allow rebels to encroach on their territory without a fight. Unless the Emperor didn't care about his people, or the states under his rule. Perhaps he wasn't even looking at the world from the perspective of an emperor or even a human. Sir, I brought what you asked for. The girl dashed into the room. As she ran, sunlight pierced through her light hair, making it shimmer. Her footsteps echoed on the wooden corridor, brisk and filled with excitement. Sir, sir. She stopped abruptly in front of Su Shi, waving a stack of papers in her hand. Whether they were pages torn from an ancient book or freshly copied, their significance was evident. Sir, everything you asked for is here. I've gathered all the information I could find. This is all of it. Wu Yingxiu handed the thick stack of papers to Su Shi. Her red and white robes, paired with the elegant yet sturdy light armor she wore, made her movements resemble a flickering flame. Thank you for your hard work, Yingxiu. Hey, as long as it helps you, sir. Su Shi walked to the back of the room, carefully laying the papers flat on the table. Wu Yingxiu stood beside him, her curiosity evident as she watched Su Shi work with a focus she could not comprehend. The room had the perfect balance of light and shadow. It wasn't too bright, which could strain the eyes, nor too dim to cause blurriness. As Su Shi unfolded the pages, he revealed the historical and mythical records of Dakian. These were gathered under his instructions by Wu Yingxiu herself. Some were unearthed from universities in different states, others were copied from oral traditions of local folklore. The content was scattered and varied, making it difficult to connect the dots. Wu Yingxiu couldn't make sense of it, but she trusted her teacher implicitly. Sir, what do you intend to do with all of this? Leaning over, she scanned the pages alongside Su Shi, her eyes moving along the trail of his fingers. I'm searching for the truth, Su Shi replied calmly. The strangeness of Dakian, the Emperor's inexplicable behavior, and the eerie existence of Shiwen Dashan reminded Su Shi of the magical world he had encountered in the past. In that world, the gods fabricated history to harvest human faith. Could Dakian be hiding something similar? A hidden truth. A secret that might not directly affect the battlefield but could illuminate the path he should take. Su Shi patiently explained his reasoning to the young princess, sharing his suspicions about the abnormalities in Dakian. Yingxiu, have you ever seen Emperor Dakian? No. Wu Yingxiu frowned, trying to recall. Since I was a child, I rarely saw that emperor. My father visited the palace often, but I know little else. Her tone was filled with disdain. She gritted her teeth as if she could already feel the spear in her hand piercing the emperor's body. I see, Su Shi murmured thoughtfully, flipping through the pages again. The sunlight gently filtered through the window, creating patterns of light and shadow on the walls and illuminating the fine dust floating in the air. Su Shi sat in the wooden chair, holding the pages in one hand and a pen in the other. As he read, he quickly jotted down key points, isolating crucial elements from the tangled narratives. The history of Dakian was clearly distorted. Su Shi had known this for a long time. He also recognized that myths and folklore often deviated from reality. However, No matter how much distortion or embellishment, the core elements of these stories always contained a grain of truth. For instance, the widely known tale of humanity enduring demonic invasions before establishing Dakian held a central truth. First came the demons, then the establishment of Dakian. Stripping away the layers of propaganda and grandiose storytelling left the truth the essence she sought. The history of demons stretches far back. Compared to the ones I've encountered, the demons in these stories are far more varied and powerful. In contrast, the history of Dakian is far too short. As the first extraordinary human dynasty, it has existed for less than 1,000 years. Talking to himself, Su Shi continued to record his findings. Thanks to his experience in handling government affairs, he worked quickly, extracting numerous key elements in a short time. Still, the validity of these elements required further confirmation. Yingxiu, let's work together. Yes, sir. You begin to uncover the truth about the world of martial arts. The Emperor's strange behavior raises doubts about the true nature of Dakian and the mysterious Shiwen Das Han. You suspect with 90% certainty that the Emperor of Dakian is either a traitor aligned with demons or a demon disguised as a human, ruling over the human race. In silence, you resolve to uncover the world's hidden truths. You instruct the girl to collect historical records and oral traditions of ancient myths from across the region. It is impossible for a sophisticated Qi-blood martial arts system to have been created in less than 1,000 years. You persist in your search. You delve into exploration. You begin to understand history. You notice recurring themes in the myths and stories, vast worlds, powerful gods and men, and humanity as the protagonist rather than a victim of demons. Unlike the grim reality of being surrounded by Shiwen Das Han, these tales paint a picture of humanity as the world's central force, with demons merely one of many adversaries. The contrast between these legends and reality is stark. The stories seem too good to be true, like desperate fantasies created by people on the brink of despair. These records cannot be fully trusted. They're so disconnected from reality that no direct correlations can be found. Perhaps they are just fantasies rather than legends grounded in fact. You reject Dakian's fabricated history, but you are also cautious about placing too much faith in these extravagant myths. You fear being misled by falsehoods. You continue to compare and cross-reference. In one story, you encounter a familiar entity, a blue dragon that descends upon the land, devouring people and consuming tens of thousands in a single breath. This tale comes from Jiangdao Prefecture. It describes an ancient blue dragon, cruel and bloodthirsty, that terrified humanity. You are startled and examine the page repeatedly. The tale contains no mention of the Dakian dynasty or its regions, much like other myths you have encountered. This story describes a world far larger than the 13 states, a world unlike the one you know. Previously, you dismissed such tales as fantasies. But now, having seen a semblance of this blue dragon in the real world, even if not its true form, you begin to wonder. The afternoon was eerily quiet, the air thick with heat and dryness. The sun hung lazily in the sky, while the chirping of insects alternated with birdsong, creating an unusual tranquility in the sweltering summer. Inside the room, Su Shi stared at the word Azure Dragon Qi on the paper before him, his thoughts sinking into a prolonged silence. His gaze was fixed, his mind caught in a loop as he reviewed the contents over and over. Azure Dragon Qi, the legend of the human-eating green dragon. Could the two be connected? Su Shi lowered his eyes, recalling the vivid detail of Wu Yingxiu's Azure Dragon Qi. That memory now seemed to provide an answer to the mystery he had pondered for so long. Even if the Azure Dragon Qi isn't unique, it can't exist everywhere. In all likelihood, the Azure Dragon Qi imitated by the royal family's technique is the same as the man-eating green dragon in this legend. The Dakian royal family, protectors of humanity, are cultivating techniques derived from a monstrous demon. The thought was absurd, outrageous even. Yet Su Shi felt no turmoil over this realization. His long-standing suspicion of Emperor Dakian had numbed him to shock. Instead, his focus shifted to the implications of Azure Dragon Qi's existence. The Azure Dragon Qi confirms the existence of the Azure Dragon. And if the Azure Dragon exists, the legends might also be true. Could those fantastical records, those myths of a vast and untamed world, be grounded in reality? But if that were the case, why had no one in Dakian ever witnessed such a world? Why was the world limited to the 13 prefectures? The answer came swiftly. The real world, the true human race, exists beyond the 100,000 mountains. The so-called 13 prefectures of Dakian are nothing more than breeding grounds established by Azure Dragon and other demons. The pieces fit perfectly. Questions that had lingered for years suddenly seemed to have answers. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wu Yingxiu's voice broke through his thoughts. Her face was filled with confusion as she leaned closer, glancing between Su Shi and the papers. To her, the world had always consisted of the 13 prefectures of Dakian and the endless 100,000 mountains. Anything beyond that was unfathomable. Yingxiu, don't be deceived by appearances. Sometimes, what you see is just what others want you to see. Su Shi explained patiently, walking her through his discoveries about Dakian, about Azure Dragon Qi, and about the truth hidden behind their world. At first, Wu Yingxiu was stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Gradually, her expression twisted into anger. She slammed her hands on the table, vowing to stab the treacherous emperor 1,000,000 times over for his crimes. Although Su Shi's conclusion was based on conjecture, past events, and evidence lent it credibility, The Emperor of Dacian, sitting high in the court, was likely a demon himself or at least allied with them. Even the mysterious immortal might be a demon in disguise. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wu Yingxiu gritted her teeth furiously. Then, a new question dawned on her. Sir, she began, her voice hesitant, you said the real world is beyond the 100,000 mountains, and that the people of the 13 prefectures are nothing more than livestock for the demons. But what about us? What about King Newtown and the Kiwo army? We've been fighting Dacian for years, suffering countless casualties. Doesn't that go against what the demons want? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. If the demons created Dacian as a human prison, wouldn't uprisings and rebellions disrupt their plans? Before Su Shi could answer, the cheerful voices of soldiers echoed outside the house. Hey, hey, eat, eat. Even through the thick walls, the excitement in their cries was unmistakable. Su Shi raised his hand slightly, letting the sunlight filter through his fingers, illuminating his golden palm lines. Yingxiu, he asked softly, do you think everyone is full now? The girl hesitated, then replied truthfully, they're eating enough. At least they're not starving like before. And do you think they're eating well? She shook her head firmly. No, she admitted. Having grown up amidst wealth and luxury, Wu Yingxiu knew what true abundance looked like. Compared to the lavish feasts of Dacian's elites, the modest bowls of rice cherished by the Kiwo army were pitiful. Do you think they want to eat better? Of course they do. Who wouldn't? Her words faltered. Her expression froze as if struck by lightning. In the warm sunlight of the quiet room, Su Shi delivered the chilling truth. Those demons also want better human flesh. People distinguish between types of chickens: capon, free range, wild. Who's to say that demons, with their intelligence, don't classify humans similarly? The so-called world, the so-called Dacian, the so-called 13 prefectures, Su Shi continued calmly, are nothing more than a prison where demons rear warriors as their bloodstock. Our battles against Dacian and the spread of the martial arts that even a fool can practice only accelerate the cultivation of stronger warriors. Life and death battles are the quickest way to break through bottlenecks. That's all. His tone was gentle, but the weight of his words shattered the girl's understanding of the world. Su Shi felt he was closing in on the truth. But he knew he needed more evidence to confirm his theory. If proven correct, the survival army's goals would need a drastic overhaul. Until now, their aim had been to overthrow Dacian and create a new era. But if Su Shi's suspicions were true, such efforts would only replace one cage with another. The people would remain nothing more than livestock for the demons. Perhaps I'm not the first to uncover this horrifying reality, Su Shi mused, thinking of Wu Yingxiu's parents. He suspected that King Ding Yuan, a warrior of the Third Realm, had discovered this bitter truth and that it had cost him his life. Overthrowing Dacian won't lead to survival. The day we reach the imperial capital will be the day the demons come to feast. The only path forward is to escape this prison of heaven and earth. You share the truth of the world with Wu Yingxiu. Wu Yingxiu falls into great shock. You expect her to be disheartened for a long time, but she proves to be far stronger than you anticipated. She quickly accepts the cruel truth and follows your instructions to search for more clues. With a clear goal, the girl uncovers information effortlessly. You gather evidence from various parts of Dacian, even from within the 100,000 mountains, concluding that the outside world is real. Dacian is not a sanctuary but a feeding ground for demons. Even the widely circulated primordial energy technique is likely a creation of demons, designed to make the human body more nutritious. Sir, what is it, Yingxiu? What should we do next? Are we really going to attempt breaking through the 100,000 mountains? We have no other choice. There's no second path. For so many years, the people of Dacian failed to uncover the truth. This wasn't just due to the court's tight control over information. It was the terrifying danger of the 100,000 mountains that curbed curiosity. Countless deaths in its treacherous expanse had extinguished people's will to venture out. But now, the Kiwo army had no alternative. Continuing their assault on Dacian would only make them better prey, fine delicacies to be devoured by the waiting demons. Even if they survived, their descendants would live in perpetual fear, repeating the same bloody tragedies. Unless, like the Emperor of Dacian, they chose to submit to powerful demons like Qinglong. But was that truly living? Su Shi didn't think so. Your plans begin to shift. Your primary objective is no longer to capture more states or overthrow Dacian's rule. You understand the futility of this. You will never succeed because the real enemy isn't Dacian, it's the demons in the 100,000 mountains. This is a false world. This is a world of lies. In such a cruel reality, survival seems meaningless. Demons make living unbearable. Even if people surrender, the demons will still devour them. You refuse to watch someone you care about die at a demon's hands. You resolve to change everything. You decide to lead the Kiwo army beyond the mountains, out of the prison of Dacian. The girl is skeptical. She believes the 100,000 mountains are far too dangerous, teeming with endless demons, leaving almost no hope of escape. She complains and calls you a fool again. You smile and immerse yourself in studying how to lead the Kiwo army beyond the mountains. You send scouts to explore the 100,000 mountains, searching for patterns in the demons' movements. You deploy observers to monitor the Dacian Imperial Palace, tracking the Emperor's actions. You slow the Kiwo army's offensive. Your goal is no longer the Dacian Empire. Fighting on will only deplete your forces and supplies in vain. If not for fear of drawing the demons' attention, you would halt the offensive completely. For now, you play along, minimizing losses while gaining more intelligence. Day and night, you practice boxing. Your punches grow slower and more deliberate, the winds from your fists becoming softer yet more profound. You persist in perfecting your inner world. With each burst of chi and blood, your internal heaven and earth evolve, becoming as flawless and boundless as reality itself. There were no shortcuts, no hidden pathways through the 100,000 mountains. The mountains were not a single peak but a vast, overlapping range, forming an unyielding natural barrier. To escape, they would need to traverse the endless peaks one step at a time. Su Shi knew his only option was to continue strengthening himself. He had to reach the realm of human immortality as soon as possible, to lead the Kiwo army with unmatched strength and break through the overwhelming number of demons. His schedule, already rigorous, became even more demanding. He alternated between practicing boxing, managing the army's affairs, and compiling information on the 100,000 mountains. Every moment was spent preparing for the breakthrough. It's not enough. This alone is far from enough. I don't have much time left. The realm of immortality, sigh. Though Su Shi never voiced his exhaustion, the weariness on his face was evident, even with the restorative effects of his third innate realm cultivation. It wasn't physical fatigue, it was mental strain. He constantly worried that the demons in the mountains would lose control of their bloodthirst and attack the Kiwo army. Still, Su Shi concealed his anxiety well. No one around him sensed anything amiss. Let's stop here for tonight. Half a year later, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, Su Shi placed his brush down. He looked at the documents spread across his desk and sighed softly. The information on the 100,000 mountains is still too sparse. I hope we can identify useful patterns and choose the best time to break through. As for strength, the Kiwo army needs more innate realm warriors. Individual power has its limits. Even if I achieve human immortality, I won't be able to protect everyone. The only way to ensure survival is for people to protect themselves. A cool breeze swept through, bringing a chill to the tip of his nose. Su Shi shook his head and decided to rest. Lying down on the hard floor of the room where he handled government affairs, he fell asleep. The moonlight spilled across the room, casting shadows that danced in the corners. The quiet was broken only half an hour later when hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Wu Yingxiu entered the room, holding a thick velvet coat in her hands. Sir, it's getting cold. Let me bring you some clothes. Time moved swiftly. As seasons changed, the bitter chill of winter returned. Wu Yingxiu walked through the dim corridor with the coat, but upon entering, she saw Su Shi asleep on the floor. Sir. Her voice was soft as she realized he was already resting. Tiptoeing across the room, she gently draped the velvet coat over him. Even though an innate warrior like Su Shi didn't need warmth, the girl thought he deserved it. Sir, you've worked so hard, she whispered. And in the silent room, under the faint candlelight, the girl ensured he was warm. Sir, he's been so busy lately. Night descended quietly, the evening breeze carrying a soft, whispered melody that traveled through every corner of the room before slipping out through the window. Outside, the full moon shone brilliantly, eclipsing the stars with its radiance, leaving only the moon to dominate the sky. In the silent night, its grandeur seemed closer and larger than ever. After draping a coat over Su Shi, Wu Yingxiu stood beside him, her gaze fixed on his face. Her eyes blinked slowly as she took in every detail of his figure, her thoughts drifting to the past 6 months. After uncovering the truth about the 13 states of Dakian, Su Shi chose not to reveal it publicly. Firstly, doing so would only incite panic, achieving nothing but chaos. Secondly, it might alert the demons in the 100,000 mountains, jeopardizing the breakout plan before it even began. So, for the past 6 months, Su Shi confided only in Aniu and a few other trusted individuals about the demon's true nature. For everyone else, he influenced them subtly, gradually preparing them to accept the harsh reality when the time was right for full disclosure. Silently and invisibly, Su Shi was orchestrating a monumental plan laying the groundwork for a future escape from the 100,000 mountains. It was an enormous, grueling effort. Wu Yingxiu helped where she could, but she often felt her contributions were insufficient. For most tasks, she relied on Su Shi's guidance to execute them effectively. If I could become stronger, sir, could he finally rest? Wu Yingxiu murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy. The dissatisfaction with her perceived inadequacy pushed her forward. Determined, she sat at the desk opposite Su Shi, picked up a document titled People's Livelihood Farming, and began working on it. Let's see, first this, then that. She read through it carefully, marking notes and corrections, her hand occasionally pausing as she pressed her chin in thought. The hours slipped by unnoticed. When the girl finally lifted her head, she realized she'd been at it far longer than she expected. The feeling was subtle like water trickling past her fingertips, pooling quietly before she noticed its presence. Is this what it's like for Sir every day? It's not boring at all, she murmured to herself. Setting the pen down, Wu Yingxiu rubbed her cheeks with both hands before giving them a firm slap, trying to shake off her sleepiness. Come on, Yingxiu. Sir works so hard, how can you slack off? With renewed determination, she stretched, twisted her shoulders, and picked up the pen again. Her serious expression as she wrote gave her the appearance of a diligent heroine, immersed in her task. The candlelight flickered, its shadow dancing across Su Shi's face. Wu Yingxiu paused to look at the scene, her thoughts wandering. She thought of the 100,000 mountains, Qingyu Town, and the countless moments that had brought her to this point. From childhood, Wu Yingxiu always believed she was special. She thought herself stronger and more capable than most girls, even boys. She worked hard and was talented. Though she never spoke of it, the young princess secretly harbored dreams of becoming a hero who saves the world. She imagined herself revered by the people, celebrated and praised. But those dreams shattered years ago when she became a fugitive wanted by Dakian instead of the savior she envisioned. The rapid shift in her circumstances was too much to process. Even now, recalling it made her chest tighten, her breath catch, as though an invisible hand gripped her throat. Wu Yingxiu stopped writing, her fingers idly tracing the pen's barrel as her thoughts drifted further. The collapse of her dreams and the cruel weight of reality had shaken her deeply. She wasn't inherently tough, she couldn't ignore setbacks. Despite her strong facade, Wu Yingxiu was no different from anyone else. She'd simply grown up in privilege, her illusions of heroism nurtured by the advantages of her princely lineage. But stripped of that identity and its accompanying halo, she realized that she, Wu Yingxiu, was just another person, mortal and fragile. This was one of the first lessons Su Shi had taught her. If it weren't for Sir, I probably wouldn't be alive now. The girl wasn't naturally skilled in governance or strategy. It was only after meeting Su Shi that she learned how to navigate these challenges, albeit clumsily. Her mind, not particularly quick, was filled with memories of Su Shi, the two of them walking under the stars, exchanging New Year's wishes, folding paper flowers together. Individually, these moments weren't extraordinary. But woven together, they formed an invisible road, a path the two walked side by side, moving forward through time. What exactly is my relationship with Sir? Sitting alone in the dimly lit room, she glanced at Su Shi's weary face, her brow furrowing in thought. Was it a relationship of student and teacher? No, it didn't feel that way. Their dynamic lacked the formal distance typical of such bonds. Then, was it a romantic relationship? That didn't seem right either. The way couples interacted was far different from her and Su Shi. As Wu Yingxiu pondered, she suddenly recalled a term Su Shi had once mentioned, fellow Taoist. Friends with shared goals, companions traveling the same path, supporting one another as they moved forward. The phrase resonated with her. I remember Sir said Taoist friends can also be called Taoist companions. It's an interesting term. She chuckled softly, glancing at Su Shi's sleeping form. Her mind wandered to the word companion, noting how its characters could be broken into two moons. This brought to mind the tale of the moon in the sky and the moon in the water. I feel like Sir is the moon in the sky, she mused. And I'm the moon in the water, reflecting his light. The moon in the sky shone warm and bright. The moon in the water, dim and hidden, mirrored the light above. Together, the two moons reflected one another, blending their radiance. The girl grasped the fabric over her chest, feeling the unease and uncertainty of the future pressing down on her. Her fingers tightened as she whispered softly to herself. You must live, Sir. Su Shi woke up from a deep sleep, his mind clear and refreshed. The exhaustion he had carried for days had vanished, and the circulation of his qi and blood felt smoother than usual. Is it already daytime? The once lit candle had extinguished on its own. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, brighter and sharper than ever, illuminating every detail of the room. As he inhaled deeply, Su Shi felt the cold, crisp air fill his lungs, bringing him fully into the present. This is. He lifted the velvet coat draped over him. Did Yingxiu leave this for me? Turning his gaze, he saw the girl slumped over the desk, fast asleep. Her delicate nose twitched slightly with each breath, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Her arm rested atop a stack of documents, annotated and organized. Looking at her peaceful face, Su Shi immediately understood what had transpired the previous night. Yingxiu has improved so much lately, he thought, a small smile surfacing on his lips. He gently retrieved the documents from beneath her arm, scanning through her work. The notes she'd made were meticulous and well thought out. This is good, Su Shi murmured approvingly. He felt genuine pride in her growth. Of course, he wished she would take better care of herself and not fall asleep amidst her work. Let her sleep a little longer. She probably stayed up late finishing these. The princess looked utterly serene in her slumber. Her lips moved faintly as if murmuring a dream, and a tiny bubble of saliva glistened on her lower lip. Su Shi chuckled softly. With a light motion, he took the velvet coat she had given him and placed it over her shoulders. Though innate warriors didn't require warmth, as their qi and blood kept their bodies resilient, some gestures weren't about practicality. Sometimes, people did things simply because they cared. Yesterday, we finalized the initial plan, Su Shi thought aloud. Starting today, everyone in the Kaiuhuo army must focus on martial arts training. They need the strength to defend themselves when we cross the 100,000 mountains. He mentally ticked through the list of preparations. We'll also need to stockpile more food, weapons, armor, herbs, and tools for the journey. Pushing the door open, Su Shi stepped outside. The winter morning greeted him with a chill. Though the sun shone brightly, its rays failed to warm the frosty air. Dead branches swayed in the wind, and a light dusting of snow fell, covering the world in a gentle white veil. The scene was tranquil and beautiful, but Su Shi had no mind to appreciate it. As he stood there, surveying the snow-blanketed landscape, his thoughts raced. How do we escape the 100,000 mountains? How do I save as many people as possible? Sir, I brought you some clothes. The sound of the door opening must have woken her. Wu Yingxiu appeared, clutching the velvet coat and rushing to his side. Without waiting for an explanation, she draped it over him. The coat was a deep brown, contrasting with the white snowflakes that clung to it. Thank you, Yingxiu, Su Shi said, brushing snow off her head. Go back inside and get some more rest. Obediently, Wu Yingxiu yawned and trudged back, rubbing her eyes as she went. Simulating the 15th year, you are 30 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 24 years old. Your qi and blood keep your body at its peak. Time has left no mark on your face. To everyone, you're still the honest brother they cherish and worry about. To prepare for breaking through the 100,000 mountains, you've completely restructured the survival army. Some people are puzzled. Others are confused. But no one doubts you. Your prestige is unmatched. The people trust you unconditionally and believe there is a deeper purpose behind every action you take. Under your guidance, the survival army transformed. Everyone from the young warriors to the elderly at home worked diligently. They practiced martial arts, stockpiled food, and prepared for the inevitable journey ahead. Martial arts that even a fool can practice remains the most effective way to enhance strength, but it requires substantial food supplies to avoid the dangers of autophagy. To maintain the illusion of an army still intent on overthrowing Dacian, Yu and Wu Yingxiu led separate campaigns, swiftly raiding 2 Dacian states and seizing their grain reserves. Simulating the 16th year, you are 31 years old, and Wu Yingxiu is 25 years old. Your explorations into Shiwen-Das-Han yield surprising discoveries. Venturing deep into the mountains to find a safer path, you face immense danger. Even at your level, the 3rd realm of Xiantian, you feel a constant, looming threat. This threat peaks in spring and winter. You deduce that the tides of demons during these seasons aren't solely for hunting humans but are driven by something deeper. The weak devour the weak. The fittest survive. That's the law of demons, Su Shi realized. They're not afraid of humans. They fear stronger demons. You theorize that during spring and winter, the strongest demons dominate Shiwen-Das-Han, forcing weaker ones to the borders. To avoid them, the best time to break through is midsummer when these apex predators temporarily retreat. Meanwhile, rebellion across Dacian intensifies. Though your survival army has stopped expanding its territory, the widespread adoption of martial arts that even a fool can practice has sparked numerous uprisings. Rebel factions emerge, each vying for control, with chaos erupting across the empire. Some rebels mock your inaction, dismissing you as a fool for letting others claim victory. You notice malicious forces watching the 13 states of Dacian. I'm furious. What's wrong, Aniu? Brother Su, those people are insulting you? I can't let that go. It's fine, Aniu. Don't waste your anger on the dying. Simulating the 17th year, you are 32 years old. Though your face remains youthful, your martial arts stagnate at the 3rd stage innate realm. The bottleneck of the human immortal realm proves stubborn. But there's no more time, Su Shi decided. This year, we must break through the 100,000 mountains. Any delay could spell disaster. The imperial capital and Shiwen-Das-Han would soon drop their facades of peace, revealing their monstrous nature. Brother Shi, just say the word. Yes, we'll follow you. Before Su Shi stood a sea of faces. Their voices united in unwavering determination. 2 simple words echoed louder than any others. Seek to live. Su Shi no longer hid anything. He revealed the truth about Dacian to everyone. The common people were shocked by such a terrifying revelation, but more than anything, they were numb. These sinful people, driven to the borders, had long been accustomed to the cruelty of demons. They had witnessed their friends and family members perish tragically under the sharp teeth of these monsters. The poor were well aware of the dangers of the 100,000 mountains, a true hell, a sea of death and blood created by heaven and earth itself. But Brother Shi said he would take everyone out of the 100,000 mountains. He had promised. And so, they picked up their hoes and crude tools once more, forming a vast, endless crowd, following the Su clan out of the state and past the border. A handful of people, newcomers to the survival army, hesitated and stayed behind. They didn't know Su Shi well enough to place their lives in his hands. The reputation of the 100,000 mountains was too fearsome. Sir, how can those people not believe you? It's outrageous. Wu Yingxiu exclaimed angrily. This is normal, Yingxiu, Su Shi replied calmly. The crowd surged forward like a tide, dense and endless. From a distance, they resembled an unending black dragon. At the forefront of the sea of humanity were Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu. The girl clenched her fists in frustration, still indignant over those who had chosen to stay behind. Su Shi smiled faintly. I am not a god. I can't be loved by everyone. It's normal for some to doubt me. Besides, this escape is indeed dangerous. It's natural for them to be afraid. Looking back, Su Shi saw countless feet trudging forward, flattening the dusty road beneath them. Some wore mended cloth shoes, others wore simple straw sandals. To be honest, what puzzled Su Shi wasn't that some people stayed behind, it was that so many chose to follow him without hesitation. These people, unafraid of death, were willing to stake everything on his words and decisions. Why? Su Shi knew the reason. Wu Yingxiu knew it too. Everyone did. It was because they had all become fools infected by Su Shi's determination and hope. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The soldiers of the Kiwashu army, armed and armored, positioned themselves on the outer edges, protecting the old, weak, women, and children within. As the strongest combat force, the Su forces led the way, cutting through obstacles while blazing a trail. The long line moved steadily forward, leaving the state behind and passing through the border. The criminals, who had once fled to Dacian, now returned to the cold frontier, continuing onward without pause. They followed the faint but resolute figure leading them. Time passed. The skill that made fools of them all also granted everyone a measure of qi and blood cultivation, accelerating their progress. After many years, Su Shi once again stood before the towering 100,000 mountains. Their peaks, like jagged blades, stretched endlessly into the horizon, dark and imposing. The mountain tops pierced through the clouds, forming a vast, otherworldly cage. 100,000 mountains, Su Shi muttered. This time, when we leave, there will be no returning. If we succeed, a broader world awaits us. If we fail, we die here. He gazed at the rugged peaks ahead, their sharp ridges like scales embedded in the earth. Memories of his first year in Qingyu Town surfaced, of staggering into town and witnessing the familiar faces lost to the tide of demons. This world is truly wretched, he said softly. Farewell, cage. Meanwhile, across Dakian, rebellions erupted everywhere, drawing the emperor's attention. The absence of summer's most fearsome monsters in the 100,000 mountains presented a narrow window of opportunity. It's time to escape, Su Shi declared. I'll take the lead and clear the path, handling the first wave of monsters we encounter, he instructed. Yingxiu, you'll guard the flanks. Make sure no monsters break into the group to harm the young or old. Understood, sir. Wu Yingxiu replied resolutely. Aniu, you'll guard the rear and provide support. I understand, Brother Su, Aniu said, scratching his head with rough fingers and grinning. My mother always said to listen to you. I'll follow your orders. Aunt Zhang had passed away the previous year not from starvation or violence, but peacefully in her sleep. The doctor said the hardships of her early life had damaged her health beyond repair, and the demon meat she had consumed to stave off hunger had only hastened her decline. Despite the better life Su Shi had provided in Dakian, the damage had already been done. The kind, elderly woman who had often made dumplings for Aniu was gone. You lead the survival army into the 100,000 mountains. The immense commotion and the rising energy of qi and blood attract countless demons. They swarm in droves, their sheer numbers blotting out the sun and casting shadows over the land. They descend from the mountains, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, devoid of reason. You charge forward, fists glowing with the power of heaven and earth. With each strike, you obliterate waves of monsters, carving a path for the people behind you. Farmers wield hoes and forks. Soldiers brandish spears and swords. Years of fighting and your deliberate training have forged them into an impenetrable wall of iron, capable of resisting even the fiercest assaults. The survival army pushes through, overcoming the first major mountain. Yet, you know this journey will only grow more perilous. Your preparations were meticulous. You left behind weapons, tools, and strategies to counter any threats, even anticipating pursuit from the Emperor of Dakian. Days pass. The monsters grow stronger. Innate level demons appear with increasing frequency. Casualties rise. Despite your best efforts, you cannot save everyone. Each loss weighs heavily on you, fueling your determination. Your qi and blood surge, forming sword light that cuts through mountains and skies alike. You long to break free of the 100,000 mountains and lead as many people as possible to safety. The 15th day after leaving Dakian. In the survival army, many have fallen forever along the way, but those who remain continue moving forward, following your lead and pursuing the future you envision. You punch in silence, slaying countless demons. Each battle sharpens your skills and grants real improvement. You've mastered the weaknesses of demons, and with the mysterious power blessing you, your attacks are now even more devastating. The 20th day after leaving Dakian. The survival army advances quickly but also slowly. Compared to ordinary people, their pace is swift. Compared to innate warriors, however, it is undeniably slow. To protect the elderly and children, you tirelessly fight off demons, shielding the army from danger. Their gratitude toward you grows. The 24th day after leaving Dakian. You suddenly turn back, sensing an ominous disturbance from the rear of the group. It's not about Aniu or anyone else. It's the oppressive vibration echoing from the distant mountains that triggers your warrior instincts. Is it the Emperor? No, it might be the so-called human immortal. Such a strong sense of crisis. So, they've finally noticed the survival army's escape. Su Shi stopped, looking back as if his gaze could pierce the mountains and reveal the events unfolding in Dakian's imperial capital. He imagined rebels being slaughtered, ruins collapsing, and the emperor's shock and fury upon discovering that the Kiwashu army had fled. We need to move faster, Su Shi said, refocusing on the path ahead. He channeled his qi and blood, summoning the power of heaven and earth to carve out a safer route. The current breakout barely suffices to handle the dangers of the 100,000 mountains. If Dakian's forces pursued them and they were caught between two fronts, the survival army might not make it out alive. The 30th day after leaving Dakian. Under your leadership, the army has traveled far. Weapons are broken, armor is incomplete, and tools like hoes and forks have shattered from constant use. You've fought to the point of exhaustion, your body drenched in demon blood, dirty and foul from countless battles. Wu Yingxiu, concerned for your condition, suggests leading the charge herself, but you refuse. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the demons become. Demons equivalent to the second stage innate realm now appear frequently, posing threats even Wu Yingxiu cannot handle alone. That same day, you sense your backup plan being triggered by an unknown entity. This was a setup meant to mislead pursuers, buying you and the survival army more time to escape. But now that it has been activated, you know the pursuers are drawing closer. The mounting sense of crisis forces you to push your limits once again, squeezing every ounce of qi and blood within you. For warriors, combat was exhilarating. Whether bold or timid, the circulation of chi and blood awakened a desire for battle that few could resist. But no matter how much a warrior enjoyed the thrill of life and death, relentless fighting would take its toll. Su Shi had been fighting for too long. Clearing the way while battling demons had left him weary. His fists shattered countless hideous heads, the blood and flesh splattering around him highlighting the tension on his face. Dakian's pursuers were close. Perhaps even demons with the strength of martial immortals were among them. With this thought, Su Shi couldn't afford to stop. He fought tirelessly to open the path forward, only pausing briefly when night fell. Sir, I made you a bowl of hot soup. The dense canopy of trees obscured the stars and moon, leaving only the flickering bonfires to light the night. Wu Yingxiu approached, still dressed in her red and white attire, carrying a bowl of broth. She handed it to Su Shi with care. Thank you for your hard work, Yingxiu. Su Shi accepted the soup and took a sip. It was simple, a mix of wheat bran, salt, hot water, and bits of dried demon meat. The flavor was bland, even strange, but in these dire circumstances, it was a rare comfort. How does it taste? The girl asked eagerly. It's good, Su Shi replied with a faint smile. Wu Yingxiu seemed pleased, her expression playful. She fetched another bowl of soup, sat beside Su Shi, and drank with him. For a moment, they shared a rare respite. Her legs swayed lightly as she sat, her movements graceful, like jade branches bending in the wind. She chatted with Su Shi, her words light-hearted and endless, but the fatigue on her face eventually surfaced. Before long, she fell asleep, leaning against Su Shi. Silly girl, Su Shi murmured, glancing at her sleeping face. He could see how worried she was for him, but she was clearly exhausted. Carefully, he laid her down and ensured she had a stable place to rest. Rising, he began patrolling the camp, checking on the bonfires and ensuring everything was in order. Wherever he went, people greeted him with respect, calling him Brother Shi. Eventually, Su Shi reached the back of the group, where he found Aniu sitting alone, seemingly keeping watch but lost in thought. What's on your mind? Su Shi asked, sitting beside him. Actually, I was thinking about something you said before, Aniu replied hesitantly. You always say that we eat to survive. Yes, that's right. What about it? Well, if we eat to survive, then what's the purpose of living? Su Shi was momentarily stunned. Aniu, who was always straightforward, was now pondering the meaning of life. Have you figured it out yet? Su Shi asked, amused. I just want to eat lots of good food, Aniu admitted shyly. But is that wrong? Su Shi shook his head and looked toward the dark mountains. No, Aniu. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Aniu seemed to understand something as he stared at his rough hands, a small smile forming on his face. The ground was soaked in blood, staining everything in sight a deep red. The sharp claws of ferocious beasts and broken weapons were scattered across the mountainous terrain. The sun rose again, shining brightly on the soil, now darkened by blood. The survivors of the army trudged through the sticky mud, each step bringing them closer to the world beyond the mountains. This journey was not a heroic one, nor was it a pursuit of grand ambitions. It was merely a desperate attempt to survive a struggle to stay alive. It's time to move on, Su Shi declared as he walked to the front of the group. The chi and blood within him surged, his body operating like a perfectly tuned machine, pushing the limits of its power to carve a path forward. Su Shi didn't know how far they had to go, he only knew that he must keep fighting, slaying every demon in his way to open a new road. Dad? Mom? Damn monsters, I'll fight you to the death. Brother. Gauden, don't scare me. Wake up. The road to survival was paved with tragedies and heartbreak. Blood and flesh mixed with shattered bones formed its foundation. Each person walking this path endured unimaginable pain. Su Shi had once asked the people if they blamed him for leading them into the 100,000 mountains, but their answers were unwavering. Brother Shi would never lie to us. He's a good person. How could he harm us? Even as their hearts were torn apart by endless suffering, they chose to believe in him. They believed that, under Su Shi's leadership, they could survive. Hearing their trust and seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Su Shi said nothing. He only tightened his grip on his blade. Kill. Kill again. Rage churned within him as he fought, his chest burning with the desire to protect. Amid the flash of swords and the shadow of blades, life was more fragile than a candle in the wind. In mere moments, countless lives could be extinguished forever. Half a month later, Su Shi fought with even greater ferocity. He pushed himself to the brink, even using the martial arts that even a fool can practice to burn his energy and spirit, maximizing the power of his chi and blood. This wasn't just because the breakout had reached a critical point, with a great demon equivalent to the third stage innate realm appearing, but also because of the looming danger behind them. The backup plans Su Shi had left behind were being triggered one after another at alarming speed. This meant that the Dakian pursuers, including the so-called human immortal, were closing in. It's not enough, Su Shi muttered hoarsely, his voice raw from days of shouting. Amid the foul stench of demon blood, his bloodshot eyes burned with determination. He fought tirelessly, trying to create a safe path for the survival army before the human immortals caught up. He knew that once the pursuers reached this area, they would be caught between demons and Dakian forces. The survival army would be trapped with no escape. For Su Shi, death meant restarting a simulation. For the people he led, it was eternal silence. Su Shi could leave. They could not. So, he gave everything he had, leading them through the 100,000 mountains. Kill. The Su faction fought fiercely. Wu Yingxiu, the soldiers, and the civilians fought with equal desperation. It seemed as though fate had intervened. Somehow, the Dacian pursuers slowed down, giving the survival army a chance to break free from the most perilous areas. The demons became less powerful, and their numbers dwindled. This is it. We're nearing the end of the 100,000 mountains, Su Shi said as he hovered in the air, scanning the horizon. Though mountains still stretched endlessly before him, he knew true dawn was close. When he landed, he saw Wu Yingxiu panting and the people resting in exhaustion. But one person was missing, the honest young man always scratching his head. Where's a Niu? Su Shi asked suddenly, realization dawning on him. A Niu, whose full name was Zhang Shenyo, had always been called simple-minded. His mother said so, the people in the town said so, and a Niu himself believed it. He couldn't do much besides eat and farm. In Qingyu Town, where food was scarce, eating as much as a Niu did was seen as a burden, a sin that tortured both himself and his family. But a Niu had one thing others didn't: luck. Brother Su had come, bringing demon meat to the town. It wasn't delicious, but it meant no one went hungry. During the monster tides in winter, the abundance of demon meat even allowed a Niu to eat his fill, a rare joy. As he walked the blood-soaked road, a Niu licked his dry lips, recalling the satisfaction of a full stomach. He really wanted another meal of demon meat. If it could be paired with sweet white rice, he'd be even happier. But he doubted he'd get the chance. A Niu turned and walked in the opposite direction of the survival army. Soon, he encountered the most terrifying monster he'd ever seen. The creature wore dragon-patterned robes and exuded an overwhelming aura that made a Niu tremble. Still, despite his fear, a Niu raised his fist, meeting the monster's surprised gaze. "Aren't you afraid of me?" the demon asked. "Yes," a Niu replied honestly, his body shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to run, to roll away in the mud and escape. But he bit his lip and forced himself to stay. "You want to delay me?" the demon asked, its curiosity piqued. A Niu nodded silently. "What did he give you?" A Niu knew the demon was referring to Su Shi. "Food," he answered. "That's it? I could give you 100 times more if you join me." "No, your rice smells sour." The demon sighed, almost disappointed. "Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do." It raised its hand, which expanded into a massive claw covered in thick dragon scales, reaching toward a Niu.